Hello, I am Tasneem Sayyeda Jamal, and I welcome you all to the Expersal Dome 2021, Set Foot into the Future. Youth often find themselves caught in a maze of options and information floating around in the journey to their goals. And what happens with too many paths to figure? No progress. The Expersal Dome 2021 is a conference bringing together all those who have excelled in their career by being strong towards their passion, people who found the right answers and are willing to pass them on to the young. This conference brings together renowned personalities and eminent speakers from different walks of life from around the globe, framed on our single virtual platform to share their experiences, innovations, and technical expertise. Stanley College of Engineering and Technology for Women is a leading institution established in the year 2008. A temple of learning at the heart of City of Pearls provides easy access to quality technical education to girl students. Stanley is affiliated to the prestigious Osmani University of Hyderabad. It provides all eligible engineering courses which are accredited by both NBA and NAC with a grade A. Stanley is also an ISO certified institution. Stanley ranks at 105th among the best engineering institutes of India and second best women's engineering college in all of South India. It is a pleasure to share that Stanley is now an autonomous college. Stanley has a strong belief: empower women, impact the world. It aims to empower girl students through professional education integrated with values and character to make an impact in the world. A strong commitment to continue personal growth and ethical development of the chosen disciplines. ATBD, or About the Big Dreams, is a student body at Stanley. We were formed in April 2020 amid the early days of the pandemic to shine the path of learning in the youth. ATBD is for the minds that is searching for their ideal path, an initiative to help you find your steps to achieve those big dreams. It is important for us to talk to people and cherish those words to make informed decisions, explore opportunities, and experience things that we haven't tried before, and learn more about the exhilarating world we live in. This chance is presented by ATBD in these difficult times to learn more about the working world from people who are willing to share their stories. We are a team of 12 strong, active, and passionate students from second, fourth, and third year at Stanley. This event comes to life by the immense support of our chief patron, Sri K. Krishna Rao, secretary and correspondent, our patrons, Dr. Vinay Babu, director, with the principal, Dr. Satyaprasad Lanka. Special thanks to our general chairs, Dr. V. Anuradha and Dr. B. V. Ramanamurthy, advisors, Dr. P. R. Anisha and Dr. C. Kishore Reddy, program chairs, Ms. Udayini Chandana and Ms. M. Swami, conveners, Ms. T. Nagalakshmi and Ms. Hina Parveen, co-convener, Ms. G. Srilata, and coordinators, Ms. Nadia Anjum and Ms. Chandrika. Thank you all for your consistent efforts and dedication towards this event. There is no stone that moves Stanley without the undying support of these dynamic leaders. Stanley has 150 plus faculty members, include 35 of faculty holding PhD degrees and 40 plus who are currently pursuing their PhD. Stanley has MOUs with Salesforce, VMware IT Academy, Red Hat Academy, Dell EMC, IIT Madras, IIT Bombay, IIT Hyderabad, Triple IT Hyderabad, and IT Warangal. On behalf of the entire team of ATB Stanley College, I would like to thank all of you for joining us in today's prestigious event. Being true to our Indian traditions, even with a great distance between us, let us commence our session with a virtual lamp lighting ceremony. That just calms you down every time, doesn't it? And now I will request our dynamic principal to please share a few words with us. Please encourage us, sir. Sir, you're on mute.
Good morning to all of y'all, the esteemed galaxy of speakers. I see Brigadier Sir, Grewal Sir, and Anil Koshla, and the others who are here, along with my young team from About Those Big Dreams, Stanley. You are doing a great job. You have conducted a Changemaker Summit in the past and also an Engineers Parliament, igniting the minds of students. And this is yet another venture in the direction of, as you said, uh, you have taken as you said, igniting the minds of young students to make an informed choice, okay, informed choice of career and life, and also human values, okay, also human values, as I can see from your diverse panels which you have, the 9 panels. I'm excited to listen in to the various speakers sharing their experiences and giving suggestions to the current youth. Okay, I understand that 2,500 plus students have registered from across the globe, not only in India, but across the globe. Okay, you are doing a very good service to the student community at large. Congratulations to you all at the outset. All the best in this. Keep the flag flying. Okay, I'm excited that you all are even taking women empowerment, which is very dear to Stanley, as you all know. Okay, as one of your panel topics. Okay, diverse and contemporary topics which you have chosen are wonderful regarding the health in these pandemic times. Okay, um, all these you all are doing in a very systematic and very planned manner. Okay, the galaxy of speakers which the panelists which you have arranged is also amazing, and I am proud that majority of them are women. Being the head of a women's institution, I would be definitely proud when more and more women come and I hear women voices, okay, in the formation of dreams for students. All the best. God bless all of you all. Keep safe.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words. And now I would request our director, sir, to please enlighten us with a few words of his.
Good morning, Brigadier Sir and other learned experts, and my colleagues and young students and different participants from the entire globe. So really, I'm very proud to be a part of Stanley Engineering College because every engineering college may teach the subjects, may give the subject just theoretical and curriculum knowledge, but that will not be sufficient for all-round growth of the students. So not only just giving the degree, but at the same time we should see to it that they should be in a position to face whatever situations will come in their entire life. So generally, whenever we think of serious subjects, it's different. And nowadays, everything is coding, coding, coding. So really, I felt very happy that how to become a skilled coder and marketing yourself and best skill fit, whether you go for a service job or product based, or whether how to start from campus to corporate. All these different panels which has been listed and being served is really great panels it is there, and I'm very sure that by going through different learned speakers, all our participants, especially the students of Stanley, will be enlightened in this particular thing. I wish a great success for the entire team. And whenever this pandemic situation is there, please stay safe and see to it that first we take precautions and then to all other activities. So really, we are taking up this challenges into the opportunities, and this type of arrangement is done. Really, I once again congratulate my young student team and the young faculty team, and once again reiterate that I am very proud to be part of this. Thank you, and all the best.
Thank you very much, sir, for your encouraging words. Now, before moving ahead, let's have a look at the promo video of the event. We are joined for this event with 59 speakers, out of which 32 are women speakers, having 9 panel discussions and 2,500 plus participants from 16 states of India and 5 countries across the globe. Thank you all for raising the prestige of our platform. Now let us do the honors of taking you through our rich and beautiful nation with our national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind.
Thank you all. And now our very first panel will commence at 8:45. See you soon.
Good morning, Brigadier Sir. Good morning, Nipun Sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Anvisa.
Good morning, sir. Sir, we would just wait for another 2 to 3 minutes because we have time till 8:45. We have the other panelists who are supposed to join us.
Yeah, that's fine.
Dr. Anisha, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I can hear you, Strength 5, and my video has got some issue. I think software is trying to access and messages coming that can't access the camera. I've tried to change the settings. So let me see if I can sort it out.
All right. All right. We still have time, sir.
Yeah, if not, then we'll go on audio.
All right, sir. No issues. No problem. Brigadier Sir and Nipun Sir will wait for 2 to 3 more minutes because they are the other panelists who are trying to join us. So please bear with us for 2 to 3 minutes more.
Yeah, not a problem, Manisha. Thank you. Not a problem.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Good morning. We are able to hear you, sir.
Can you see my video also?
Currently, no, sir.
How do I get this?
You'll be having a small webcam option over there. Just beside the mic and just beside the mic that you find down.
I'm doing that.
It's once you keep your cursor over it, it shares. It asks for share webcam. Once we just click on that, your video would be on, sir. So, sir, having seen that, we have Anil Khosla sir and KJ Singh sir over the audio because there's a problem with their video. And we are yet to be joined with Mr. Khaisar Khalid, IPS, the Police Commissioner of Mumbai. He just made a call that he'll be joining within 2 more minutes. Meanwhile, let us start off this session because it's already 8:45. So without any delay, we would like to go ahead with the session. Firstly, I would like to thank you all for accepting our invitation for this panel discussion. And it is an honor for us to have such dignitaries from such versatile experts to take this panel as our very first panel with a very important topic that each one of us has to take up, that is being responsible. Having said this, let me start this session by introducing our panel members today. Firstly, it would be a great honor to introduce Brigadier Dr. Rajwan Grewal Sir today to this panel. Brigadier Grewal Sir is a fourth-generation Army officer and is a former Vice Chancellor for Chitkara University. He's been a civil engineer, and apart from serving in the Indian Army, he has had various higher education institutions. He's an alumni of the National Defence Academy, Khadakwasla, and has served as a member of the faculty at the Defence Service Staff College, Wellington, and College of Military Engineering, Pune. His main forte has been perspective planning, policy formulation, and plan implementation, industry-academia collaboration, developing interinstitutional tie-ups, including those at international levels. He has also worked towards faculty development and student relations. He is also member of the Higher Education Committee of FICCI and has been a speaker at numerous national and international seminars in India and abroad. Brigadier Grewal has been chief engineer in Border Roads Organization in a terrain that is considered to be a logistician's nightmare. He is the director of Sikkim Manipal Institute of Technology, worked as a pro-vice chancellor for Sikkim Manipal University, and directed ICICI Manipal Academy. He also worked as the vice chancellor of Chitkara University. He is now the professor emeritus for Chitkara University. His service were recognized by the President of India with the awards of the Coveted Vishisht Seva Medal. Thank you very much, sir, for being part of this program and accepting our invitation. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to take the privilege of introducing our second panelist, Lieutenant General K.J. Singh, sir. He is the former Western Army commander and is currently the Information Commissioner of Haryana State after tenure as advisor to the Chief Minister. He was conferred with Maharaja Ranjit Singh Chair of Excellence at Punjab University. He is also a member of the Union Territory Advisory Council and Panchkula Development Committee and a regular columnist and strategic affair commentator. He has also served in the UN as Chief Operation Officer and Team Commander and received the UN Force Commander citation for his bravery. He was awarded the Param Vishisht Seva Medal and the Ati Vishisht Seva Medal and Bar by the President of India for his remarkable service. Thank you, Lieutenant General, for being part of this program, and thank you so much for thank you, sir. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. Now, let me take the privilege of introducing our third panelist. Today, we have with us Air Marshal Anil Khosla, sir. He is a retired Indian Air Force officer who served as Vice Chief of Air Staff of the Indian Air Force. Air Marshal Khosla is an alumni of the National Defence Academy. He was commissioned in the fighter stream of the Indian Air Force. While in service, he has handled Doklam operation in China and Balakot strikes against Pakistan. At higher ranks, he has held important appointments as Vice Chief of Air Staff, Director General Air Operations, Senior Air Staff Officer, Central Air Commander, Air Officer Commanding Jammu and Kashmir Area, and AOC Maritime Air Operations. He has also served in all the operational commands of the Indian Air Force in all the sectors, commanded two important operational bases, that is Ambala and Jaisalmer. He has been involved with the formulation of Air Force war plans, force structure planning capability building, and has successfully handled several internal and international exercises and disaster relief situations, both within the country and abroad. For his distinguished service, he has been awarded 3 presidential awards, namely Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Vayu Sena Medal, and has been commanded by the Chief of Army Staff. He is also a keen golfer and billiards player. His favorite pastime is puzzle solving, which he has pursued up to the national level. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation and being part of this panel. Due to a video problem, Probably we would not be able to see Air Marshal Sir, but yes, we would be able to hear him. Now, let me take the privilege of introducing our fourth panel member, the Lieutenant Commander Nipun Varshnaya Sir, a technical officer with over 5 years of experience in operations at sea. He has also served as a trainer at the Navy Technical Training Establishment and is currently part of the indigenous development effort of the Navy. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation. And it's a pride to have you all on this program. We have our fifth panel member, that is Kaisar Khalid sir, the Police Commissioner for Mumbai Railways. Just give me a moment, I'll just check with sir being joined, because he just gave a call that he's trying to log in. Sir would take, I'm sorry for the delay, sir would take another 5 to 10 minutes more, because he has some important meeting assigned for which he has to be present currently. So he has assured to join shortly. We were also supposed to be joined by Dr. Suresh Kumar Thakur, veteran captain from the Indian Navy, but this morning, due to some exigency, he had to move to his native place because of some emergency in the family during this pandemic time. But he has sent the message to all the panelists and the young generation listening to this program, saying this, we have to go ahead with whatever crisis we are facing today. So, taking forward this program ahead, I would like Dr. Brigadier Grewal sir to give his insights on this topic titled Being Responsible. Over to you, Brigadier sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anisha.
Thank you.
First of all, I must compliment the organizers for having selected this topic, being responsible. Today, our society has lost its moorings. If you go back to the Vedic era, when we had the Gurukuls, they produced students who were responsible citizens. That was one of the main responsibilities of the Gurukuls. Apart from providing knowledge in various domains, they ensured that the students coming out of Gurukuls were responsible citizens. And at that era, people were also true to their word. You have numerous stories from our history where a person or a king or a citizen gave his word and then went through various challenges to keep his word. But somehow that era has gone. The mere fact that for this topic, being responsible, the organizers have selected uniform personnel shows where our society stands. In our society, people have lost trust with each other. I'll give you an example. In 1996, when I was a brigadier, I was posted at Bangalore. One day I had gone out of Bangalore and I was returning late at night at about 12:30 or 1 o'clock at night. And just on the outskirts of Bangalore, I saw a man carrying a lady on his shoulders and just trying to run forward. I stopped my car. My wife was with me. I came out and I asked him what happened. He says the lady is not well. So I offered my car to him. I said, look, I'll take you to the hospital. The man refused. Uh, I thought perhaps he doesn't have money. I tried to offer him money. He didn't accept it. He said he has money. So despite my best efforts, he refused to get into my car. So I had no other option. I continued with my journey. My wife and I, when we were discussing, we thought that perhaps there is something wrong. He is actually not taking his wife to a hospital. Something else is there. After about 700-800 meters, we found a hospital on the left-hand side of the road. We stopped there, and within half an hour, the man turned up there, went into the hospital. Look at this state of affairs. The man is in trouble. He's got some emergency. A citizen is trying to offer him help, and the man is refusing to take help because he's not sure whether he'll be safe with that person or not. So this, the society is going through a era where we have lost trust of each other. And it is basically because a vast majority of our leaders, political, social, and religious, they are self-centered and are not very honest. Even our citizens, they are not concerned. They condone corruption and sometimes even themselves indulge in corruption. The worst part is that the educated elite has withdrawn from the affairs of the society, whether it is community service, whether political process, or religious activities. Just imagine today, if you ask a university graduate, would you like to come and be a religious preacher in a gurdwara, mandir, or a masjid? He will take offense to it. Is that the only option left for him? Rightly speaking, he should have been happy because a religious preacher in a religious place should be kept at a very high pedestal. But our society somehow has lost its values. And therefore, we need to have responsible citizens. And there is an equilibrium generally between law-abiding citizens and the law-enforcing agencies. Moment that equilibrium is disturbed, that means someone tries to break the law, buy the favors, or break the queue, he disturbs that equilibrium. And thereafter, the chain reaction starts. We need to ensure that we revert back to our Gurukul days where a man's word was honored. I'll give you an example as to how bad the things are. About 5 or 6 years ago, the Central Board of Secondary Education, they decided that the 10th standard examinations need not be held by the board, and they gave the option to the schools that they could either hold the examinations themselves or they could approach the board for their students to appear for the examinations. After about 3 to 4 years, it was found that the students who appeared in the examination which were conducted by the schools, their CGPA, percentage of those getting 10 CGPA from those schools was much, much higher than those students who appeared for the CBSE board examination. Obviously, there was lack of academic integrity as far as teachers are concerned, who gave those inflated marks. So if the gurus, the people who are supposed to shape the future generations, they themselves are not honest, what do we look forward to? So therefore, we need to ensure that we produce responsible citizens who are law-abiding. They have the zeal to serve the society. They are patriots. They respect the rights and the sensitivities of others. They are trustworthy and honest. They are tolerant towards the culture and the feelings of others, they hold themselves accountable. And they possess moral courage that in case things go wrong, they say, yes, I have made a mistake. And they are responsible and they have self-discipline. And that responsibility is there, lies with the parents and with the teachers. Thereafter, with the leaders of the society. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And as you rightly said, that it is not just one sector of people to be responsible. It's not the kindergartens or the adolescents. It is like everybody of all age group has to show their responsibility to whatever position they are with. And yes, taking the program forward, we are joined up with Khaisar Khalid IPS sir. Khaisar Khalid sir is the officer of the Indian Police Service, serving as the Commissioner of Police Railways, Mumbai. In addition to the usual training, he has been trained in India and abroad, especially at Charles Stuart University, Australia, and University College of London. He is a noted public speaker and has taken many sessions on motivation, career counseling, security, police work, and many more. He is a poet of Urdu and Hindi languages. He has written 2 anthologies of Urdu poetry consisting of ghazals and nazm, and is the recipient of the Maharashtra State Urdu Sahitya Academy Award. Khalid sir is working for improving the capability of students from underprivileged section of society. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation. We understand how important your work at this crucial time is. But again, you have pulled out some time for all of us. Thank you so much, sir.
Pleasure and good morning, Anisha.
Thank you, sir.
Am I
Good
supposed
morning,
to speak now?
Sir, we will go with the order of the panel members, sir. I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, please continue.
Yes, sir. So now I would like to call upon our second speaker, our panel member, Lieutenant General KJ Singh, sir, to please give your insights on the current topic.
Good morning and Jai Hind, everybody. Particularly grateful to Stanley for including me in this panel and Dr. Anisha for introducing me. I feel humbled to be in presence of such eminent co-panelists, and I will also endeavor to add my perspective to this important issue. The first thing is that let me take it in the context of the wars that we are fighting. The border, if all of you imagine that sitting in, say, Secunderabad or Hyderabad, the border is not here and border is at LOC or LAC, then, well, my friends, you are wrong. The war has become hybrid. The terrorism is the main weapon. And today, enemy, a terrorist can attack you anywhere. It can be Mumbai, it can be Akshardham temple, it can be parliament. So your enemy is lurking right at your door, outside your university. You have to be careful. That is one. The second issue is the war itself has morphed into certain unconventional domains, like the cyber war and bio warfare. Many people on social media is calling the present COVID crisis. I have no evidence, confirmed evidence, but there are people who are saying that this is a bio weapon unleashed by a particular country targeting us. While our neighbors are not getting this phenomena, we seem to be suffering. So, well, jury is out on it, but such possibilities are very likely. Because recently in Ladakh, China tried to coercively occupy certain territory. There was a stalemate. And now what next? So China has to now use domains of cyber, technological, and maybe even bioweapons. So we have to remain, all of us have to today become citizen warriors. What I call as conscious Indians, Jagruk Hindustani, Nagrik Yoddhas. See, the person who fights for you at the border is going through privation, is going through adversity. The weather is bad. The place he's detached from his family. Supply lines are very fragile. So, what keeps him motivated? What will keep him motivated? If he knows that the country is behind it. But should he get a feeling that he is standing here for a country which doesn't care, which is not responsible, then will he have that motivation? So the message to all Indians is become good citizen warriors. And I don't preach for preaching's sake. I have experienced citizen warriors in my life. First one was many years ago, but let me take a recent example. In a village next to border, about 7-8 kilometers from border, a carpenter, early morning, I will give him a code name of A or Alpha. Alpha, young carpenter, was going on his motorcycle and he saw 4 suspicious looking people sitting on a bridge or a culvert, which is called a small bridge, and confabulating or doing some planning. So he passed them silently, and he could have well taken that approach. Like in Punjabi, we say "Sanu ki." How does it bother me? But he didn't do that. He went to the nearest army unit, reported the thing, volunteered to take the army people, gave them the blanket to cover them or camouflage them, took them past those people, and that started the operation of Armia. And that saved the military station of Samba from a certain attack. All those 4 terrorists were killed. But why? Because one carpenter in a village decided to become a citizen warrior, decided to take it on himself. A few months down the line, an army fellow on leave gave lift to some terrorists and just went along in his jobs. He was involved in his sister's marriage. He didn't care to report this phenomenon. And what happened? Those terrorists went and attacked same military station. Now here is one case of a citizen warrior who's not in uniform. Today, Alpha is in uniform because we in army put him in territorial army. We have given him a code name. We are looking after him. I'm re-attired. I'm retired. But army, I left this and army is still doing it. But the another chap, an army fellow, only didn't choose to be citizen warrior. So the choice is with us that whether we want to be responsible or not. I have seen it in a railway employee. Again, attack was building up on Dinanagar. He reported the incident. He diverted the train, and I commended him. SP Khalid is sitting here. He may be aware of this incident. It happened in 2015 in a place next to Gurdaspur in Dinanagar. So that railway employee showed he's a citizen warrior. There's so many of them. And children and young students, I must tell you that when you take responsibility, it is rewarding. I'll give you a personal example. I was in United Nations as a major, doing my job as operations officer. And in Angola, in Luanda, where we were stationed, we had a UN camp. Right next to it was an ammunition dump, old and abandoned one. And the terrorist insurgent group, anti-government, took control of it. And they started some subversive activity. And it got out of control. And ammunition dumps started exploding. And in ammunition dumps or ammunitions, there is a phenomena called as sympathetic detonation. If one device explodes, the other one explodes sympathetically. And there is a harmonic kind of reaction which builds up. So there was cooking up of ammunition. It is called a cooking up. And those debris and those projectiles were flying. And they were flying into our camp. There was panic. I was just a major. We were being commanded by a general who chose at the earliest opportunity, I'll not name his country, to go to his embassy. The political boss who happened to be in the embassy refused to come back. And many people left the campus and went to their embassies and found safety. I somehow could not do that. I took responsibility. For 4 days, I ran that place. On the 5th day, when the order was restored, the top of that mission, head of that mission, came to address people and to reassure them. As he stood in front of an international crowd from 100-odd countries, including 50 odd armed forces, because there are civilian employees also. There was, now once again, there was this sympathetic detonation. All people sitting in that hall were thumping their desks, and they said, "Where is KJ? We want to hear Major KJ." Such validation for a major from international community raises your head, makes you feel proud about your country. It's all training of your army, which empowers you to do such things. But it all happened because I decided to take the responsibility in my hands. If I had not taken that responsibility, I would have missed that opportunity. There are many, many such examples. I can keep giving you, and I have gone through this process. I somehow am convinced that जिम्मेवारी दी नहीं जाती, जिम्मेवारी ली जाती है. जिम्मेवारी को दोनों हाथ से पकड़ के लेना होता है. अगर आप जहाँ बैठे हैं, suppose a snake enters there, and you are the youngest fellow, and you tell everybody, climb the table, make yourself safe. People will not look whether you are a child or a youth. They'll follow your command. So correct command given with responsibility will get you obedience, will get you prestige, will enhance your sphere of influence. So my appeal to all youth today is, we have 30 odd lakh youth in India who are doing NCC, Nehru Yuva Kendra, NSS, Bharat Scouts and Guides, studying in Sainik schools, army schools, RMC, such like institutions. We have 10 lakh students who are write NDA written exam. 10 lakh students. Where does this spirit evaporate? Why can't we sustain this spirit? Why can't we remain wedded to our fundamental duties and only ask for our rights? All of us are crying, my rights are being cut. And I am not ready to wear mask. I am not ready to maintain social distance. Thoda ghum aate hain. If this is the attitude, no amount of hospitals, no amount of ICU can cater for a pandemic. You can only mitigate it. But if you stop the spread, if all of us become responsible, all of us use masks, all of us maintain social distance, the chain will definitely be. And if we work without complacency, follow the government guidelines, even if somebody becomes sick, look after it. Don't start blaming. So it's time for compassion. It is time for helping each other. And definitely the message that I leave with you today is that become conscious and aware Indians, what I term as Jagruk Hindustanis, Nagrik Yodhas, citizen warriors, and take on the responsibility of this nation. Our old generation is fading out. India is a nation with demographic dividend, and youth bulge is the main USP of India. So youth of India have to deliver. Please skill yourself, become good, skilled workers, entrepreneurs. There'll be job losses. You have to reskill yourself. You will have to show resilience. Jobs are not going to come easily, but you have to work through it. You have to share, you have to care, and you have to be good citizens. Thank you, everybody, for patiently listening to me. Kind of you, and I sincerely hope registers with me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your insights. And we totally agree that it is time not to act victim, but to stand as a warrior. And it is each one of us who has to be a warrior currently, rather than playing the victim card. Taking the program forward, I would like to call upon Air Marshal Anil Khosla, sir, to please give his insights over this topic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yeah. Thanks to Stanley and thanks to Anisha for getting me here. And I'm really feel privileged with sharing the panel with such distinguished people. Very valid topic chosen, being responsible. My compliments to you. Very, very relevant in today's scenario, today's prevailing circumstances. And as the General said before, that defense personnel has been chosen. There must be something. I think defense personnel are a bit more responsible towards the unit, towards the personnel, towards the country, towards the task, towards the family, friends, and relatives, society as general. I think it is in our training is drilled. And second reason I think is because the stakes are very high, lives are involved. So when stakes are high, obviously you tend to become this thing. I'm not. I also agree with the previous two speakers that the others are also responsible. It's not only the defense personnel. But overall, I also agree with Brigadier Rewal that the value systems are changing and some of the values are deteriorating. Some of the values are going down. So my take is what is going down is tolerance. All of us have our beliefs, all of us have follow different culture, we have our religions. Everyone has got freedom to have his own faith, own belief, own culture, own this thing. Why shouldn't we be tolerant to each other? And no religion teaches us to fight with each other. Peaceful coexistence is taught this thing. I don't know why we twist around it and why do we get into hassles with it. Things have come to a stage where we clean our house and throw the dust, throw the muck into the neighbor's house, not realizing that doesn't solve the purpose. Mosquitoes will still breed, insects will still come, the disease will spread. Just by throwing the garbage in front of the others doesn't help. We are fighting, killing each other on parking space. I mean, that is the stage we have reached. I mean, it is. I think we are going back in civilization to medieval times. So the need of the hour is, to my mind, is tolerance. We need to be tolerant to each other's faiths and beliefs and systems. I remember a story. A person who passed away and went to God, and God offered him. He says, "You are a borderline case. You can either go to hell or heaven. So what I'll do is I'll give you a tour of hell and heaven, and you choose." It's just a story. So the person went, and while seeing around hell and heaven, he saw that in hell and heaven both the same food was being served, and very good food. But in hell, he found the people are very malnutritioned, very thin and not very happy. Whereas in the heaven, he found that the people were very hale and hearty and fit and this thing. So he asked God, he says, "What is the same food is being served? By this difference?" He says, "Okay, I'll show you." So he took them to both the dining halls. Now everyone long wounds and were tied, and they were so long that it wouldn't reach their mouth. So hell happens. People eat with their spoons and forks, and used to keep falling, and they couldn't eat properly. Whereas in the heaven, what doing was instead of to feed each other, trying to they were feeding each other. So everyone was fed by the help of the. I think that is what is the need of the hour.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Anil, sir?
Yeah, I'm back. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes,
sorry.
we are able to hear you.
I think the connectivity was lost somewhere. Where did you leave me? I'll take the thread from there.
Yeah, it was like the food at the hell and the heaven was served the same, but there was a question asking how come? Yeah, what?
So with the same food, why don't the health of the people? So he took them to the dining hall, and they found that in the hell, people were trying to eat themselves with those long and all the falling, and they couldn't eat. Whereas in the heaven, people were feeding each other rather than, and they were because the long neighbor they feeding each other. I think that is the moral. Anyway, coming back to this thing, over years of service, I think if you believe, and I think would I'll just I believe in three main health edge. When somebody is the discipline, self not discipline, very aware of text. I advise, I will say, to adapt to the adapting, be the change, make the effort. Okay, like the pandemic. I mean, wonderful things have been done. They have come out with technical savvy tools, talking giving psychological support to each other, forums. I think that's the kind of work which is being done. That is good. That is my when you put your careers and all that. One advice I'll give you is that first be a human being and then a good professor, not the other. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, we could hear a major part of your talk, but due to some audio issue, we are not being able to hear the rest of what you were speaking. But as we have heard about the insights, as we understand the insights of your talk, yes, being tolerant has become one important aspect today. And now taking it forward, I would like to call upon Nipun Varshniya, sir, to please give your insights over this topic.
Hi. Thank you, Dr. Anisha. Thank you so much. I'll be honest, I'm in very esteemed company and I'll defer to their long experience. It has been, I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes, perfectly clear, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. A lot of good points have been touched upon. I'll not take a lot of time. I'll just I had a couple of thoughts on why the way things are. All valid points. The link between responsibility and trust, which Brigadier Dr. R.S. Grewal sir had touched upon, being citizen warriors, the discussion on intolerance, which has been following up. For me, I've most of the people here have got about 25 to 30 years of experience. I'm just at 10 right now. But what I would like to play upon is the link between responsibility, trust, and leadership. These three things, the interplay, and for us, especially in the armed forces, why all of these three things are interconnected. So I have a small story regarding trust. So I was on a survey vessel a while back. I was posted as a senior engineer, and we have technical officers who come as under trainees to basically understand and get to know the ship and get to know all of the equipment. So as part of their training, they are put on watchkeeping duties. So these watchkeeping duties basically require them to be on watch for 4 hours at a time in probably a rotation of 12 hours and be completely responsible for a particular equipment. Make certain logs. There's certain actions which they need to take on a regular basis, and these, as and when they deem, as and when we see that they are doing this job, finally we keep on increasing the load of equipment. So we'll start with them with something smaller, then move them onto main engines, and gradually keep advancing their responsibility. So there were two instances where it so happened, and obviously it used to get pretty tedious at times. There were people who sometimes used to doze off during their watches. So we had fallback systems, obviously, but two people who I remember very clearly. One person, this person did fall asleep on his watch, which is quite frankly a big deal. But he very denied it. He said that, sir, I was just leaning my head back, I had my eyes closed, but I was very much present. There was a second guy who said, sir, I agree, my fault. I'll make sure it happen again, and I'll accept all the consequences. Now, very simple examples, this happens to everybody, but the very simple point which I want to make is, if I have to choose somebody who I would want to be part of my team on that ship, I would take the second guy over the first. And the very basic reason is that for me to be able to give him certain responsibility, I need to be able to trust him. And it is reciprocal itself. Only if my team has the trust in my capabilities and my intentions, will they be able to listen to me and work forward. So basically, I will be able to take the responsibility only if my team has that trust on me. That's one link which I would encourage everybody to think about, that why would we have that sort of behavior in any way. And this is just my example. There are countless other examples where this can be taken up from. The second link which I'd like to touch upon is with leadership. And this is going back a while. So there's this book called A Brief History of Humankind by a very well-known author called Yuval Noah Harari. And in that book, he mentions a certain point that in ancient times, when humanity was just getting evolved from Neanderthals to Homo sapiens, so human beings used to come together and form tribes. These tribes used to be about 100, 150 people, some sort of optimal point, which he said. But what he said was that was very, very interesting was, naturally in life there used to be an order of hierarchy in wherever these people there used to be certain leaders. He called them alphas, and they used to be normal tribesmen. And whatever food that the entire tribe used to collect, these alphas would have the first choice of that food, the best quality of meat, the best fruits, the freshest vegetables, whatever they could gather. Bringing that into the current context, what A. Marshall Anand Khosa sir he had been touching upon, he had said that our society is being intolerant. And I feel a big reason for that is because our leaders today, they don't get the idea that if they have a team and they have the responsibility for a certain action, it is not that they may take advantage of it. The very simple reason why, see, I won't feel, as a corporate employee, I won't feel bad if my boss or my boss's boss or the CEO gets paid higher, or gets a nice car from the company, gets a big office. All of that is entitled. So I understand that he has certain capabilities that I do not. I don't have a problem with that. My problem starts when the CEO defrauds the company of money. When the CEO is willing to lay off people to protect his own bonus. So he is not the social contract, which used to be there in primitive times, that in times of danger, the leaders would come forward and protect the tribe. So they have to be the most robust, the healthiest, and the strongest people. So which is why they were given the first choice of food. This contract is ingrained in all of us. So the reason why we feel that yes, our leaders are failing is because they are not doing the duties that they're supposed to be. Linking these two terms between trust and leadership to responsibility is something which I feel that every person, like Lieutenant General KJ Singh had mentioned, that we should have citizen warriors, which I believe is a very, very fair term, because it is a battle. It is a fight every day to get ahead in this world. But getting ahead in this world at the cost of others is not the responsibility, that kind of responsibility that we should be aspiring for. Conscious leadership will only come if you have mutual trust and the people are able to take the responsibilities which they are meant to. That's it. That's my 2 cents on the topic of being responsible. And I would also like to thank this esteemed panel for their views, and obviously Stanley College of Engineering for this wonderful opportunity to be able to put my views in front of such a young audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And as you rightly said, that it is important to be trustworthy and honest. Because yes, we all accept that we do make mistakes, but how important it is that we learn from our mistakes and take lessons from it and do not repeat it. So that is how important it is to be responsible in being honest and trustworthy. Now, I would like to call upon Kaisar Khalid sir for your insights on this current topic, please.
Right.
So good morning. This is a very interesting topic, being responsible. The key word here is responsibility. We must define responsibility first before we can actually look into this. What is responsibility? I think responsibility would mean a duty to deal with something so that it is your fault if something goes wrong. It has a moral, legal, and mental components. Moral, legal, and mental. Why we should define the subject? Because it makes it clear to relate to the things. Now there are different levels of this discussion. At the macro level, we must look how the society operates. And at the micro level, we can have a number of instances where we can actually fit in these concepts. Why should we be responsible? The basic question is this, that in any society and the way we have evolved as human beings, the life, property, and dignity of every human being is protected. Let us be very clear on that. The entire legal system is based upon this moral foundation or this concept that the life, property, and dignity of everybody is protected. And nobody can trample upon the right of others. All the examples that my colleagues have spoken of is actually somebody planning or actually doing a harm to somebody's life, property, or dignity. In every civilized society, these things must remain protected at all costs. So how do we ensure that this tradition continues? The society has survived for at least 4,000 years, the known history that we have. It will survive only if we keep on building a system of education where we instill those values into the young minds so that when they become leaders of the society, they carry these values with them and they in turn instill these values on those who come later. So for that, the most important part is the education system itself. And let me remind everybody, including the audience, that it is not what we speak, what we teach that creates an impact. It is how we live. It is what example we set before others to follow that actually speaks much louder than what we tell our people or our followers or our members of the organization or anything, anywhere. Everywhere we are setting examples every day. Unfortunately, in this country, we developed a system of jugaad. Jugaad is nothing but a shortcut. That everything has a shortcut provided you are able to pay or you are willing to pay the price. So what has happened when you bring this culture of jugaad or shortcut, you actually destroy the whole moral foundation of the society. Because the society is based upon a system of fairness. Jugaad defeats that fairness thing. What is jugaad? I am born in a family. I belong to a particular position, a particular class, a particular caste, or had certain social influence, and therefore my rights come first. Whoever is standing the queue may take his position later, but I must somehow coming late and should get it first. So what happens? The moral foundation of dignity is actually threatened here. So first, and we must impress upon all the people who are joining the ranks of responsibility that if we wish to survive as a civilized society, we must learn this habit of protecting the life, property, and dignity of everybody else. And this must be built in the education system. Whenever we take a professional role, be in armed forces, be in police, be in corporate, be in government and other sectors, we actually express what we have already learned. And experts say by 18 or 20 years, your values have actually been shaped up. You have actually learned whatever you were supposed to learn in terms of values. It is difficult to influence later. Therefore, we must have the society. And remember one thing, that the society where teachers are actually respected, where teachers hold influence, those are the societies where these moral foundations are strong. If you look at the Western society, why a Western society is considered more humane than our society? Even though we have a very, very old culture. We are the people who have books, we have culture, we have so many moral edicts written in our books, yet where is humanism here? Where is dignity of labor here? Where is secular approach to worldly things? Where is the concept of agreeing to disagree? Where is scientific temper? We must teach these things. If you want to make people responsible, make them responsible for their actions and make sure that reward or retribution will follow, will visit. If you make a choice, all the choices have consequences, and those consequences must be borne by those who exercise these choices. What happens here that unfortunately the system that we have developed, many a time we do wrong and we go scot-free. We are not visited by the consequences of those choices, and therefore it emboldens others to follow the same path. Why we take on to crime? It is difficult to earn money. It is very difficult to earn huge amount of money. But if you take on to crime, probably it is much easier to earn money. I kill somebody, I snatch everything that he has. I harm somebody, I put somebody's life at danger, risk, and I can extort anything from him. So we must understand that first and foremost, the moral and philosophical foundation of any society is laid in its education system. And let me tell you, the education thing does not start from school, it starts from home. It starts the place where the person is born and where he is shaped for the first 3 or 4 years. What the parents are setting as an example for their kids to follow. Do we set right example? We tell them don't speak lies, and we keep on speaking lies. We say do not be unjust, and we keep becoming unjust. We say do not bitch, and we keep on bitching about others. We teach shortcuts for our own children, and then we think that they will be angels. If I am a Satan, I cannot expect angels to be in my house because I am actually the role model, father and mother, close relatives. So it starts from there. Then we go to education school. Do we have any kind of good moral education system in schools? No, we do not have. What we have in the name of moral education is some repetitive kind of thing which is totally unimaginative, uninteresting. And if you speak to the kids, they will come and make fun of that class. They will not make fun of math or science or social studies class. They will make fun of moral education class. Why? Because whatever we are speaking, they are not getting convinced by that. So we have to develop those media. We have to develop those symbols. We have to develop that system where we're on the same wavelength with that kid who's 5 or 6 or 10 years old. We cannot convince him just by teaching. We have to convince him by practical example. There are a lot of schools who take students for charity work, who take students for underprivileged groups, some hostel where kids are there and all that. So there, if you take a child, he develops an empathy, and that empathy may continue lifelong if it is strengthened by the society. So we must develop an education system where we actually make child feel that yes, he is responsible for not himself only, but also for the rest of the society in terms of doing good and in terms of having or setting a limit to his own temptations. We are human beings. We are bound to fall. We have our own inbuilt animal instinct. We want to acquire power. We want to gratify ourselves. We want to have so many things in the shortest possible time frame. Fine, we are all human beings. But do we ever teach how do we set limits to these things? That is very important. If I have money, can I purchase everything? No, my child must learn that it is not only he or she who is a member of the society. There are a number of so many students or kids who are not so fortunate to be born in those families. Do we care for them? If they are hungry, do we care for them? We waste food, but do we ever think those people who are not getting any food? So we must start building this sense of empathy from our own homes, and we must lead by example. Then schools must also lead by example. If schools become a shop to provide education at a cost, the school will lose all the respect that they had. And nowadays, I'm seeing teachers not being respected by students. Because what teacher has become? He has become a dukandar. He is selling his capabilities, and students are making fun of him. So we must develop that moral system where the teacher becomes a role model. He inspires the student. That inspiration is not there. that the students will not get convinced. So it is very important. And we also must develop a sense of scientific temper among our kids, among students, among the members who are joining the workforce. What is happening today that we get one WhatsApp message and we keep forwarding to hundreds of people without actually verifying whether it is true, whether it is correct, whether what kind of impact it will have on the society if it is done, whether it will lead to rioting, whether it will lead to threat to dignity of somebody. We do not think of that. Like Brigadier Grewal was speaking, 4 people in suspicious condition. What is my sense of responsibility at that point of time? ये लोग यहाँ क्या कर रहे हैं? What are they doing? Why they look so unnatural, or this is not normal behavior? So what happens? This is scientific temper. It should generate an idea something is amiss. If you do not have scientific temper, then you will become blind people in terms of intellect. Societies that question everything are the societies that progress. The societies that question things are the societies which get rid of the baggage which has become unnecessary. The societies which question things are the societies which are based upon reason. And once you convince somebody on reason, he would become responsible. He will become reasonable. He will become just. He will become fair. And justice and fairness is a thing which actually is the core foundation of being responsible. If I'm just and I'm fair to other people, as I would like others to be with me, then actually I'm laying foundation of a society where we would care for others. And that care and concern for others will make us more responsible than what we have. And so long as we are teaching our own kids that they can have shortcut, if they have money, they can buy anything, they can purchase anything, then I think it's difficult to have a society which is just and fair. Look at the amount of charity which so many corporates or rich individuals are doing in other societies. Billions and billions of dollars are being given in charity. How many of us in this country have donated money for charity? It is common man, small people, small businessmen, small people who do not have much means of earning. They are donating some money. In this COVID relief, you have seen. Who are the people who come forward to help people get food, get water, get medicine, get hospital bed? Who are the people? Who are the majority of these people? This country is surviving because the common man here is responsible. The common man has concern for others. Let's hope that this concern actually comes to topmost echelons. And let us remember one thing, a society is not gauged by what its top people are doing for themselves. A society is assessed by what its best is doing for its worst. Those who are marginalized, those who do not have enough means of livelihood, those who are not unable to feed themselves, educate themselves, have medical facilities for themselves. What is the care and concern that we as a society are showing? The day we learn this thing, that everything will remain there and we will go along into the other world, if you so believe, then I think this particular responsibility will come, that this money, this resources, this power, this position, this prestige, everything is all transient. And here, the basic purpose of human being is to serve others. Because in service of mankind, you actually serve God or your creator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insights. And as you rightly said, that it is not, it is to question ourselves that are we making our young generation, or are we giving our young generation luxury, or are we making them ready to face the upcoming challenges? And besides that, there's always a saying that children or anybody do not learn from lessons, but they do learn from the experiences that they are coming across. So I totally accept with whatever you have said, sir. So taking this forward, sir, since we are left with hardly 15 more minutes, we would like to take some certain questions from our live audience. So there is one question to Brigadier Grewal, sir, saying, sir, we heard that you are from, apart from being an army personnel, you have an experience in academics. So we would like to know, like, how can we young generation take our academia towards social implication? Because most of us young generation, this is the question that I got from one of the chats, sir. So the question was about most of the young generation, just after they finishing their graduation and so, they prefer to go ahead for MS, leaving the country, and then they barely think about coming back. So how is that we have to stand responsible towards our nation? This is one question, sir. So over to you, Brigadier, sir.
A very pertinent question, Dr. Anisha. My compliments to the student who has asked this question. Now, the first and foremost requirement is that we should look at our educational institutions. Any society, if it wants to progress, it has to look after two domains. One is education, second is healthcare. If you look after these two domains, other things will automatically fall in place. Now, as far as our education system is concerned, my experience of the past 18 years in the academia is that our students and our parents are not interested in acquisition of knowledge. They are more interested in getting degrees and jobs. And that is how, that is the philosophy of a student when he joins a university. It is in sharp contrast to what happens in a developed country. Over there, the students who go to a university, they go there to enhance their knowledge, to gain expertise, so that thereafter they can follow that particular profession of their choice, which is their calling. Unfortunately, that does not happen in India. Here in India, we have a teacher and examination centric system. Normally what I used to do was, whenever there was a class, I used to just get up from my office, go and sit behind a class and let the teacher keep teaching, and I used to keep noting. In my 18 years, not even once did I hear a teacher say that the topic which I'm teaching today, please pay attention, it is going to be of use to you later in life. It will help you serve the society. It will help you grow as a human being. Almost everywhere, the refrain used to be, study hard. This topic may appear in the examination so that you can pass or get good marks. Now, that is our education philosophy. The aim should be to acquire knowledge, to acquire skills, the relevant skills which are there. And, the hierarchy of learning, we should try to understand as to what is the hierarchy of learning, that we must, we must sharpen our skills as far as remembering is concerned. Thereafter, we should learn how to comprehend what is being taught and then apply whatever we have learned. These are all part of the lower order learning skills. But the higher order learning skills are not paid attention to in our educational institutions, which is analyzing, evaluating, and creating. And until unless we pay attention to these, we will find that the students who are coming out of this universities or colleges are not employable. How we can improve on this is that right from school days, we should look at it as a systems approach. This type of learning should start from school days. Right from 4th or 5th standard, the students should be given a narrative. Let's say in your city, this is the state of affairs. And let the students from that narrative identify what are the problems existing. Problems may be existing with the water supply. Problem may be existing with the traffic arrangement. Problem may be existing as far as energy availability is concerned or reliable energy is concerned. A problem may be existing as far as waste disposal is concerned. Let the students, based on the narrative, pick up a problem. They should identify, they should analyze the problems. Having picked up a problem, then they should work on that problem and come up with a solution. Unfortunately, what is happening in India is that, yes, we do try to give projects to the students, but they do not work on those projects in a systematic manner. More often than not, it is the parents who work on those projects, and the student goes and presents it in the school or college and gets the credit for that. At the university level, the parents may not be working on the project, but the projects are not designed in such a way that the student is able to analyze a problem. He should be able to evaluate various options available to execute that project and thereafter create a solution for that project. That does not happen. And neither do the teachers know how to guide the projects at the university level. That has been my experience. Until unless we do that, the students who are coming out of the universities may not be they may not possess the relevant skills of critical thinking, problem solving. And we have to have a hands-on approach. Time is, flying past. We keep talking about our demographic dividend. And a demographic dividend comes in the life of a country only once. The demographic dividend that we are enjoying is likely to go away by about 2040 or latest by 2050. And if we don't institute remedial measures now, we'll miss the boat. As far as getting students back from abroad after having gone abroad, the problem has to be, or the challenge has to be tackled at different levels, at the level of the society, at the level of the government. Look at China. In 1990, both India and China decided to do something about their education system. China decided on a policy, implemented it, and they are far, far ahead of us. They have almost about 20 universities in the top 200 universities in the world. India does not have even one. I rather heard someone say that India is an expensive talking shop. We keep talking, but we don't act. Now, China, what they did was, when their students went abroad, they had a policy to get them back either through coercive means or through motivation or through incentives. And when they came to the universities, they were given all possible facilities which were there, which could help them in their achieving their intellectual aspirations and also in contributing to the society as well as to the country. Now, that does not happen in India. The red tapeism is so much that anyone who comes back from abroad, he finds that he is unable to make use of the knowledge and he gets disheartened and then returns back. There are very, very few people who come back here. So one aspect which we have to make sure that is that students who acquire knowledge abroad, when they come back here, they are given all opportunities to make use of their knowledge. One is that. The government level also, they should have a policy where anyone going abroad, they should offer incentives. Unfortunately, in our case, till about 2 decades ago, we had a system that anybody going abroad had to get sanction from the government. It was to prevent brain drain. Actually, our effort should be to organize a brain recirculation. A person studies here, he goes abroad, acquires knowledge, comes back and gives back to the society. the government has to make policies in that direction. Actually, the whole system needs to be overhauled. And to overhaul that system, the critical element is the teachers. Dr. Khalid talked about this, that unless the teachers are qualified or they are competent, they will not be able to produce competent students. They have to set an example. So we will have to ensure that the best of the talent in the society comes into the teaching profession. We have to make sure the status of the teacher in the society is kept at a very high pedestal. In the armed forces, the best of the officers go to teach in their training establishments. That does not happen in India. Here, the teachers, instead of being venerated in universities and higher education institutions, they are just tolerated. They are just considered as employees. So until unless we give that status to the teachers, we will not get the desired results as far as educational institutions are concerned. So the whole system needs an overhaul. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, sir. As you rightly said that there should be a ground change from our end in order to avoid this brain drain. So yes, we have to work forward towards it, and we also make sure we have to make sure that the universities first take up this initiative about how to curb this brain drain. We have quite a number of questions pouring in, but as we are falling short of time, I would take one or two more questions from the panel members, from the audience. So there is one question that is being raised, and that is towards Air Marshal Anil sir. Sir, are you available?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm here.
Yes, sir. So there is one question from one of the audience, like they were saying that, sir, you just spoke about tolerance, but we are exposed towards so much of cultural hazards and economic crisis and societal impact. Now, how do we get ourselves motivated to be tolerant, and how do the next generation know about tolerance when we ourselves are experiencing such a crisis? This is a question raised, sir. Over to you, Anil, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Very valid question. That if it's like herd mentality or the sheep mentality. If everyone is doing something, so everyone we also follow. Well, as I said, mantra is be the challenge, be the change, and don't follow the sheep mentality. If everyone is doing wrong, it doesn't mean you also jump into the well. Well, I'm remembering that Amitabh Bachchan का dialogue. हम जहाँ खड़े होते हैं लाइन वहां से शुरू होती है. So I think that is a mantra you should follow in life, and you start something where people start following you. And as these are the COVID days, so they say to break the chain of COVID, if you stay at home, 3 or 5 people don't get infected or affected, and those 3 and 5, further 3 and 5, so the number multiplies. So similarly, start a chain reaction of things where tolerance becomes a norm. So you start becoming tolerant, you set an example, you be a role model, and 3 chaps will follow you. Another 3 into 3, 9 people will follow those 3, and this sort of chain reaction will start. So don't wait for others to start. You be yourself. That is why I gave the example of self-discipline. I was in USA, I was driving from Whidbey Islands to Seattle. For 30-40 kilometers, we never saw a human being or an animal or a living being on the road. And we came at a crossroad, and there was no traffic lights, there was no traffic as such. The person who was driving the car stopped the car, 0 speed, looked left, looked right, and then moved. In India, it's the other way around. When the red light comes, the person presses on the accelerator. Anyway, my bottom line, which I want to tell you is, you be the change. You start the ball rolling and start the campaign for becoming tolerant. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So I would like to take one last question from one of the audience. And this question is for KJ Singh, sir. Sir, are you available, sir?
I'm there. Yeah, I'm there.
Yes, sir. So there is one question being asked, like how far is India ready to take up the challenges during and after the pandemic times? So how far is India ready?
See, India has now got a jolted kind of realization that national security is not only on your borders or even in terms of energy or uh, even infrastructure. It also includes public health. If you're not well and if you're not working, then you are not contributing to your GDP or your national wealth, and which is required to build up all capabilities. So public health has become a very relevant parameter in national security. I remember that when I used to speak in IITs, I spoke in one or two IIMs. When I used to point out pandemic as a security challenge, the students wouldn't believe it. They would say you are hyping it. But now if I go and tell them, I wouldn't have to tell them. They will probably take it as the number one threat. So if that be so, uh, your question, wonderful question. I compliment the student who's asked it. How far is India ready? Well, physically on borders, India has managed a very honorable kind of stalemate with China. And stalemate, in informed opinion, is defeat for somebody who started the entire thing. And China started it. So they definitely didn't go for a stalemate. They wanted a clear, decisive victory or outcome of this, whatever they have done. But India managed with preemptive occupation of Kailash Range and at Galwan, we managed an honorable kind of stalemate. There can be debate on it, but it is that. So Indian Army is unlikely to fail us. They are up there. There is vigil. Chinese also probably would have realized that they can't push Indian Army like this coercively. But what they can certainly do is cyber. They can certainly go into some technical domain, attack our power infrastructure, which is based on Chinese equipment. They can derail our economy through financial and stock exchange, and such like activities can be derailed through cyber threats. So all of us have to be firstly responsible with their cyber hygiene. We have to contribute to this cause. If you are students, try and take up a career in this discipline. You don't have to wear real olive green uniform or a gray uniform or a white uniform to be a soldier. You can be a cyber soldier. You can be a cyber cop. So become one, contribute in this cause, make others aware about it. And there is this threat of biowarfare also. We have to get our public health infrastructure going. And we can't bank only on government. Now it's the time for resident welfare associations, for panchayats. There are jugards being brought out. They should be got validated, got sort of standardized and adopted. Because you can't have ambulances all over, but you can create ambulances based on two-wheelers, on other kind of vehicles, and rush people to the nearest health. Oxygen supply, we have shown now resilience. So such kind of, and we have to do proactive thinking. So well, my short answer to sum up is, physically on borders, we are ready. In newer domains, we have to work hard. And public health system is a great challenge. So with this, thank you for asking this question and actually putting me under pressure to think about this issue in a more focused manner. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Nipun, sir, there is one question like, how should the young generation act responsible and plan their career facing the pandemic crisis? So they would love to listen from you now, sir.
Yeah, thank you for the question. That's a really good question, and I can understand the person who's asked this question is probably facing the same problem here. Companies are not ready to hire. Nobody is ready to really take a chance on anybody. But I think in retrospect, this is probably the best time to be graduating from any either moving to college or from college if you're looking for a job. Because it is times like these. Even when I passed out about 10, 12 years back, we had issues. We had a big economic downturn. There were jobs that were very difficult to come by. Of course, I ended up joining the Navy, but a lot of my friends had a lot of difficulty. And what we realized at that point of time is there are certain advantages to upskilling. And I'm not just talking about upskilling yourself to understand that okay, I know this programming language, I have this particular. Yes, all of those things do help. There are certain actions which anybody can take to improve their chances of being seen, being heard on a lot of different platforms. But the biggest point with biggest help which anybody can do to themselves is have clarity of vision as to what is it that they are aspiring for. If you know very, very clearly what your goal is, where is it that you intend, let us not think about 10 years down the line. If you're talking about recent college graduates, okay, 5 years down the line, this is what I want to be doing. 5 years down the line, if this is where I want to be, find out you are doing the job that you want to. Use LinkedIn, use Google, use any means that you are available at your end, and try and find out what these people, if possible, try and talk to a few of these people as to what they do, how do they even like the job? Would you like the job if you were there in their position? If yes, try and figure out what did they do to get to that position, and then understand and formulate a path there. So easy times, nobody thinks about all of these strategies because jobs companies are coming on campus, so you don't really think about it. It's very streamlined. But it is exactly in times like these that people who are better prepared are able to leverage all of that preparation and find out the right place to be at the right time. It's a very nuanced thing, but if somebody just takes a minute to understand why I'm so insistent on keeping your goals very clear, they'll be able to appreciate why is it exactly that having a game plan, having a particular strategy towards a particular direction would be able to actually take actions positively. I hope I was clear. I'm open for a follow-up question if required.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much, sir. So in short, it meant to be like plan your day, plan your work, like how you have to plan what you would like to be towards, and then set goals and try to achieve them. Before we end up this session, I would like to call upon Khalid, sir. Sir, are you available, sir? Khalid, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So your
Please go
message, sir, to the young generation towards law abiding during this pandemic time and for their career as well. So we would like to take up your few words from you, sir.
You see, what I think and what we have done, little work that we have done here during the pandemic, phase 1 and phase 2, is that if you start doing something good, what I have experienced that you will get people to help and support you, provided you have that credibility. In first stage of pandemic, we were distributing around 30,000 food packets every day. And believe me, when we started, we hardly had any resources. And then people came and started supporting us. It is only because of the credibility. When you do not try to take the spotlight, you are in the background, you try to do good work and let the work speak for you, believe me, people will come and join you. So it is very important that when we are doing good work, we should also understand this thing that we should not create jealousy among the people, among the team. Keep yourself in the background, one. Second, and what is important is that you must lead by example. If you want to do something, start first doing that thing yourself first. Then only others will be convinced. If I keep on just telling people, aisa karo, vaisa karo, nobody is going to listen to me, and I will have no credibility in the eyes of other people. So you establish your credibility. That is one. Number two, keep doing good works. It may not reward you immediately, but at the end of the day, you will have that satisfaction that you try to do something good. And that satisfaction, let me tell you, there is no money that can purchase it. It is just invaluable, that satisfaction. And it is not only today. As you progress in life, go to important positions, and finally when you pass away, when you are going to close your eyes, finally, if you have that satisfaction, probably it will be a life well lived. We may not realize it right now, but as you progress in life, you will find and come across so many people who are not as fortunate as we are. And therefore, I think giving is always more important. It always keeps your hand above the one who takes it. Be a giver, be useful to the society, don't be a parasite. Parasite just sucks blood out from its host or its victim. Be a person who actually has left the place a better place than what he inherited. That is what my message is.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your words. And yes, I would like to thank all the panel members for being part of this panel discussion. And yes, we have jolted out quite a number of important points in terms of university working, in terms of individual, in terms of being tolerant, in terms of how the defense service, how the armed forces, how the police department is being a big support to quite a number of Indians at this point of time. And yes, it is a big exposure to the audience who are listening to this session. And we really thank you all for joining with us. And we really regret that we have just kept 1 hour of time. But this discussion, if discussed, it could really take nearly 2 more hours because there are many questions pouring in. But since we have our next panel scheduled and the panelists are joining, so we have not been able to take up those questions. But we would try some way or the other to send it to you and get the answers as a testimony for all of them. And before we end up, I'll just end up with one dialogue of Rajesh Khanna always said, that it is not how long you live, it is how big you live. With this note, I thank you all for being part of this panel discussion and looking forward to hear from you in our future programs. And we positively believe that you would definitely support us. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot.
Pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, Dr.
so
Anish.
much. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being part.
Good morning, everyone. It would be great if all my panelist members, Dr. Nikhil, Prakash, and Ma'am, Mansi Ma'am, and everybody, please just turn on your video cam. Good morning, ma'am.
Hello, hello.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. Hello, everyone. So let's start. Welcome to the Experts Dome session and my panel, Breaking Stigma Mental Health. I am Daksha Mehra, a student from Stanley College of Engineering and Technology for Women, which is a leading institution from the year 2008. A temple of learning at the heart of the City of Pearls provides easy access to quality technical education to girl students. The institution is segregated by NBA, NAC A grade, and certified by ISO. Stanley is affiliated to the prestigious Osmania University of Hyderabad. Stanley is an autonomous college and ranks at 105th among the best engineering institutes of India and second best women's engineering college in all of South India. Stanley has a strong belief, empower women, impact the world. APBD, About Those Big Dreams, is a student body at Stanley College of Engineering and Technology for Women. We were formed in April 2020 midst of the early days of pandemic to shine the light of learning on the hearts. ATBD is for the minds that are searching for the ideal path unique to us and resonates with all. An initiative to help you find your steps to achieve those big dreams. And I'm glad to be a part of it. Heartily welcome to our panel speakers. Let me take the privilege to introduce the first panelist, Ms. Mansi, who is a Global Mental Health Ambassador, United Nations speaker, an EI coach, a holistic expert, and an author. Mansi is the CEO of GMHA, Global Mental Health Association USA, an advisor on board at Mental Health Change UK, an advisor on board with EQ4 Peace USA. It gives us great pleasure to welcome you here today, Ms. Mansi. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Daksha.
Now let me take the privilege to introduce the second panelist, HE Dr. Karen B. Lomax, who is the founder and president of Karen Lomax Ministries, Kairos Editing and Publishing, LLC, HERRS, LLC Professional Life Coaching, and HIS, Outreach Ministry. Dr. Lomax founded and launched the HERRS Life Coaching Academy to provide training and mentorship to other professional life coaches. It's great to have you here with us today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Now let me take the privilege to introduce the third panelist, Dr. Nitya Prakash, who is a versatile personality, a writer, a banker, a management expert, an investment consultant, software engineer, motivational speaker, media man, all rolled in one. He is a recipient of Rise Award 2013, Karmavir Puraskar 2016, India Star Icon Award 2019, Rashtra Prema Award 2019, National Youth Icon Award 2019, Humanitarian Excellence Award 2019, National Pride Award 2019, and Torch Bearer Award 2019. He's also nominated for Helen Keller Award and Padma Shri 2020 by the Honorable MP of Lucknow. Sir, it is an honor to learn about you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, let me take the privilege to introduce the fourth panelist, Ms. Gayatri Kate, who is the mental health professional with 5 years experience. She worked as a wellness coach in corporate setup by psychiatric social worker with a demonstrative history of working in the field of mental health and well-being. Besides, she's a verified content creator on social media platform, and she's a multilingual as she can speak in more than 4 languages. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Gayatri.
Thank you, Diksha.
Lastly, let me introduce our first panelist, Ms. Sushma, who is a transformation coach and co-founder of ProExcel, a learning and development hub. Her company, ProExcel, located in Colorado, USA, and Hyderabad, India, focuses on empowering individuals through uniquely designed coaching programs. Thank you for taking your time to be with us, Ms. Sushma.
Thank you so much, Daksha. Happy to be here.
Thank you to all the speakers to join us today. As you all know that mental health includes our emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It also affects how we think, feel, and act. It also helps determine how we handle stress related to others and make choices. Mental health is important at every stage of life, from this childhood and adolescence through adulthood. So let's learn more about it from the speakers. Let's start by knowing the insights about the topic from our panelists. Ms. Mansi, would you like to give the insights about the topic?
I think the topic today is breaking stigma. So very, very important. And nearly 15 years of my life I've spent, breaking the stigma surrounding mental health. To give a little bit of introduction about myself, so I'm Mansi Dhulekia. I've lived and worked in the United Kingdom for past 15 years. Currently, right now, as we speak, I'm in New Delhi. And I arrived in India just before the pandemic in, January 2020. In India as well, our work is mainly in the education sector. We are bringing emotional intelligence into schools and universities as part of breaking the mental health stigma. Destigmatizing conversations and spreading awareness is very, very important. Let me just say this out loud to all the people out here. talk as much as you can. Conversation is the only way that we can break, the stigma surrounding mental health. So all my co-panelists will agree to this, that is the only way how we can address. And when a person is a sufferer, I am a sufferer of anxiety and depression. I've suffered from that for 10 years in my life. So I say this from personal experience that I bring to this table. And that is the reason I became a global ambassador for mental health, because I know that when you are going through anxiety or panic attacks, or when you've had depressive episodes, the only way that you can, come out of it is support. And that support can only come if we break the stigma surrounding, the mental illnesses that we have that are persistent in the society. So that is what I would like to say in the opening. Conversations, more conversations, and let's break the stigma.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for these words. Dr. Karen, would you like to give your insights about the topic?
Yes, thank you so very much. I agree with Nancy that in order to destigmatize mental health, especially the myths that surround mental health, the first thing we have to do is have the conversations. We have to educate. We have to get past all of the myths that are out there, and there are so many. But one of the biggest things that I think that we really have to do is we have to educate the general public, because that's where a lot of the stigma comes from. It comes from the general public, but also believe it or not, it also comes from the medical field as well. Because sometimes people can be seen as attention seeking when they're actually going through something. I also believe that a lot of people, they struggle with the discrimination and with the stereotypes that are out there. So I think a lot of it is we have to stop reporting like inaccurate representations of mental illness, and start the dialogue with individuals who have actually gone through it, as Nancy says she has. And here is, can I throw out a statistic, because I'm a statistic person? Can I throw out a statistic? 1 out of 5 people, 1 out of 5 adults, okay, that's 50% of the population, they experience some sort of mental health issue. They just don't call it mental health. They'll say, oh, I'm having a bad day. I'm going through some anxiety. I'm a depression sufferer myself. And I know that it has a huge bearing on your mental health. And so we have to stop grouping all of the mental health conditions under one label. And labels can be removed. So we really have to take care of the label that is out there. And what another problem is when it comes to mental health is people self-stigmatize, but they self-stigmatize because of the myths and all of the discrimination, the stereotypes, and the prejudice that's out there surrounding mental health. So the biggest thing is to destigmatize it and let people know that if you're having a bad day or if you're suffering from depression, that's a normal, natural thing. We all have gone through it one time or another, but sometimes we just say, oh, I'm just not feeling myself. I used to say that all the time. I'm not feeling quite like myself. And people are like, oh, go get a new hairstyle, go buy a pair of shoes or a bag, and they don't take it seriously because of what they've seen. And a lot of people only know about mental illness because of what they've seen, especially on television and in movies. And people who suffer from this and have these challenges, they're seen as if they're dangerous and they need to be avoided. And that's not how it is. So beginning this whole dialogue is the destigmatization on it.
I think I can personally connect to your words, Miss Dr. Lomax. I think what you said is like truly correct. Let's moving forward to Dr. Nitya Prakash. Can you give your insights about the topic? Sir, you're on mute.
I'm really sorry. So first of all, I would like to second what Dr. Lomax and Ms. Mansi have mentioned. One very important aspect is half and incomplete information is extremely dangerous. And that is where, especially in India, everyone who has an internet connection is a doctor today. And they think that they know how to deal with with the depression, with the mental health, and they will go through internet, they will Google, and they'll find n number of symptoms. In fact, day before yesterday, one of my friends, he was trying to search something, and there was a mental condition he was going through, and we asked him to reach out to a registered medical practitioner for that. But still, he thought that instead of shelling out, some amount of money, let me Google it and let me find out what are the best medicines that I can get online. So he tried searching it, and then he realized that some of the problems that he was facing is also one of the major causes of COVID-19. So he thought that it is better I can go ahead and get myself tested, because might be I'm feeling like this because I have coronavirus. So that is the level of knowledge people have these days. So it's not just about myth, but also about people, because they have a lot of technical aspects available free of cost today. So they know and they understand that they can cure the mental illness themselves. And that is the biggest challenge that we are facing. They need to understand that your friends can help you go through that phase, but eventually at the end of the day, you need a certified person to help you out. And that's where we need people who can help us break that stigma, where we don't need people who can cure this mental stigma that we have by telling us that go out, have fun with your friends, because eventually at the end of the day you need to go through it. There is a different process, there are registered people, there is a complete science behind it, and a layman like me or anyone else can't cure it. We can only help you out connecting to the right set of people, and that is where I think we need to work. And that is the biggest challenge which I feel in India we are facing as now. Over to you, Daksha.
Thank you, sir. I would really like to add a point that even the messages which are sent on WhatsApp groups are being read by the people, and they think that they know about it very well, or they think that they know about certain thing very well, or they think that, yeah, okay, I know it, I can recommend, I can tell or suggest somebody else. But that's totally wrong, because you don't know anything right now. You didn't even study about it, because everything has a core meaning. So you have to know everything. So I would really like to talk about this with you and further. So now over to Ms. Gayatri. Can you please share your insights?
Yeah. So first of all, I'd like to share my introduction. So I'm Gayatri Kate, and I'm basically from Hyderabad. So currently, my experience, so I'm working in the field of employee wellness from last 2 years. I have worked with Accenture and Google, and currently I'm working with Dr. Reddy's, one of the a good pharmaceutical company in India. So coming back to this topic, so I am a psychiatric social work student. So I have completed my study from National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, Bangalore, which is known as an IMHANS. So as a psychiatric social worker, we have been always assigned to psychoeducate patient and patient's family for the mental illness or the mental health problems. So the biggest challenge I used to face this stigma. And when it comes to the public health and mental health, so public health symptoms are quite visible. For example, I have pain here, you can easily show, but the pain inside, which is there in your heart, that is not visible, and you have to experience by yourself. And until and unless the person who has an empathy will not understand what that pain causes. So I used to face this challenge a lot, because their understanding about mental illness or mental health problems was very minimal, and it was big challenge for me. And this stigma, if you want to talk about the report by World Health Organization, around 25% of the world population, they are facing the stigma. And also 4 out of 3 people, they face stigma. 4 out of 3 people who are experiencing from mental health problems. And I have one case study, a 32-year-old female. She was admitted, and she was cured, she was doing well, she was in remission. But finally, after 1 year, she comes back with the same symptoms. And while digging, I got to know that her society was not accepting her as a normal human being. She was labeled as a person with mental illness. She was labeled as a mad. So these were the things. So because of stigma, we are having many relapse cases as well. And if you want me to talk about stigma, there are three types of stigma. One is self-stigma, social stigma, and health professional stigma. I think Dr. Karen was already talking about that. So social stigma is something what we see in the society. When it comes to self-stigma, is something, I may not face mental health problems. I'm all right. I'm okay. I can overcome. And as we were talking about the WhatsApp messages and the things which are available on the Google, they try all the techniques. But in fact, all techniques are not suitable for every individual. For example, meditation may not help me, but something else may help. So these are things because they are not, okay to take the help for this. I'm not okay today. I need some help. But rather, Googling and all, you can just go directly and speak to a professional. It's okay to talk about it, but there is kind of a shame. There is kind of a feeling inside, why I have to talk about this. But people easily talk, for example, let's take the example of COVID. Everyone is like, if anyone got the symptoms, they get so many doubts. They pick up the call and they call 104 that, I'm having these problems and all. But when it comes to their mental health problem, they're not willing to talk about it. And this, this experience, made me to see many relapse cases. They are, they will come to therapy, they will be all right. Again, after 1 year, they are coming back, they're saying like, ma'am, society is not accepting us. I think I'm not a worthy person. Again, they are developing, secondary, depression due to this stigma. So this coming back to the health professional stigma, in health professionals, there are a variety of health professionals. There are psychiatrists, there are gynecologists and all. But the health professionals, for example, psychiatrists, social workers, psychiatrists, and psychologists, we are aware of the mental health problems. But other medical professionals, even they are not ready to refer cases to the psychiatrist for the mental health help. Because they feel like you will be all right. Sometimes they give their own inputs. These things are happening, and because of this, this stigma still it is existing. And earlier I used to think, people who are not educated, they may have these things in their mind. But being educated, I see many people, they still continue this stigma. Yeah, this is my, understanding and perception about this topic till now.
Thank you, ma'am. I think there's a lot of awareness that has to be spread about this thing. And I think there's a lot of people need to be, students basically need to be educated at an early age about this so that they can prevent it at the age of when they are getting older, or when they are in deeper situations where they don't seek to find help, or when they think that they shouldn't ask somebody, or they are shy about it. I think that's when they should go and talk to somebody who is a professional. Thank you for your words. Ms. Sushma, would you like to please share your insights about the topic?
Sure, Daksha. So good morning again to everyone. I am so delighted to be a part of this conversation, because considering that mental stigma has been a challenge for a very long time, I think now with the pandemic situation, we have a much more urgent need to speak about this more and more, because people are experiencing mental health challenges, and the stigma is just holding people back from seeking the medical attention that they require. So to start with, I'll quickly give a little bit of my intro. So I'm a transformation coach, and I work with mindset and habit shifts. I help people to align their mindsets and habits to achieve the goals that they have set for themselves, which can be professional or personal goals. And my experience having worked with people, so when clients come to me, they come either with a mindset challenge, which I can deal with, or a mental health challenge. So when I speak to them, I come across a lot of cases, which gives me insight into the kind of stigma that people experience, the way they react, the way they respond. And in addition to everything and all the wonderful points that our panelists have made so far, I think communication is the top thing that needs to be focused on. And I say that because people find it difficult to digest the fact that communication is possible and can be easy, even in the case of mental health challenges. And I say that because if you think of it, if you have a physical ailment and you go to the doctor, they give you medication to treat the symptom or the condition itself. And the body pretty much takes care of healing itself. But when it's a case of the mind, either you have to be able to sort things out and think clearly by applying your logic and your emotional intelligence, or you have to speak it out. That is the only way that you can find clarity in your thoughts. So communication is definitely on top of the list. I was very happy to hear Mansi say that they're working on bringing emotional intelligence at a school level. It is an absolute requirement. And a few more points I'd like to add in my insight is language is key. It's sad that even from a very young age, like when I think back, now that I've gathered all this information and knowledge, when somebody did something stupid, even back in school, they would say, "Are you mental?" But if you actually look up the dictionary meaning, mental doesn't have a negative meaning to it. It is just anything that is related to the mind. So it's sad how anybody who has any kind of a challenge is put into a common bucket and said that, they have a problem, their mind doesn't work well. That can be very dangerous in both ways. While one aspect of it is the stigma, where people hold themselves back from seeking help. The other aspect that I have come across, which was very interesting to me when I met people like that, was people go into a panic mode. Even if they feel little low, or they're feeling like Dr. Lomax was saying, that they're not feeling like it is their day, they start thinking they have serious depression, or what will happen if people come to know about it. Everybody will be so disappointed. So this is the other side of the coin, where people go into a paranoid state and they start imagining situations which are not really the case. So in both ways, it's important to reach out to a professional to understand the severity of a situation. Is it really a condition that is severe enough to be clinically diagnosed? That is something you have to, like, for example, I can say, if there is a student, since we have the student them, and say you didn't do well in the exam, and you're extremely disappointed and depressed because you let down your family, or you let down your own expectations. Now you need to get to the root cause of it. It's possible you had some physiological challenge, like say you had a gut problem, you haven't been eating well, sleeping well, haven't been able to keep up with your studies, because of which you didn't do the exam. So your problem is not the exam, and it's not that you have an inability to do well, but there is a different root cause. But a lot of times what happens is, when your emotional surge is very high, you stop thinking, your logic stops, your reasoning stops, and your emotions take over. So you're not getting to the root cause, which becomes a very big problem. So this is the understanding that has to be a part of the education, that there are two sides to it. So to be sure that you're taking the good steps, the good next steps to feel better, for a better emotional well-being, you need the support of a professional. And it should be absolutely okay to speak to anyone. So I would say, pretty much the panelists covered all of the points. So the fear is something that has to be tackled, and stigma can be removed. It's just about normalizing the conversation. Having a problem, any kind of a mental health condition, is not a lifelong problem. It is just a particular event that may trigger it. It could be during the event or after the event. So you need to isolate it and look at it as a problem that needs to be solved right now. It is curable, and every person going through a medical, like a health condition, can have a better life. And to be honest, every single person goes through it, especially the kind of lifestyle we have and the stress that we go through right now. At some level or the other, it may not have very severe or like frenzy symptoms or look crazy, but everybody goes through it. So there have to be conversations, and you would be surprised that once you start talking about it, there'll be so many other people who open up and say, I feel exactly the same way, I've been through the same thing. And that in itself is such a strengthening feeling, that you're not alone in it. You have people that you can reach out to. So that's my thoughts on Daksha. And congratulations to you and your team, Daksha, for choosing this topic, a very important one to be discussed.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Even I personally feel that it's very important to talk about. And I really think that, again, saying that people need to be educated about this, they need to be understanding it more and normalize it more. So let's move on to the questionnaire that I personally have. I just, let's start with the thing that how was your working experience during this COVID-19 pandemic? Like anybody can go up with it. Like how was your working experience? It's been staying at home and everything.
Let me begin. So,
Sure,
like I
ma'am.
said, I think being an anxiety sufferer, it has been a nightmare because I'm claustrophobic as well, leading up to the panic attack. So it's like a whole cycle that happens, right? When you're anxious, your feelings start coming up. You feel that you are locked inside the houses. The claustrophobia hits in, and then the panic attacks start, and it's a whole cycle, right? So any sufferers out there would kind of relate to this. So it becomes horrible. It becomes actually very bad. The way out of it, that is something that I've learned during the therapy process, and how to work on yourself. So I think the way out of it for me personally was journaling, reading, music, whatever distracted me enough for my mind to stop thinking, and to break that negative thought process. That is the way out of this. Personally, for me, for everybody it might be different, because we are all wired differently. See, this is the one of the main reasons why it is important to destigmatize conversations and for people to talk between themselves. Because sometimes when I'm talking about this right now, maybe whoever is listening here might think, okay, maybe that is something I can try next time. Maybe that is something that might work for me, because whatever things I'm doing currently, they are not working for me. So what else can work for me? And I'll tell you one thing: internet is a threat to mental health, personally. And I am very clear and loud about this. I hate the internet. Internet is a big threat to mental health, because on Instagram, on Facebook, on your LinkedIn, on any kind of social media platforms that you're on, you will read and hear and see millions of things, right? And 80% of them, I'm sorry, are completely bullshit. You cannot follow them through. And when you're going through such difficult times, and imagine if you're reading something which is going to have adverse effects on your mental health, then you are putting yourself in that position where you think that you may find the solution, but instead you're creating more issues for yourself. So see, these cycles keep happening. So lockdowns have been horrible. But yes, I mean, getting through it, we have all been in that position where we have to have kind of solutions, that how can we get through it, how can we come out of it, right? So I think for me it was having conversations, more conversations, and I've been on these Zoom platforms, I'm telling you, every single day, talking about mental wellness, talking about mental health, talking how to destigmatize it, educating. We have addressed, my company JMHA, we have addressed more than, I think, 15,000 students in last 6 to 7 months, where we have talked about emotional intelligence, where we have talked about how you can, between students as well, peer-to-peer support is very strong. And I think that peer-to-peer support can actually help you come out of difficult, situations that you are in. So that is something, that we have worked on so far. And it has personally helped me a lot as well. See, people who have suffered through any kind of mental health disorders or any kind of, mental issues, when we help somebody else, we feel a lot better. Because, we feel that satisfaction that what we are going through, we have at least tried to stop it somewhere. And I think that is a kind of a personal satisfaction that we feel. So, these are the various ways where you have to kind of work through your mind, that how you can get through situations. All of us go through difficult situations in life, and yes, the pandemic has affected all of us, but I guess with the kind of sufferer that I am, and if somebody, I've had colleagues, I've had friends who do not have any such issues, right? Now when they are speaking with me, they know that I am coming from a certain place where I am more sensitive to certain things. And I think this is why we need to destigmatize conversation. So when somebody is talking to a sufferer or when somebody's talking to somebody, who is going through some issues, they are a little bit sensitive and empathetic towards them. And I think that is the need of the hour. When I'm speaking to my best friend and they know where I'm coming from, it helps reduce my panic. It helps me calm down. So that is very important, to have that right kind of support as well. So that is it from my side, Daksha.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for sharing your experience. Anybody else would like to talk about it?
I'll go. I'm so
Okay.
glad she said what she said, because I just, matter of fact, was talking about that today on social media about social media. And just a little intro about me, because I know they're like, why does Daksha have her on here? Well, I am a board certified Christian mental health coach. So I deal with the mental health and the Christian side as well. So this pandemic has had leaders in a downward spin, because they were not used to doing ministry from home. And a lot of them, and the ones who weren't doing it from home were doing it empty, congregation. There's nobody there. It's an empty sanctuary and it's just them and the camera. So it changed the whole dynamic of how they did ministry, and a lot of them could not handle it mentally. And so in as well as especially in the Christian community, mental health is taboo. It is something that we just don't talk about. We kind of push it to the side, and y'all know how we do. Everything is spiritual. And so this topic has been just hot. It's been a hot topic from my direction, because I try to let them know that, number one, if you're dealing with depression, which you are going to, if you are in a leadership position at one time or another, you're going to get that. And especially since this pandemic, I saw a lot of it. And so I had to deal with a lot of leaders who were dealing with that. And I had to let them know that it's not weakness. It's not a weakness if you need to seek help. And being a mental health coach, I'm sort of like that in between, because a lot of them don't want to go to counseling. So I'm there. As soon as you say counseling, it's like, no, now in their mind, it's a weakness. And we need to let people know that, seeking help for anything mental going on is not a weakness. It takes a lot of courage and it takes a lot of strength to say, hey, I'm not okay. I need to seek help. And then we have to have enough we have to be humble enough to where we'll say, you know what, this goes outside of my area of expertise. I need to refer you to a mental health physician. I'm not going to leave you. I'm going to walk it out with you, but we need to get you professional help on this side. And so this pandemic, as Nancy was saying, for a lot of them, it has been crazy. For me, I'm military, so I'm used to being alone and being inside. I love being inside because I'm constantly going. So the quarantine didn't bother me too much, but those around me and that were connected to me, it really did. And that's when you start to see, like she said, when everybody had to get on social media now, because everything was dealing with social media. Work was MS Teams and Zoom. I mean, I've been on so many Zooms. I was like, I get so physically tired more than I do when I travel, outside of this. The virtual travel around the world is so exhausting that I'm like, can I get on a plane and just go somewhere? And so now people, they have too much time to be on social media, and especially our younger people now, because they don't have these outside activities that they can participate in. Everything is online. Everything is on a platform. Now they have all this time to where now they're comparing themselves to people that are out here doing stuff. And as she says, it's a lot of smoke and mirrors. When you take away the backdrops and you really take away the makeup and you take away all of the stuff, the superficial stuff that we've been seeing, that's what they've been comparing themselves to. And now that's all they have. They're looking at this. Now they're saying, and even adults are saying, you know what, they're doing this, been doing this. Why can't I do this? So it's too much time for them to compare themselves with something that may or may not even be what it looks like. And so and as she said, again, we have to get to that point to where we can have open dialogue about what goes on with us when it comes to mental health. We have to be able to say, you know what, this is normal. This is not abnormal. Because of the situation, you should be feeling some anxiety because you're on quarantine. Because of the situation, you should probably feel a little bit not like yourself, and to say it's okay not to be okay, because this is not a usual situation that we find ourselves in right now during this pandemic. And so mental health, and I'm so glad that you did this topic, because it needs to be talked about, and it needs to be talked about openly. It needs to be talked about publicly, and younger people need to be able to say, yes, I am feeling this way, and not people panic and say, oh my gosh, we need to get them, to go see a psychiatrist right now because they just said that they just didn't feel like getting out of bed today. I didn't feel like getting out of bed today, but I didn't feel like I needed to go, seek help from anyone. You get tired, and because of the pandemic, and you're not able to participate in these outside activities, it takes a lot of your energy. People really don't know that having too much downtime can drain your energy as well. And it's not always something mental that we always want to associate it with. So the biggest thing is to let people know that we need to normalize this type of conversation, and that especially with the weakness part. I really don't like it when people say, well, I don't want to go get help because, it makes me feel weak. It makes me feel like I'm not who I say that I am. And that's what I deal with on the ministry side with leaders, because it makes them feel like they're less of a leader, because people look up to them, and people look up to them and say, well, they should have it together. No one has it all together all the time. And so we have to make sure that we're transparent when it comes to talking about these types of topics, so everyone can say, okay, so yeah, they had a down day, so it's okay that I have a down day, and I'm not automatically need to, be on Prozac because I'm having a down day. You know what I mean? So thank you for this topic, and thank you, Nancy, also for that, for opening up this particular dialogue, because I was waiting for somebody to say it, because I was going to say it, because I just told people, when social media starts to mess with your eating habits, your moods, your sleep, it's time to log off. It's time to log off, because that's when it does start to mess with your psyche.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your experience. And I really think that we had an excuse before that we used to go to college or schools, and then that was an excuse to get away from social media and get to the actual part where you talk to people. But now that is not there, that people can do. So I think there's a lot that everybody is going through, and I think they should really need to talk about it. So thank you. Yes,
Doctor,
sir.
I would like to add something over here.
Sure, sir.
Considering that there are a lot of cons of social media, which they are being misused, but there are a lot of pros as well, and especially everything boils down to how we use it. So especially in our organization, in which I was a part of, the name of the organization is Possible. So over there, our major focus was to help people connect from different parts of the globe and be a part of this campaign that we started on mental health. There is a very famous saying that goes like this: whenever you sit alone, you sit with your past. So social media also helps people, bridge that gap where they don't have to feel alone. They can reach out to any person, even if at 1 o'clock at night, if somebody is not available in India, they can reach out to a friend who is in the United States of America, who is up and who can communicate with them. So that's one very important aspect I think we are missing out, and that is very crucial because we want somebody, we need somebody to help us out during that phase while we are going through it. And overthinking is a major challenge, which I believe everyone faces while they are going through this depression. And especially during the pandemic time, initially when we were going to the office, we were spending 7 to 8 hours in office with a break of 1 hour in between. But now, since we are working from home, our day starts at 8 o'clock, it ends at 10 or 11 at night. So we are spending almost the double time. So that is also one of the major reasons. One important lot that we are missing, I believe, so far in our discussion is the children in our house, the kids. I think mental health with respect to kids is a very important aspect that generally we neglect completely. And what happens over here is whenever a kid does something which he shouldn't have done that, we expect them to behave like adults. We tell them that, you are 13-year-old, you are still behaving like this, you are expected to behave like an adult. And then when they do something which a kid of their age is supposed to do, and if they do it like, still we have the same thing, you should not be doing it, grow up. So the kids are generally the ones who are confused. They don't even know what they are. They should behave like an adult or they should behave like a kid. And if they have any personal problems that they are going through, and they don't, because that is the most important phase where they are understanding things. They are understanding the different things which are happening in the society. They are meeting their friends. They are telling them something. They are going to the school. The teachers are telling them something. They have an access to the internet also. In spite of blocking all the websites, they still have an access to the website which they are not supposed to see. But considering everything, they also go through depression, and the parents completely neglect it. They think that this is just a phase. They might have some problem with respect to their studies. They are not able to cope up with it, but they don't realize that there might be something underlying which they are facing. So I believe that we need to focus on that as well and educate parents especially, so that they understand, they talk to their kids, because these are the low-hanging fruits that we have. We can reach out to our kids, we can talk to them, we can have predefined sessions. And especially in the international schools in India, some of them I was a part of, they have a campaign for mental health in which kids can be a part of. Their parents have to spend some minimum amount of time understanding how they are feeling, and the small triggers that the kids are facing, they need to highlight that as well and get in touch with the school authorities. There is a counselor in the school who can help the kids as well. So I believe that this major segment has to be catered to, because these are the kids. Tomorrow they'll be teens, they'll be adults, and if we'll educate them right from that age, I think this problem of mental health, somewhere or the other, the numbers will go down. Over to you, Daksha.
Yes, sir. Yes, I totally agree to all your points. Actually, I mean, I don't know how to explain, but then whatever all of you are telling, it's really true. It's personally I can understand it, because it's being an age at an age of 19. I think I'm still a kid, but then everything that I am surrounded with, I can totally understand what exactly it is or what exactly you're trying to tell me. So thank you so much. Anybody else who wants to share their experience?
Yeah, Daksha, I'd like to go next. So
Sure.
I'd like to add. Yeah, I'd like to add to what Dr. Prakash has mentioned. So definitely the internet, the way we use it defines if it's a blessing or a curse. Like he said, the fact that we are isolated and we have families, like I live in the US and my entire family lives in India. So the fact that I can connect with them through technology, talk to them through video, I think I cannot be more thankful to have technology at my disposal at this point in time, because that's the only way that I can see them, right? So the way you use it is a very important factor in the kind of effects that it will have. To what Mansi and Dr. Lomax said, the downside of social media, I always tell people when my clients come to me, and especially parents, when I work with teenagers, parents complain that my kid has social media addiction. So when I talk to them, what I say is, visualize it this way. When when you're constantly engaging yourself with social media and looking at influencer accounts or celebrities or your friends and all the things, the challenges that come up every day. You have Instagram challenges, Facebook challenges, people dancing, singing, doing all sorts of stuff. When you're constantly doing that, over a period of time, it starts killing your inner voice, because you are constantly bombarded with so much information, so many opinions, that your own opinion starts to die down. So visualize it like this. You're in a room full of people, a huge group of people who are constantly talking and they're not letting you talk at all. So there are three things that can happen. One thing is you become depressed. subconsciously depressed. You may not know that you're feeling depressed, but you just feel low because you're actually exhausted from hearing so much and watching so much and experiencing all the opinions online. Or you become indifferent, where you get to a point that you don't care to have an opinion anymore. You're just a spectator. You just see and then forget. That's how quick the knowledge is running through your mind. And the third thing that can happen is you become like them and you start enjoying it. Now, as positive as that sounds, that you're enjoying it, think of a situation when the people leave the room and you're all by yourself. That is when that silence starts to haunt you, because you're so used to that external stimulus all the time, you don't know what to do with yourself. And that is the withdrawal effect of addiction, be it substance addiction or social media addiction. So to every teenager, and not just teenager, adults have this problem too. They come and complain that their teenagers or their kids, even younger kids, are so addicted to social media or watching the television or any kind of a gadget, but they themselves are so hooked on to their own phone. So this has to be a collective movement, a collective consciousness that all family members have to come together to bring that balance. That becomes very, very important. And to another point which Dr. Prakash raised, which I think is very important, behavior of kids. When the pandemic started, as Proxel, we did a couple of information sessions where we met with educators and experts from different industries to understand what are the impacts of the pandemic that people are experiencing. So I got an opportunity to speak to some teachers who help specially challenged kids. They were the worst hit because the school structure was what was supporting them. And when a kid with special needs is at home, the parents have no clue because they are not trained. They don't have a technique. They just go by emotions and what the kids need. All this while the school has been supporting them and keeping their kid engaged and in the right track. And now the parents are clueless. So one of the biggest concern that was raised is parents are worried that kids will go off track and they will not be able to recover. How will they keep up with the academics? They're falling behind. So a very strong message that the expert that I was speaking to had is that it's okay. See, this is a very unusual situation in the pandemic where everybody is forced to stay under one roof with no outlet at all. Like, for example, I have a 3-year-old daughter. She has such high energy that there are days when she has meltdowns, she has tantrums, she doesn't know what to do with her energy. And she sometimes even has difficulty falling asleep because she's not physically tired enough. And there is a little extra screen time on one day, another day she spends time playing. So it's important to understand, let kids be kids. Yes, it is an unusual situation. Knowing everything, we as adults struggle with the fact that we are locked down. So kids have absolutely no clue. They have no idea what's going on in the world. So it's okay to be a little here and there. You don't have to have a perfect routine. Your kid doesn't have to stick to a schedule like they would if they went to school and if everything was normal. So it's important for parents to understand that they shouldn't get over obsessed about it also. That's something we've been seeing a lot in this pandemic. We still want to stick to the perfect schedule and try to keep things normal. That tendency is understandable because we like to hang on to the normal as much as possible so we feel comfortable. But when things go out of hand a little bit, that's all right. As adults, as kids, we need to keep that in mind. And to your question, Daksha, how was the working experience in COVID-19 pandemic? So when the lockdown happened, yes, I'm a transformation coach. Yes, I help people with mindset shifts and all of that. But I would be lying if I say that I was not stressed. Definitely, along with everything else, I think a big factor was the fear that came along with it of protecting yourself, your family. How do you keep going on with your daily routine, considering that you have to be safe? So that definitely added to the stress. It was emotionally draining. Work from home was a blessing. I think to have that option is a privilege that you can work from home. However, it did mess up quite a bit with a lot of people's minds, because earlier it was a workspace and a personal space. So the moment you stepped out of office, you could make that shift of priority that, okay, I'm heading home. Now I don't have to think about work until tomorrow morning, or I can focus more on my family. Now that we are all under the same roof and all the boundaries are blurred, you're working and you're taking care of family, you're cooking, everything mixed up. It's not easy. And having so many different options earlier, everybody had a different way of unwinding. Somebody would go out for coffee, somebody would go for a walk, or maybe talking to a friend is still an option. But for those who were used to going out, for being forced and having limited or almost no options to vent out your energy or your emotions has put people under a lot of stress. And we experienced it too. So me as a family also experienced it. Since this has been over a year now, we are much better. One thing that I would like to share that helped me was focus on the now. Do the planning only once, focus on the now. And that became very, very important and the most powerful tool for me, because I have to switch between creating a business presentation and helping my 3-year-old hold the pencil correctly. So it's a drastic shift for me. And then I have to go and cook, or I have to do something else. I have to put her to a nap. So it's important for me to focus 100%. And that's the only way that you can maintain your productivity. And at the end of the day, it's only when you can get things done that you can go to sleep feeling satisfied and restart your day. And the other thing I found helpful that I'd like to share with the audience is focus on your well-being. Try to stick to a routine. Yes, it is true. Earlier, you would go out and find your personal space. As much as family time is required, you also require your personal space. So explore new ways of creating it. So I went back to painting or spent more time reading books. That was just my small bubble that I would create at a particular time during my day. And that will help me rejuvenate and reconnect with my family when I get back together with them. So it has been stressful, challenging, but it has also been a learning experience if I want to look for a silver lining through this whole experience section. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Just had a few internet connection problem. Sorry for the inconvenience, but Miss Gayatri, would you like to talk about it?
Yeah.
Sure.
So I echo with all the panel members over here, like whatever experience they have been sharing till now. I completely agree, because adjusting to the new normal, we just need this it's okay mantra. It's okay, and we are going through this situation. This it's okay mantra helps a lot. I always tell my clients, for example, you're feeling sad, you're feeling anxious, it's okay. That helps a lot, because when you when you get a fracture, you will have a pain, and that is a known thing. In the same way, when you're anxious, you will feel anxious. When you hurt, you will feel sad. This normality, this normalization requires a lot. So whenever if a client is coming to meet me, I tell them it's okay, you're going through. Don't feel this is something big, this is something new. Like you, there are many people, even I have been through in this situation. So this it's okay mantra help. And coming to adjusting to this pandemic kind work, I'll just share my experience. So when pandemic started, my child was 5 months old and I was on my maternity. And again, after few months, I started working. For me, adjusting to this transition took a lot of time, because I suddenly started working from home. And my child was around 7 months old and he started missing me. Mom used to be with me, now she's not there. And I used to be in the room closed myself, and he used to be outside playing with his granny and all. So this transition literally, was very challenging for me. And coming back to the work, so being a happiness coach for my company, I was I was bombarded with calls that, most of them were going through the, like COVID symptoms. The many, they had put me in a medical team wherein I started getting calls from the employees that, they are going through the anxiety and all. It was like first wave and second wave. Both the situations were a little difficult for me. And in the second wave, me, myself, and entire family, we all got a COVID. And that situation, I realized it's not easy. It's not that easy, because complete family was sick, and we all were we were not able to support each other. Symptoms were that severe. And 13-year-old girl, our sister-in-law's daughter, she came and took care of us because we were that helpless. So this situation made me realize that how a person who get COVID go through the feelings and emotions is not that easy. Then again, for me again, this it's okay, Mata health. It's okay, I'm going through this. Let me accept first. So I tell the same thing to the employees. It's okay, we're going through. It's a pandemic, and think about the ways you can handle. It's not just we waste our time thinking about the current situation. How did this COVID affect me? Where I got infected? There is no route to identify that this is how you got affected. You can for example, you went to a vegetable market, maybe there it have happened. So try to figure out how can you fix that, how can you deal with that problem. Maybe that will help. And the things which helped me during this pandemic were like I tried to be focused, and I was trying to handle my family as well, and I was working. And there was a situation came where I started going to office as well. And that time again, I was going through the anxiety. Oh my God, I'm going to office now. What if I get infected? How will my family respond to it? These anxious moments were there. I'm sharing my personal experience, like how the pandemic and my work was going. And again, I have to go back to the office from Monday. So again, same anxiety will come. What if I get infected again? So I think these kind of emotions everyone is going through all around the world. And the second wave in India really gave a big hit. There's so many death cases are rising, and this is creating more anxiety. Only thing like there are many things. There's like we were also talking about social media. So when it comes to the social media and everything, I feel like everything needs a structure, a kind of a structure. For example, you are using a social media. Let's follow some structure. For example, maybe in the evening or maybe in the morning, I just go through all these social media platforms. You need not to be holding your mobile always with you. There's a structure for your children. There's a structure for parenting as well. For example, as Sushma was saying, you have to cook, you have to work, you have to take care of your baby. There are multiple roles because of this pandemic, we can't even hire a maid or any housekeeping people for our house. So everything needs a structure, like how I am going to handle, how I'm going to spend time with my child. Now my child is around 15 months, and he comes and he just bangs the door like, mom, open, open, open. So all these are some situations everyone are going through. And and coming back to the work as well, we need a structure again. And the only thing is it's okay, let me structure, let me face this. Because what happens like most of us just give up. I can't handle this no more. I can't handle. That is where you will completely burn out, and you will feel like I'm done with these things. And from there the mental health problems starts. So this is what happens during COVID, when you get infected, when you handle all the activities and all. So further tips, for example, if you ask me, like well-being activities, like many of them you are going back to your hobbies, can be a painting, singing, or learning something new. So we can just pick up our hobby and we can restart that. And the second thing is we need to focus on our diet as well. What kind of food we are eating, and meditation will really help us. So you just need to understand what type of meditation will be suitable for you. There are multiple meditations, multiple healing sessions are happening. That is the one thing, identifying the right source and right technique for the self, and spending enough time with family. I see most of us are sitting in a hall, and everyone child is having a tab, and mom is having his own phone, her own phone, and dad is holding a phone. There's no interaction happening. So it's just pick some time. For example, be it social media or whatever you do, fix some time for everything, some structure. Even when it comes to parenting as well, parenting also should be balanced. In India, where you see there are so many things when it comes to parenting, women has to do everything. Let us share the responsibilities. Let us share the parenting task. So these things would help.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your words. I hope your family is safe now, and you all are doing great. Let's move on. Let's move on to the question. How now we have been talking about social media and everything. Let's talk about how religion plays a role here. I would personally ask this to Dr. Lomax. What role do you think religion plays in contributing to stigma of mental illness?
Okay, could you repeat that? I couldn't hear you. There was something going on in somebody's background.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay. So I was asking, what role do you think religion plays in contributing to the stigma and mental illness?
Oh my goodness. This is huge. I think again, when we were talking about, you know, the religious part and the religious aspect of social media, we're going to have to mental health and things of that nature. We're going to have to realize that it is normal, and we have to destigmatize mental health, and we have to understand that it's not something like a sin. It's not a sin to have a mental condition going on. Religion plays a huge role because a lot of people, that's where they tend to lean on when they're going through different mental health conditions. Is the first thing they do is they lean on their spirituality or their religion, and they want to call up on their leaders. But here's the issue with that. Sometimes the leaders are going through some mental challenges themselves, and they won't address it. And when they don't address it and try to get someone else through issue that they're going through, you got the blind leading the blind right now. And so I always tell leaders, if it falls outside of your area of expertise, because most leaders in the church are not trained in the mental health field. They're trained in the spiritual, for the spiritual aspect. They're not trained in the mental. And so they kind of get egotistical. Sometimes they'll get egotistical and they feel like they can cure the person through prayer, and they can cure them, you know, through whatever, with a scripture. And instead of saying, you know what, this is a real issue that this person is facing, and I don't have any experience with this, I need to refer. And that's where I try to tell leaders, you know, and encourage them that if you don't have any type of training, and you're not in that mental health field, do not try to cure someone with a mental illness that's going on. It's always refer. It doesn't mean that you're less anointed. It doesn't mean that you're less spiritual. It means that you have enough wisdom to know that you cannot do anything for this person. Now, it doesn't mean that you stop caring for the person, that you stop ministering to the person. No, you pray, you continue to pray with them as you find them the correct mental health physician that they need. And so it all goes back to the weakness part. They see it as a weakness and they take it personally when they shouldn't be taking this personal. It's not a personal strike against you as a religious leader to refer someone to a mental health physician or a mental health coach or a transformation coach. Someone else that deals in this field is going to be a better fit than you, and it's okay. It's not a personal hit against you. It just means that this falls outside of your area of expertise, and you don't have any training on it, and you're going to do the person a disservice when you don't refer them to someone. It really does. And I think it's just because, again, it's a lack of education and it's a lack of dialogue that goes on, because these are the types of discussions that need to be had inside of the sanctuaries now, inside of the churches now. More leaders need to talk about it. And if we were honest, more leaders suffer from, especially inside of the ministry, suffer from mental illness more than anybody, because they have to hear everybody else's problems. And so because they're hearing everybody else's problems, I always call it secondary mental health issues, because they're taking that stuff on and now they don't have anybody else that they can share it with. So they're holding it. And so it starts to affect them. It starts to affect their household. It starts to affect how their relationships are with their kids, and they don't get it. And again, we have to just say it is not a weakness. It's not mental illness is not a weakness for the person who is a mental health sufferer. And it's not a weakness for the person that they go to and the person says, I can't help you in this area. I need to refer. I'm huge on referring people to a mental health physician, a mental health professional, when I know I've done everything that I could. And so religion plays a huge part, because sometimes we forget that even, and I always tell this story and people, they kind of look at me crazy, but being a pastor and also being an army chaplain, I see this all the time. But I always tell them how Jesus was in the Garden of Gethsemane, and he had a moment where he says, you know what, if there's any way that we can just, this cup can pass for me, let's do it. If there's any other way, I don't have to go through what I'm going to have to go through with this crucifixion. Let's pass it. That was a mental moment that he was having. He was fighting that, and it was mentally draining. It was mentally exhausting for him, because the Bible says that he sweat and it was like drops of blood, because he was just battling himself with what he was having to go through. And so I like that story, because it lets us know that even if he had a moment, we are going to have a moment, and it's okay. And so we have to be able to have these talks in our religious communities and remove the taboo and remove the stigma, because we've all been there. And it's back to you, Dashka.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable words. I think Dr. Nitya, are you with us? Dr. Nitya Prakash, are you with us?
I don't see him anymore.
Okay, so let's move on. Does anybody want to answer to this or want to talk about this?
Yeah, I'd like to add, Daksha. So to what
Sure,
Dr. Lomax said, I think religion definitely has an influence, and this is across the world. So you see the influence, no matter which religion it is, across different countries. And if you talk more specifically about India, in a country where religious emotions run very high, there is definitely a very strong influence when it comes to mental stigma. So people, when I work with people, the kind of people I have seen are some who have very strong faith, strong belief in God. They believe that God wants them to get better. God wants them to recover. So they actually draw strength from their faith, and they fight their condition in order to recover faster. So that can be a positive effect for people who are very deep, have very strong, deep-rooted beliefs, religious beliefs. However, there's also another group where people think that God is punishing them for something that they have done. Or if they are karma believers, then they think that they are paying back for a sin that they did in this life or in the past life. And what happens here is they discourage themselves or get discouraged by people around them who believe similarly, that they deserve to suffer, that they deserve to be punished. What happens is, along with the issues of the mental health condition itself, additional emotions of self-guilt, self-pity, and it gets very, very complicated because the focus is on themselves. So it's almost self-inflicted. They start torturing themselves and trying to reason out, why me? And I deserve this. I should suffer. That can be very, very dangerous. And it's just a downward spiral. There's no coming back from that. I would say, like Dr. Lomax said, definitely the conversations are important as a preventive measure to create that awareness. But if somebody is already at a point where they are experiencing a challenge, from what I have seen, I don't think that's a good time to mess with religious beliefs, because they are
Right.
very deep rooted and the emotions run really high. So you don't want to add to the confusion and everything that's happening in their mind. I would say a better solution would be to divert the focus away from the religious aspect of it. Educate people from a medical standpoint. Tell them about the condition, the symptoms, the possible reasons. Show them examples of people who have experienced similar things and have recovered. That way the focus moves away from personal aspect, that I have to suffer, I am being punished. It actually helps them revive, knowing that they are a part of a group where other people have already experienced it or are experiencing right now. So I think trying to drive that focus away from the religious aspect can be a faster solution when you're dealing with somebody who's already in a state of mental challenge.
Sure.
So that's my thoughts on it, Daksha.
Yes, I like to
Thank you
add
so.
to
Sure,
what you
ma'am.
said just really fast. And exactly, it's like refer. Just remove yourself from the equation and refer, because sometimes we get so caught up in our religious view, and we just feel like, listen, if you just pray enough, if you just fast enough, and they're like, or if you just believe enough, it's going to go away, And so sometimes we have to remove ourselves, and also don't take it personal. Don't take it personally if they don't want to talk to you as well, because sometimes that will happen. And so sometimes it's better, like she said, it's better to just, move it away from the religious aspect. And it's okay. And remind them that it's okay that if you want to talk to a mental health physician and not your religious leader, let them know that it's okay, that they don't have to talk to you, that they can get outside help.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Actually, because we are running out of time, I suggest we start wrapping up the session. And I request all the panelists to share your closing remarks about it. Yes,
I'll
Ms.
go first.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
So really, really good job, Daksha, putting this together. And we need more such conversations, not only May being the Mental Health Awareness Month, but year round, because mental health awareness needs to be talked about, needs to be destigmatized, needs to be, the conversation of the year, all year round. So that is something that I would like to put across. And through you, Daksha, also a little note that bring more such conversations up. It's very, very important, and you have put a great panel here together. So a round of applause for you, and congratulations
Thank you,
to
ma'am.
you guys for putting this together.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I think on the closing remarks, like I said, I mean, each and every one of us can do our little bit for the world. It's not necessary that you have to be a leader. You have to have, it's not absolutely necessary. For example, currently during these pandemic crises right now in India, when the second wave came in and the lockdown suddenly came in, there are a lot of people out there on the roads who don't even have basic food and water. So we took that initiative. I raised the funds from United Kingdom, and overnight, we got the money through here, and we started distributing the food and drinks and, the water and everything out. The reason I'm saying this is you have the power within you to bring such a revolution out there in the world. Do not let anybody tell you otherwise. You have the power to move your life, 10 people, 10 lives around you, and you are not going to know that until you go out and do it. So have the courage to go out and do it. Have the courage to speak about things. Have the courage to be the first one in bringing out a revolution. All our great leaders of the world did not just, it did not just happen overnight. Gandhi ji just did not come overnight. He said, be the change that you want to bring, in the world, but you initiate that change. And I think that is the kind of life that I've been trying to live, that I want to be that change, where I can bring that change in the world. I cannot just sit and preach about it. No, I mean, we have a lot of people currently as well, even on social media. This is the reason why I was speaking against social media a little bit. And I was speaking more about knowledge, that, don't just think that you can gain all your knowledge from social media. Why are there doctors? Why are there psychiatrists? Why are there, psychologists? Why are there qualified mental health professionals? If you think that you know everything just by reading a WhatsApp post, then that is the wrong idea. We are not promoting, or we are not educating knowledge in the right way. So yes, I do agree social media has its own benefits, but when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to understanding, go to professionals. That is what they are for. Doctors get their degrees after learning through years of knowledge, right? How can one WhatsApp forward give you the same kind of knowledge? How can you think like that? It's common sense, right? So use your brain in the right way. Yes, I mean, I'm thankful for social media, because social media has brought up these conversations here today, right? People from around the world have joined us here today. I'm currently in India, but I'm from United Kingdom. Karen, Sushma, Gayatri, all from different countries, and we are all here together, all on different time zones, but we are still speaking together. So, I mean, that is a big achievement. And I think the pandemic brought the world closer, because before the pandemic, we could never think of such conversations happening over social media. I mean, I have been running my team in United States. I have 25 people sitting there, and I've been, leading them all along since last 1.5 years. That would not have been possible, before the pandemic. So the pandemic has brought us all a lot closer. And I think we should use these platforms to raise such conversations and to try and, become such world leaders where people can follow suit. I think out of this one conversation today, there will be many universities or colleges or whoever, trying to think that, yes, we need to bring up more such conversations. People are enjoying this. People are. So you, Daksha, your university or your, organization is setting the trend here, that this is what, we can do. So I think breaking the stigma is all about bringing a change. It's all about bringing a revolution. And I think mental health definitely needs a revolution. So congratulations to you again on these conversations. And those are my closing remarks for the day. Thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We're really glad to have you. And it's been really great talking to you and talking to everyone here. So thank you so much. Ms. Gayatri, would you like to tell something?
Yeah. So first of all, congratulations to the Stanley College for organizing such a wonderful panel discussion, because I think it's a need of the hour. And my closing remarks would be like, I echo with Mansi, be the change. Of course, it needs a revolution. And, I started this revolution with myself, being a mental health professional, and being a mental health awareness month, May. So I took a challenge of I took a challenge of 500-day challenge, like 1 minute 500-day challenge. I started creating a content, like as you already know, like in my introduction, I'm a verified content creator in social media platforms. So I started 500-day challenge on 1 minute, wherein like in 1 minute I'll try to cover the discussion on the mental health as much as possible. And it's my 4th day today, so till 500 days every day I'll be posting videos for 1 minute in YouTube, Instagram, and some other social media platforms. And I'm like I'm trying to bring some changes in the society. For that, I'm targeting different language groups as well. So my first 100 videos will be in English, then second 100 videos will be in Hindi, then third in Kannada, Telugu, and Marathi. So these are the languages I speak, and I'm trying to create content in these languages. And I'm also inviting other content creators to participate in this challenge. So I started my revelation. Now I invite other panel members to be part of this revelation, and let's bring some changes. And my other message will be the students over here, as you are already, trying to understand the mental health. It's one of the, underestimated topic always. And as a student, even I have gone through that situation. So educate your family members, educate your relatives, because we can target like this. Rather targeting a big group, let us target the small groups and try to bring the change. And again, remember my "It's okay" mantra. It's okay to go through the difficult times. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We'll definitely remember that mantra, and you're really doing a great job. Thank you for being here. Anybody else? Ms. Sushma?
Yeah, Daksha. So, like the other panelists said, great job coordinating
Thank
it,
you, ma'am.
moderating it. It's been lovely even coordinating with you offline. So congrats again on that.
Thank you,
So
ma'am.
in my closing remarks, I would like to say that having more conversations is definitely very important. But I'd like to leave with a message for all the teenagers, since we have a lot of student crowd watching us today. Many people who come to me, they know they have a challenge, they know they want to resolve it, but they are stuck at a how do I do that? And I have a few tips that I'd like to share, and this is a way of me encouraging all of you, the audience watching this, on how to open up the communication. So think of it this way. I want to talk about it as a before, during, and after. So before you ever get into a mental health condition, always build your support system. Remember this not just for your mental health challenges, but any challenge in life. You need to have at least 2 to 3 people in your family and your friends who you can rely on, whom you can go to and talk to. Now, like they say, you don't want to start digging the well when you start getting thirsty. So have these conversations, talk to your parents, talk to your friends, test the waters and know who are the people that you can rely on in the hour of need. Whom can you talk to? So build your support system, very important. Secondly, be aware of red flags of your physiological and your psychological situations. For example, if you're for an extended period you're feeling low and you have a loss of appetite, it's been more than 2-3 weeks, you're not able to feel better. Now, how severe it is, how frequent is it happening, how intense are your emotions, how long are they lasting? These are things you have to keep a watch, because your physical, which is the physiological, and your psychological reactions are connected. They reflect each other. So one can be a reflection of a symptom while it may not feel that way. So always keep a watch, be aware of that. Third point is always create a healthy routine. Try to stick to it as much as possible. I know it's hard. There is studies to do, activities to do, social media to catch up on, but even then, please try to stick to the routine as much as possible. So this is before. During, if for any reason you feel that you are experiencing a mental health condition, know that you can find help. Reach out to the support system. Even if they cannot be your solution, they will help you seek medical attention. And in situations like that, when your logic and your reasoning is not at 100%, 2 minds are better than 1. So always find the support that you require. And secondly, normalize it. For example, say, Daksha, you and me are classmates. Okay, there's a particular chapter in math that you're really good at, and I'm having a lot of challenge. I'm really struggling to understand. What would I do? I go to a professor, ask him or her that I'm having a problem with this. Can you help me solve it? Now you shift the same thing to the context of a mental health challenge. Let's say I'll take an example of I wrote an exam. I didn't do well. I'm feeling very disappointed and very depressed. So the event triggered it. So when I reach out to a medical professional to speak to them, because they are professionally trained, what happens is I have a problem. It's not that I am incapable or I'm not intelligent enough. It's just that this particular problem needs to be solved. So I'm seeking help. So it's not really different. You have to normalize it. Asking a professor for academic help is no different from asking a counselor to help you solve a problem. It doesn't define your life. It is not a lifelong problem. It is a problem right now. You have to isolate it as a problem and look at it accordingly. So learn to normalize it. And after the fact, once you go through the whole process and you're in a better position, I would say do not attach any shame or guilt to the experience you have. Never do that. Use your story as a reason to feel empowered. Because the moment you start talking, a lot of other people will connect. You don't have to necessarily, shout from rooftops, but you can at least discuss it in your close circles. And you will see that a lot more people feel more comfortable. Speak, opening up. And even if you can motivate and inspire one person to seek the medical help that they require and be a better person, I think that's a great service to do. You're making a difference in somebody's life. And a couple of other things, just to wrap up, I'd like to share is, as an individual, the things you can do is educate yourself. Always speak up, especially against humor, because being laughed at is the most humiliating emotion that a person can experience. So when somebody is making fun of a person who has a mental health challenge, speak up, stand up for them. And I say this because it can be you also tomorrow. The way we are living our lives, the lifestyles we have, the stresses we face, anybody can be a victim of it. So speak up. All right. And for those around, I would say always keep your communication channels open. Never dismiss or ignore unusual behaviors, thinking that it's just a phase. Go watch a movie, do something else, you'll feel better. Never discourage people saying that, don't worry, it'll be okay. Be open to having discussions. And when it comes to discussions, it's sad to say, but even within family members, we struggle to have some conversations. So one tip I share with people like that is, if you do not want to speak about yourself, speak in second person. Okay. Talk about a case that you read about, or talk about a friend who is undergoing depression. Maybe you are feeling the same symptoms, but you don't want to talk about yourself to your parents. Then talk about somebody else. But at least you get an opportunity to open up and share what you are feeling. So that can be a great way of doing it. And for those around, please do not get angry or frustrated with the person who is undergoing the challenge. Because for someone in a normal state of mind, it might seem very simple and silly. But for those who are feeling the challenge, it is really hard to make the emotional shift, and it takes time. And the other thing is, don't continuously talk about excessively the condition, because that's not them. You're not defining them by the condition. And last, most importantly, if in your social circles, you have somebody who's ignorant or indifferent, or has a loose tongue and they make fun, or for whatever reasons, please protect your loved ones from them. That is not the time to expose them, challenge them, and try to fix the other person. The well-being of your loved one is more important. So so Daksha, through your channel, speaking to all the audience now, I'd like to say, please take the first step. You just have to be creative. It doesn't have to be direct. You might feel, how do I have this conversation all of a sudden? It doesn't have to be sudden. Create that balance in your life where you have time for yourself, for your family, for social structure, as well as your virtual world. And when I say time for family, not like Gayatri was saying, not sitting at the table and browsing your phones, or personal time doesn't mean sitting alone with your phone, but have conversations where you're talking about your emotions, talking about what's happening in your life, how are you feeling. These are the connections that you want, because in the hour of need, that is what you will rely on the most, and that is where you draw your strength from. So thank you so much for inviting me to this conversation. I hope I was able to do my part in making voices heard. Everybody should definitely talk about it. Thank you again so much, and congratulations, and thank you to the panelists as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Your words are really valuable. And I think every person who spoke today right now about everything, I think everything counts, every word counts. So I think definitely all the words, all the sentences, or whatever we have talked about, it's really important. I think the people who have heard it might really try to understand or might think about it. And I think that's what is important right now for us. So thank you so much once again. A huge thank you to all of you to be available today, for being proactive and making time for the session and adding your valuable insights in the discussion. Highly appreciated. Thank you so much. We can proudly say that we have created useful content, and we have now put out into the world by our discussions. So thank you so much, and let's close up now. Thank you, Dr. Karen. Thank you, Ms. Mansi. Thank you, Ms. Sushma. Thank you, Ms. Gayatri. And thank you, Ms. Dr. Nitya. Thank you so much. Goodbye. And stay safe, stay home.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daksha. Take care. Thanks, everyone. Take care.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. So we can have our panelists. Can you please just join everyone, like Ashish, so yeah, Sushma. Thank you. Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Hey, hi Lavanya.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. So we have two more speakers to join our session.
Hello, hi Lavanya, Rajesh here.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Hi
How are you
Lavanya,
doing?
can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah. Nice
Hi
to meet you
Lavanya.
all. Hi. So we have
Hello.
Miss.
Hi.
Hello. Hi. So yeah, let me start the session. So we have Rajesh sir. Yeah. Hello, sir. Hello.
Yeah, hi Lavanya.
Hello. So we have. So I'll soon start the session. So yeah. Very good morning to all of you. Lovely to meet you all. So I, Lavanya, moderator of this panel, welcome you to our panel, How to Become a Skilled Coder. We're already being 10 minutes late. I shall skip all the formalities and immediately jump into why we are here. So the Experts Dome, this is organized by About Those Big Dreams. We are actually a student initiative at Stanley College of Engineering and Technology. So Stanley is a leading institution from the year 2008. It's a temple of learning at the heart of City of Pearls, which provides easy access to technical girl students. So the institution is accredited by NAC, NBA, and certified by ISO. Stanley is affiliated to the prestigious Usmania University of Hyderabad. It's an autonomous college and ranks 105th among the best engineering institutes of India. So, About Those Big Dreams is a student body at Stanley, which is organized for women. We were formed in April 2020, which is midst of early days of pandemic, to shine the learning in the hearts of flights of people. So, with about 50 plus sessions and 3 plus major conferences, we have built a wide range of well-versed speakers on the topics of education, science, technology, entrepreneurship, etc. And I'm glad to be part of it. So, thank you for joining us today. It's a great honor. So, thank you so much. So, now with this, let me introduce you to all the viewers of our panelists for this session. I'm honored and privileged to introduce Ms. Lavanya. She is a machine learning engineer who spent 3 plus years in prototyping ML models and building data science solutions for various industries. She's an active member of several global and local tech communities, including Women in Data Science Coding. And we also have Ms. Sushma. She's an MS graduate from Kansas University and Information Sciences. Sushma comes with 13 plus years of experience in IT industry, currently working as delivery head managing offshore delivery for an enterprise application product. Leading a team of 100 plus consisting of programmers, Sushma started her career as a programmer and progressed to becoming a technical lead. She strongly believes in giving back to the community and in associated with the Yashoda Foundation. When not working, Sushma likes to cook and plays with a 6-year-old kid. And she likes traveling. I think she likes traveling and wishes to do more with after this pandemic. So yeah, and we also have Mr. Rajesh Chaudhary. He has been working as a product offering owner for 17 years of industry success, including product strategy and roadmap development for Oracle and PaaS. So, gifted coordinator with natural leadership talents and expertise in mapping out effective strategies. And excellent reputation for resolving problems, improving customer satisfaction, and driving overall product growth. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here today. So, last but not least, we have one more speaker on a panel, Ashish. So, Ashish is a KIT University graduate, currently working as software engineer at Amazon. Prior to Amazon, he worked 7 years at Microsoft, where he contributed to several 365 projects. He is passionate about problem solving and design solutions that improve human lives through technology. He loves traveling and experience different culture and cuisine. In his leisure time, he writes blogs, plays piano, and do photography. So thank you so much for joining us today. And we know coding is currently one of the fastest growing skill sets. So that's how we communicate with computers, and it tells computers what actions to take, and it's like a set of instructions, right? So hello everyone, and I'm done with the introduction. So honestly, for me, it's such a honor to be reading your profiles and introducing all to this panel. So yeah, here me and our esteemed 5 panelists joined together to discuss on our topic, how to become a skilled coder. What a better panel to start with, which is directed and organized for engineering students. So thank you once again for being a part of such an important and meaningful event. So our first panelist, Ms. Lavanya, I would like to ask you how you feel about this topic.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm very happy to be here. And I think coding is something which has been essential for any tech jobs. So I come from the ML field. If you talk about the ML field, it might be, it's very crucial there. But even if you're not from the ML field, I think whatever job you might be in the IT industry, coding has been essential. It has been one of our core courses in whatever undergrad college we have all come from. So I think coding lays down the foundation for any job that you want to go out in the industry for. That would be like a short introduction to lay out the foundation and importance of coding in any technology.
Yeah. And Mr. Ashish, can you share just your something about from your experiences also?
Yeah, so first, thanks Lavanya for the kind and generous opening. It was really good. I couldn't have basically said it better myself. Yeah, so coding is becoming like one of the most important skills these days, simply because I feel that sooner or later there will be end of all the manual jobs and everything will be going towards the coding. Everything needs to go to the cloud, and sooner or later the companies who do not do this, basically they will become obsolete. We are seeing it in every aspect of life, and COVID has just accelerated it. So there's a recent quotation by Satya Nadella, right? So the COVID has basically accelerated the migration towards technology, and we should be seeing more technology-based things and at a very fast pace. So I think that these days, basically, everyone should learn coding, at least all the engineers, because this is something which is going to create a lot of jobs and going to create a lot of wealth in our country.
Yeah, that's true, sir. And thank you for insightful words. And we have Miss Hanvita. Can you please just share something about this topic? I mean, like your opinions or.
Yeah, hi. Hi, Lavinia. Sorry, I think you missed out the introduction, but I'm a solution architect from Dallas. I work for Red Hat. Yeah, it's okay. So the thing is, coding. So I am very passionate about coding because that gives me happiness. Many people think it's complicated and girls cannot code, but it's not true. It's lies. You know, at the moment you start coding and you see the results, you see you have a happiness which gives you content. At the end of the day, if your code runs, if you have something visible, maybe it's a web app, maybe it's a backend code, whatever it is, the API is running, the service is up and running, it gives you happiness, it gives you content. So that's what keeps me going every day. So I want you to experience the same thing. The students who are on the panel, on the call, just ask questions or interact with the panel and learn how to keep yourself in that spot, like how to come to this spot, like Sushma, Lavanya, Rajesh, and Ashish Garu. Everyone is here, so they have seen all these things, so they can help you to be that in that spot where you can have content and happiness from coding and being there in the technology. So happy to be here.
Yeah, and ma'am, I'm so sorry that I have skipped your profile. And we're happy that it's the second time to collaborate with ATBT team. Before we have a session on that, I'm so sorry because I'm so sorry for that. And she's Hanvita Gavani. She's based out of Dallas, working as solutions architect at Red Hat with several years of experience across the industry as a developer. She has solid technical background. She has got her undergrad in computer science from NIT Warangal, which is absolutely stunning, and pursued her master's in data science from University of Texas at Dallas. She has been an open source advocate, helping organizations and students whose future is open. And yeah, we have Ms. Rajesh. Sir, can you please just share your insightful words with us?
Hi, Lavanya, and hi, everyone. Thanks, guys, for inviting. So yeah, this coding is like kind of something, you know, like which every software engineer or anyone who is in market should be kind of doing it comfortably.
Yes,
it's like Ashish said, it's the future, and ultimately it's the IoT or the ML AI, like ultimately whatever movies we used to see, right, where they say that the machine is going to beat humans. That's going to be true in if not in near future, in some time. And as a developer or as a student, right, we all should be focusing, because in college we'll not be so much focused on our learning, or like we'll just be, you know, passing time in canteens or just playing around or just moving around, but it's very important that you start building that skill right from the college and always be updated with the technology, like whatever is the latest skill set that's going on in the market, right? You should be on top of it. That's something that's very, very important, yeah. And the future is software automation, and everything would be, automated ultimately. Like humans would be less jobs and less manual jobs, and all would be done by machines. So that's how things will move.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your words. And we have Ms. Sushma. Ma'am, can you please just share your opinion about the topic? Like your experiences also.
Sure. Thank you, Lavanya, and hi everyone on the panel. It's a great pleasure to meet you all through this platform. And Lavanya, thanks for having me on the panel. When I first received the invitation from ATBD, I did a little research to see what this is about, right? Like what is this group about? And when I learned that it's being led by young women, right, young girls, I was like really excited. Like, I graduated in like 2006, and back then there wasn't this much outreach when it comes to what is be it the speaker communities, be it the tech communities, and especially girls participating, girls leading these efforts. I am super impressed, and I firstly would like to congratulate your group. And I would like for you all to continue doing this good work. I was part of the earlier session. I joined a little early, and I was part of those earlier sessions. And you guys are targeting the right topics, right? Topics that are worth discussing about and openly conversing about in the current world and the current situations that we are in. So yeah, thanks for that. And so coming to this topic, right? How to become a skilled coder. When I looked at the topic, and when I was told that I was going to be on the topic, it brought back a lot of memories from my programming days, right? And especially the way we had the opportunities or the avenues to learn, to 10 years back to the things that are available right now, right? To the students, to the people, and how we worked earlier when we were programmers, to how people that are coming out of colleges or coming out of the, the graduate programs, undergraduate programs, there is a lot of transitional shift or the paradigm shift happening for the past 10 years. At least that's what I could observe, and it's a good sign. It's an absolutely good sign of where the industry is going and how students are approaching this problem. And it is essential for students, especially who are those that are listening to this event, that there are tons of opportunities for you guys at this moment and what we had probably 15 years back. So tons of avenues, tons of opportunities where you could become, what you want to be. And it's about finding out your passion, what you want to do, and taking it from there step by step is what is essential, right? There are like tons of programming languages, tons of technologies that are floating around in the system, and it can always be confusing to young minds. Like, what do I choose? What do I learn, right? How much does this technology pay me? Or what is that I'm going to get out of learning this technology? Or who am I going to talk to when I have to learn something about? So there are these tons of questions that typically pop around. It does happen to us as well. When we are trying to learn something new, it happens to us as well as seasoned, experienced professionals. And it obviously happens to young crowd. And we hope through this panel, we share our experiences, how we approach the problem, or what's kind of our own experiences that we could share that could help you guys. That's what I'm hoping that we would be doing in this session. So I'm looking forward to all the conversation that we are going to have. So that's my take, and I'm super excited.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for just sharing your experiences. And yeah, we have some questions to discuss because it's a technical session. So we have some questions. Like, can you just someone say how do you choose what to learn? Because as a student, we don't know. We are just confused about the websites or different type of programming languages. We are not actually don't know what to start with. So can you just suggest us how do you choose what to learn? Because what are the factors that contribute to that? So
Yeah.
anyone?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So I can answer that because I struggled myself. Like when I was starting to code, I struggled a lot. Like I didn't know where to start. I was not a good, I mean, I didn't have a great guidance from my teachers, but at the same time, I want to do something of my own. Like I want to be in the race. I want to go and get something more. But at that time, I didn't have guidance. But then I thought, like after a few years of programming, I thought if someone would have told this to me, like do this, it would have helped. So I'm sharing this because so have a goal in your mind. Like first have a goal. If you want to do nothing like a big, don't imagine yourself like, oh, I'm going to do Amazon website kind of thing, or just small goals, small goals a day or a month. And then start, like it doesn't need to be a big programming language like Java or Python or Golang. It can be easy, just a web app kind of thing, just a HTML, CSS. You can start coding. Like once you start coding, once you know, like just go to, there are lots of tutorials on the online. So once you get on them, just don't read, don't watch, just practice, right? Like practicing. Once you get your hands dirty, then you get to know how to code. That's it. It's all about practicing. So once you start practicing, it may be a small, simple HTML, just a web application, which can create some happiness for you because you see the output then and there. So then you start to know how to, like, oh, this is interacting with the browser. So it's a small step by step. Take baby steps. Don't try to dive into solving challenging problems immediately, because it's going to put yourself down. Like really, like it makes you guilty. It makes you feel miserable. So try to take baby steps and learn from tutorials and YouTube. There are tons of resources online, but practice. And so get an IDE. IDE is nothing but it's a where you start developing. It helps you get the environment set up on your laptop. So once you have an IDE, start doing, whether it's a HTML, CSS, or just a C++ or Java or Golang or Python, whatever it is. Choose one language, and whatever you are learning, it will help you to shift to other programming languages, because all the things depends on the logic. So you need to think more about how to solve the problem than focusing on a language. So languages are nothing, they are just a syntax wrapped around some other compiler, right? Like C++ or C. So basically you're just telling the computer to do something. So have a plan, go to tutorials, have proper, like take baby steps, get an IDE, and practice. This is from me. Sushma, Lavanya, and other, please go ahead and share your opinions.
Yeah, does anyone want to add some points to this? Like anyone of you who is willing to add some points?
Sure. I would like to add few. Thanks, Hanvita, for sharing your thoughts. So if I were to answer your question, Lavanya, I think that's what I was focusing on during the introduction, right? There are plethora of technologies, running around in the current technology space, right? And the way the market is evolving, technology space is evolving, the technology that you think is in demand currently may not be the same one after 2 years, right? The lifespan of a technology has become such short living that, as a programmer, you would have to always upskill all the time, right? Otherwise, you are going to become obsolete in this world, right? Be it a thing that you're doing manual, or be it you're thinking of automation, whatever it is, you being current in the technology space is makes you stay relevant, right? But coming back to your question, how do I choose?
Yes.
I think this is a question that young minds always have. I'm sure, we all came through that same phase, right? I back then, when I finished my graduation, I didn't know. I had no idea, like, what is out there, right? As I said, it could be because of the, there was media, right? There was no LinkedIn at that point of time. There was no Facebook. There were no tech communities. Well, probably there were, but we were not aware of those communities, right? So my sincere advice to young students who are currently in their graduation programs, or the BTech programs or the BE programs currently, would be, don't get bogged down by what is out there, right? There are hundreds of things that are going on. You cannot do hundreds of those things, right? Focus on what is currently being taught in your curriculum, right? Have a network of people who are coding, who are programming, right? See what they are doing, right? It's not like, oh, I have a cousin who is doing Oracle programming. Maybe that is what I would do, right? Or yeah, I have a tester who says, yeah, testing is what is, fetching bugs, or cloud is what is fetching bugs. Probably I'll do cloud. I do not think that is the right way of approaching towards becoming a programmer, right? You would have to first find out, what are you good at, right? Programming is nothing but solving a problem, right? Picking a programming language is a totally different. That's the next step, right? What are you really good at? What is your passion, right? Is it something that is related to fixing a small transistor, or coding and showing something on the screen, or addressing a problem that is resolving a issue for a end user, right? You would have to first find out your passion, right? And then, as I said, to solve a problem, there are multiple ways of doing it. There are different programming languages that help in solving that, right? Do a trial, see how you feel about approaching that, right? Obviously, as I said, there are hundreds. You cannot do 100. Pick 1, 2 baby steps, as Hanvita was mentioning. Take out small tutorials. See if okay, this UI looks good, right? Let me see if I can build such similar type of UI, right? Start writing HTML code. Start writing CSS code. If that interests you, be at it. Concentrate on building your strength at that one. Once you realize that maybe that is not my cup of tea, then you would have to think of something else. So you would have to take those steps, plan your transition of how you would want to pick what skill set, right? And if you do not have any of those ideas, you're like at lost, then talk to people, right? Talk to the community that is out there. I have seen a lot of young kids on LinkedIn who are probably in their engineering first year, second year. They are building apps. They are building, top-notch websites at this point of time. I was like, wow, how are you guys doing it? We didn't have this kind of exposure back then. So how are they doing it, right? So if I were an engineering student, and if I'm on LinkedIn, and if I see somebody is doing that kind of a job, that kind of a work, who is at my level, I would associate myself with those guys, right? Understand how they did it, how they started picking up those things, and maybe take it from there. But at the end of the day, always have your own path, your own destiny, right? Do not rely on just because someone said this is good. Don't do it just because someone says it. Do it because you believe it. You think you are good at it. that is a crucial step in picking up what to learn and what career to make out of. So that's my take on that. I would love to hear from others too.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for explaining us briefly about this. And would anyone like to add some more points?
Yeah, so as Sushma mentioned, I totally agree with her. There's just one thing, since I have been a recent graduate, so not so recent, it's been 4 years, but yeah, I think probably on the panel I would be amongst the recent ones. So I feel that while I was learning, although doing these steps is important, that you need to first figure out what you're good at and so on. Personally, the struggle I faced was I felt kind of lost in this process, because you have so many things, as you said. So the things that helped me, while I could basically talk about two strategies, two different paths that you could opt for. The first one would be, if you are feeling kind of lost, there are very good guided tutorials on the web. So these small baby steps and these small predefined goals that you want to achieve, they have been laid out very nicely. So each day you come, you program, and you get the output, and that's it. That's the only thing you do. You don't go to the next step, or you don't jump to the next step. You wait for the next day, and then you complete task 2 for the next day. So that keeps you on track, as well as it defines a good path for you. So by the end of 30 days, this will be the output that I'm going to have, something tangible, something that you will be proud of, that will make you happy, etc. Versus something that you're doing on your own. So let's say you try out for 5 days, you get bored, and then you come across something new, you jump there, then you don't like that, then you come back to this. So you kind of get lost in that process. So I think first suggestion or recommendation would be, if you are into that process of getting lost, then I think self-guided tutorials are a very nice thing to go for. And the second would be, as Sushma mentioned, finding a mentor on LinkedIn, or it could be your teacher, or it could be one of your seniors from your college, anything. So I have been a mentor for several students, and I have a mentor for me as well, who is my junior. So that I think is brilliant, because he is younger to me, 2 to 3 years younger to me, but I feel the kind of involvement that he has into technologies or anything, like the kind of work that he's doing, it really pushes me. So your mentor need not be a senior to you. It could be anyone who inspires you and can keep you on track and keep you motivated, basically. So these two things from my end, I think a student can follow to be on track.
Yes, and that's brilliant. Actually, we are just it's just fun and to know this about. And Ashish, would you like to add some few points? Rajesh sir and Ashish, would you like to say something about this?
Yeah, so I concur with a lot of points that Hanvita, Lavanya, and Susma has pointed out. So basically, I think I am in between in terms of experience of the panel members. So during my time, I was lucky enough to not being lost. So my always core competency has been mathematics. And when I learned that mathematics is the core of like problem solving, every problem you solve, basically it has mathematics in this score, right? So basically what I did, I instantly started solving like data structure and algo problems, because I knew that this is what going to matter in the long run. So I would say that the only thing that matters is your passion. So first see where first let your passions basically drive you, and then set a big goal for you. So by big goal, I mean that, hey, I want to become a Google engineer. I want to become a engineer in Tesla. So set a really, really big goal. Because basically if you basically set a goal at stars, basically maybe you can land at the moon, right? So once you set a big goal, basically then start keep setting basically milestones. Okay, so what does someone do to be a Google engineer? So we know that Google is obsessed about problem solving, permutation, combination, counting problems, right? So then you start focusing on those things. So how do you focus on data structure algorithms? So you know that for data structure algorithms is all about problem solving, but to solve problems, basically you need to learn the language, right? And then you start focusing on, hey, which language do I learn? So basically you start with one question, and basically it leads you to multiple of questions. You start solving one by one, and basically it will lead to your big goal that you have always set. So I would like to basically start tell a quotation. So basically, do not basically run after too many programming languages. So these days I see people that they start with Java, then they leave it like halfway, then they start with C++, C. There are many languages, right? So just focus on one language, know ins and outs of that language, and that's it. So in my college days, basically I focused only on C and C++. I wrote every code in my Microsoft interviews only in C. I didn't use any library function, basically, and I was able to crack it. So I know that this works. If not C, then maybe C++. But basically, do not run after so many languages. Otherwise, your focus will be learning many languages, but basically you will fall short when it comes to problem solving.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So the steps are clear. Set a very big goal. Then start with that, what it takes to go to that big goal. Then start asking questions, getting answers. And then practice. Keep practicing as many problems as you can. Focus on quality, not on quantity. And basically have a buddy with whom you can discuss all the problems. Because there are times basically you feel stuck. You are not able to basically think of a solution. But maybe if you discuss with someone, basically your mind just starts like working blazingly fast.
Yes. What you said is exactly correct, because I was one of the students who rushed languages. Like after learning C, I thought learn C++ and then Python and then Java. So we are messed up with all the things. So I actually don't know what to learn first. I mean, like in what we have to go through. So that's actually good. And Rajesh sir, would you like to say something about this?
So I just want to add one more thing.
Yes.
So basically, what I have experienced is that big companies do not care about language. If you are able to solve a problem in language X, you will be able to eventually solve in language Y. It's just a matter of time. So basically, they only want to see whether you are able to solve a problem or not. If you are able to solve a problem, great, you will be hired.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Rajesh sir, would you like to speak some? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I can definitely speak. So see, yeah, whatever everyone has said is perfectly correct, and I'll just add one thing to it. Just when you're learning, like it's all about demand and supply. It's as simple as that. So like being college graduates, I would still want you guys to be aware of like what is in demand. Like see, when I was graduated, like I graduated in 2004, and I was from NIT Bhopal. And I joined Satyam, like the normal process, right? Like a software engineer is built, right? Like you get campus recruited, you enjoy your final year, and then you go into the job. And there they just literally counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then they said, okay, batch number 1 will learn mainframes, and I was in mainframes. So I spent 1 year practicing COBOL and JCL and CICS. And if you at this stage, if you practice this, the number of jobs are less. I was lucky enough to get into Oracle, where I started developing, the latest tech stack, Java, and all these tech stack. So it's very important that even as a student, you do demand supply analysis. If the jobs are right now more on, say, machine learning, go for it. Don't spend time on a language which is not even being required. Like C is definitely something that every software engineer should know, because I feel that is the basic. Even I did at my college days. But other than that, it's all about demand supply. Yes, companies don't care for language, so your problem solving skills has to be good, but that's again a different thing to be developed. For that you need maths, you need analytical abilities, you go solve, you think about the things out of box. See, because when someone says you multiply 100 into 99 or 101 into 99, right? I think probably everyone will pick a calculator, but Ashish, as he says, he loves maths, and even I love maths a lot. So I'll just directly do 100 plus 1 into 100 minus 1. That's an a plus b minus a plus b, right? That's a square minus b square. As simple as that. So you will have to think from that way from problem solving. That's a separate skill to be built. But yeah, language, I would strictly advise you to go by demand supply analysis. Search, LinkedIn, Google, everywhere you will see, like, type in the keywords, and whichever you find the maximum number of searches appearing, go for it, because that will help you kickstart your career. Passion, yes, definitely needs to be built and developed, but yeah, that would be built like over the period.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing this. And would anyone like to add a few more points about this, or shall I move on to next question?
So the only thing that I would like to just say is, yeah, irrespective of what language you learn or what you want to pick, your fundamentals have to be good, right?
Yes.
Your data structures, algorithms, understanding those things, right? Object-oriented programming. If you have got good grip on these things and your problem-solving skills, it's like, your job is half done, right? To kickstart your career, your job is half done. And for all the young people who are listening to this, I would strongly just suggest start doing this from your engineering days, right? Don't put this off at a later stage, because again, I keep on saying this, there are a lot of avenues, there are tutorials, there are tech communities, open source communities where you all could contribute, you all can learn from those things. So now is the time for you to start investing in getting your fundamentals and basics right. And then it will become easier, as you start building the confidence on these things. Picking a programming language is just, you just have to pick one, because your fundamentals are good. It's just a matter of fact of whether you want to do a cloud computing, whether it is Microsoft Azure or it is AWS. Again, fundamentals are the same, basics are the same. So you just build on top of it. So focus on that. If I'm talking to a young engineer and if he or she is struggling on finding out what programming language to learn, I would first ask this question: how good are you with your fundamentals? Right? Worry about that now, build on that, and then get to what programming language you would have to pick. And obviously, as Mr. Rajesh suggested, you would obviously have to go in what is currently in demand. You cannot go back and say, okay, I'll learn COBOL. This looks interesting. Yes, COBOL is interesting, but do you have jobs that pay for it now? Probably not, right? So obviously you would have to always stay relevant and current in the technology space, get your fundamentals right, and then it's easier that way to build on top of those things. So that's just probably a closing remark on that topic.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, just to sum up, I would like to add a small experience. So as Rajesh said, I'm surprised that at his time he had the same experience as I had, like just 4 years back. So when I got company recruited, I was given the same role, I think, as he suggested. I was asked to work on COBOL, and coming from the 2000s, I didn't even know what is COBOL, and expecting me to work on that, so many of our friends, all of us discussed, what is this language? We have not even heard of it. And then everyone is like, okay, this is not that we want to do. So just to sum it up, that if you get recruited, you need to make that conscious choice of the supply demand thing. So even today, there are jobs that expect new graduates to work on such technologies. So if it is something that you really are passionate about, then maybe you can go for it, but you have to make that conscious choice that it might boil down the number of opportunities you have in the future.
Yes, that's exactly true. We have another question, like what goes in preparation and cracking top MNCs? Like what actually goes in preparation of that? Can someone come forward and speak about this?
I can talk about this topic. Okay, please go ahead.
Go ahead, Ashish. I can pick up after you.
So,
okay,
sir,
so
just come forward.
Yeah, so I think I have already talked of this in bits and pieces in the earlier topic. So basically, top MNCs look for only one thing: problem solving, right? So how good of a problem solver you are. So if you look at like Google statistics, like so the selection criteria is like 1 out of 1,000. Microsoft is like 32 out of 1,000. So I love these numbers. Once I was researching like of how many people they interview and how many they select. So during my time, basically Microsoft selected 325 out of 80,000 people they hired in India. So that was the number in 2012. So basically these companies look for only coding and your problem solving skills. So basically you need to become an excellent problem solver. So practice as many problems as you can, solve different kind of problems. So it is like identifying patterns. So basically if you are, so in interviews, basically it's a very rare chance that you will be asked a question that you have solved before. It's always a new problem experience. So basically you have to break down those problems into smaller sub problems, and then you have to map a pattern. Basically, have you solved any problem of this pattern before or not? If yes, then basically you solve the pieces and then basically you combine and then you solve the bigger problem, right? So how do you basically become a great problem solver? So basically, you basically start with one programming language, you become really, really good at it, and then you start learning the data structure topics. So basically, there are some simple topics like stack, queues, graph, heap, and then there are advanced data structures. The advanced data structures, Fibonacci heap, suffix array, suffix tree, rope data structure, gap buffer. There are tons of data structures, right? So if you're like really passionate, you can basically start learning about those things as well. So why this is important? Because in my Microsoft interview, we talked about gap buffer data structure. So we were basically talking about how a compiler is designed. And I had to basically design that in one of my Microsoft interviews. In another interview, they asked me to design a social media. And why design? They didn't ask about the UI design. Basically, how do you design social media from a backend perspective? Basically, let's say the LinkedIn is there, right? So basically in LinkedIn, there's a feature of finding degree of connection. So I am connecting to Susma is connected to Rajesh. So what is my degrees of connection between me and Rajesh, right? So basically you do BFS. But BFS, basically the time complexity will be like really high. So how do you reduce the time complexity? So you start bidirectional BFS. So basically you have to start thinking all those things. So I would say that never get satisfied that you are really good. Keep solving problems until you crack a company and until you are able to solve most of the problems. So that is the only way to basically to crack the top companies. Once you think that you have done enough, then no, it is never enough. There is always a new problem will come and it will always surprise you.
Yes. Yes, sir. Yeah. And would anyone like to add some few more points on this?
Yeah, Ashish gave a great insights. Like that's how it is. Like when if you target big MNCs like Amazon, Microsoft, Big Four, maybe Facebook or Apple, you definitely need to solve problems. And there are a lot of, when you say problems, it's nothing but it can be a complex algorithm or a complex problem, like just like he said, or whatever it is, like a time problem or those things. You should not be lost. Like it's all online. Like you can find everything online. You can maybe you pick a platform like a HackerRank, HackerEarth, whatever it is. Everything has all the pre-baked problems. So my favorite one is LeetCode. I used to just solve every day and night. So there are like 330 or something.
Yes.
Yeah, 300 problems at that time, like 4 years back. But LeetCode is so cool. If you are like passionate, like once you start coding, you know that you're comfortable with coding and then want to start on problem solving, then pick one platform, just stick with it and try solving it. And once you solve it, don't just stop there. So check for the problem solutions which has a better complexity, better time complexity, and better code, better neater code. So you can see other perspectives too. That's how I learned to write neater code and less complex complexity problems. So yeah, so that's my take on it.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Even my favorite was LeetCode actually. LeetCode and HackerRank, I used to practice in these two websites. So that's actually fun. Would someone like to add few more points on this? Anyone?
I would like to add one more point here. So basically problem solving is one thing, but these companies basically also look for whether you're passionate about a technology or not. So basically, once you have demonstrated that you are an excellent problem solver, basically you also have to demonstrate that where you are passionate about technology or not. Because these companies think that if you're not passionate about technology, then sooner or later, basically your passion will die, and basically you want to basically contribute significantly to those companies. So basically, be inquisitive about how different things in the world works. Like think about how Google search engine works, right? It is just a simple UI, but a lot of technology goes into in the back end. Like once you type something, basically, how do they serve like billions and billions of requests per second? How many number of machines do we need? What is their backend technology? How does their backend machine look like? How do they deal with a natural catastrophe? What if a tornado attacks in the data center? What happens? So be inquisitive. Like behind every app, everything system, basically there's a tons of technology, and basically Google is your basically friend. Just type it there and learn about that, and this will basically really help in the long run.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Ashish. And would anyone like to add a few more points to this?
Sure. I have. So, I guess whatever that Ashish, Hanvita have discussed, I would like to just add to that. These things, whatever that these guys mentioned, they are not just applicable for anyone to get a job in MNC. It's for everybody to get a job anywhere, right? In any tech company, be it an MNC, be it a startup, be it a mid-sized company, these are the skills that you need. These are the skills that you need to, that you would have to crack a job in any of these things. Yes, the FANG and the other big MNCs, if you would have to, you really want to get into these MNCs, you would have to first understand, right? What is their environment? What are the offerings that these guys have? What are the products that they develop? What are the services that these guys offer? What kind of opportunities, what kind of roles that they have, right? And what is the skill set that is needed for these roles? Without understanding this and approaching, an interview is probably not a right way of doing it. I'm sure, people might have successfully passed interviews by not doing a thorough process. But if you have to do thoroughly and you would have to understand and like really crack these interviews, understand the company, understand the role, understand the offering, understand the skill set. Look at the job description. What are they talking about? What are the skill set that they are talking about? Do you have that skill, right? And as I mentioned, if you have your fundamentals right, and if you have that skill set, it's easier for you to approach those problems, right? And yeah, these big MNCs, I'm sure, if you go into the communities, open communities in LinkedIn, there are a lot of people sharing their experiences of how their interviews went with these big MNCs, right? Use those forums, understand what kind of questions are being asked. Don't assume that the same questions will be asked to you guys, but you would have to understand the pattern of those questions. What are they looking at, right? They're looking at problem solving skills. They're looking at how good are you with your data structures? How good are you with your math, right? If you're a data scientist or if you're an ML, you would have to understand those patterns. So use the communities, look at the forums, look at the, don't just type in top 25 interview questions. That's not going to help you. Go to the forums, listen to their experiences. That is really going to help people, approach their interview a little bit more confidently when they have done this groundwork. So that is a small suggestion that I would like to give to, any of you guys who are, gearing yourselves for interviews. Again, be it MNCs, be it small companies, you would have to give your 100% to these interviews. Preparing yourselves, doing good bit of homework is going to help you guys.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And would anyone like to add, or shall I move on to next question?
Yeah, I would just like to add one more point that mock interviews is something that I feel is crucial for preparation, because having spent time alone practicing a lot of problems but not being able to convey it to your interviewer is very crucial, especially for young grads, because they don't have the practice of talking it aloud, whatever they are thinking. So I think mock interviews is something everyone should make it a practice. So again, it would boil down to your mentor or your friend, buddy, as Ashish said, anyone who could it could be your friend who is also preparing for an interview. So LeetCode has this feature where you can schedule interviews with your peers, and then there is interview bit, etc. So any platform, just a random person asking you one question and you asking the other person another question, that should help.
Okay, we have one more question from the live audience. One of the students asking, here's my question, like, there are multiple number of sources to learn. How do we choose the right one for us? So we have a like multiple sources to learn. How do we choose the right one for us? So would anyone like to answer this question?
So I think it depends on basically what he or she is trying to learn. So
Yes.
if basically he or she is trying to learn like data structure algorithms, that I can point out some really good resources. So
Can you
one
just
is
point
basically,
out now itself, because we actually want some resources as a reference so that we can learn something.
okay, so for data structure algorithms, I think Geeks4Geeks is really good resource.
Yes.
So I have been using it from like really 2010, and it had just started that time. So Sandeep Jain, who has co-founded Geeks4Geeks, he's a very good friend of mine. So I know him personally. I have also contributed a lot in Geeks4Geeks. So I will say that Geeks4Geeks, there are like plethora of questions. So you can pick any topic and you can start practicing from there. As other panel members have mentioned, LeetCode is another thing that you can do.
Yes.
So the good thing about LeetCode is that you can write code and there are like bunch of test cases that you run against. And basically the test cases are like really robust. Even if your code like misses one corner case, it will be caught. So it is really good for practice. Those two. And then we have Cracking the Coding Interview by Gil Lachman, which is a really good book. Oh, nice. That one.
There you go.
Yeah.
I just went in and grabbed this.
Yeah. And more than that book, I liked Elements of Programming Interviews. So specifically, if you are preparing for Google and Facebook, right? So Elements of Programming Interviews is really, really good book. And I will suggest to basically solve that book like 3 times. In first time, you won't be able to solve like many problems. This is a really, really nice book. So, the third book that I would like to recommend is Cracking Data Structure Algorithms Made Easy by Narasimha Karumachi. So,
yes, sir. Yeah, I have that one. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I really like about that book is that you have been given a problem. So let's say you have to find a duplicate in an array, right? So you solve the problem in one, you feel happy, right? Then the book will say, oh, the problem that you just solved is not the best way to solve it. We can optimize in terms of time. Okay. Then there is an approach 2. You start feeling happier. Then there is an approach 3. And then you keep on going and there are 7 approaches of solving the same problem. So that's what the interviewer like, right? Because when in a company, when you are trying to solve a problem, basically you're solving a problem for a very specific situation. And in that situation, basically you have a different space and time trade-off. So you should understand in what situation, whether you have to sacrifice time in terms of space or space in terms of time. That's why it is good to know like different ways of solving the same problem. And at the same time, it is really, really important to understand the time and space trade-offs. So sometimes, so these days, what happens is that memory is like, we have like a lot of memory, right? But the thing is, we do not have like a lot of computational power. So for that, basically, we can hash a lot of things to save time, but basically at the same time, we sacrifice memory for that. So basically, we have to understand these things.
Yes.
So these are the resources. I think these are enough resources for practicing data structure algorithms.
Yes.
There's one more site by Gil Lachman. I don't know whether it has become obsolete or not. During my time, it used to be like really, really active. It's Career Cup. So Career Cup had like really good collection of problems. And apart from these, basically have a friend to discuss all these problems. So I was very lucky to have a really good friend. We used to discuss like coding problems like 8 to 10 hours a day. That time I used to bunk a lot of classes and just did coding.
Wow.
That's actually super cool, because we usually bunk classes to go to canteen, but doing such coding, that was super cool, super fun. Yeah.
Yeah, there is no shortcut, right? So the only 3 things matter: practice, patience, and perseverance. Practice, because there is no other way you can basically become really good at coding. Patience, because sometimes you won't be able to solve problems in the first attempt. So there were times when I was not able to solve problems for like 2 weeks, but I didn't rush to the solution. I used to think every time. And only after I was not able to solve, like after 2 or 3 weeks, then only I used to rush to the solution. And perseverance, because your grit is important. The ability to never quit, because this ability will take candidates like really far. In companies, basically we get new problems every day. That is the crux of the software engineering. You have to dig well every day to drink water. Because you can't solve same problems like again and again, because if you're solving same problems again and again, this is not a good engineering practice. You will have to automate those things, and then you will find yourself rushing to a new problem, a new situation, and then you have to start thinking all over again, how do you solve that problem. That's how software engineering is. And that's why great software engineers are paid like really huge chunk of money.
Yes. Yeah. Ma'am, would you like to add some more points? Anyone else in the panel?
So as Ashish said, everything's true. So there's no shortcut. It's gonna be a wild ride to go there, get there, but it's gonna be fun, because when I started solving, I know Career Cup, but Lead Code is something now. It's more popular for the youngsters now, I guess. So Lead Code, when I started solving, first I used to be like, oh my God, this is taking forever to solve a small problem. And then it kept on, like, the more I solved, my day was full of like, oh, how to solve that? Like everything used to be just programming, like just solving the problems. It's more about the data structures, or how can I fit in the data structures into this problem? Like how can I solve this? So once you get into that solving mode, your thinking will change. So it inspires you. It always motivates you to go back and solve that more in a better complex way, like better way, you know. Yeah. And this has been my guide for many days, like the Cracking the Code interview by Gail Lackman, and this is divine, like best book forever. And the other one that he said, I forgot, the Lakshman or something. Yeah, that book also I used to have. Narasimha. Yeah, I used to have that one, and those two are excellent and good resources. So please make sure you have this kind of these books in your rack or just a PDF. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for sharing your experiences and your books also as well. Rajesh sir, would you like to say something?
Yeah, it's the same thing. I'll just add that your efforts will start at 100%. It's not that you'll be resting at 100%. So it's all about practice. It's just like, you know, people, what ultimately they will see is what you are doing or what your success is, the car you drive or the paycheck that you draw, but they will never see the hard works you have put in to get there. And it's the hard work that will make you successful. So that's all I would add to it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Enjoy the journey. Basically, it's the most important thing.
Yeah. And also, can you suggest some platforms that can help young engineers? Like we have different type of platforms where we just don't know what to pick up. And can you just, everyone please share some personal experience and the best one that you feel that it helped you a lot in your career?
So in my college days, I used Stack Overflow a lot.
Yeah.
I used to ask like a lot of questions there and answer a lot of questions. The other platform is, again, the discussion forum of Geeks for Geeks. Basically, if you scroll down to every problem in Geeks for Geeks, basically you will see a lot of discussions going on. You can paste their code there. This one, and the third thing is, I think the best thing is to have a mentor and have a coding buddy, basically, because that way basically you can get the feedback the fastest, and we can basically, so have a mentor and have a coding buddy. Having a great coding culture in the college is like really important.
Yeah, what you said is exactly true, because coding buddy is very important to just push you forward in everything, because they're the one who pushes you forward and always motivates you. That's actually true. And others, can you please just share something, the platforms that you would love to learn and you would love to say to students?
Yeah.
Sorry, Rajesh.
Those who are trying to go into MI or this ML, AI and all, Kaggle is one good platform. They can always,
okay.
Kaggle, they can spend some time and try to solve the problem there. They have competitions, and you also get good paid for those competitions if you win. So that's what I would recommend. The current trend of MI and this ML and AI.
Okay. Would anyone like to add a few more points to this?
Yeah, I mean, apart from Lead Code and Geeks for Geeks, and obviously our all engineers' favorite would be Stack Overflow. I think if Stack Overflow is down, I don't think any one of us would be coding anything at that point of time. So But yeah, if we have to like name resources, like highly popular ones, which we all have been using in our professional lives, like I have like, I have like 100 of my team members who have always have to upskill themselves, and if they have, if they need some tutorials, we always rely on Pluralsight. So there are these. That's a subscription-based model where you have like tutorials, and you could use that. Udemy, that's the most popular thing for tutorials, and then we have Unacademy. Then we used to like Coursera, Code Academy. These are the very good ones. HackerRank, if you are interested in solving math problems, go to HackerRank. They have badges, right? You could solve and get to a level, and and you could proudly publicize that on your LinkedIn profile if you are a HackerRank star, right? So these are all the the training platforms, I would say, and they are really good. I mean, I know I have used personally. I'm not advertising any of these things, but I've personally used them, for my individual learning, for my, teams learning and everything. These are some useful tutorials that, useful sources. So if you guys are confused about what to use, yeah, maybe a starting point would be these things. Yeah, I think that just go from those and pick one, stick to that, and then just go from there, because these have got like their courses have been curated by very knowledgeable, experienced professionals. Very simple. They start from basics, like from the scratch they start. So if you are looking for, let's say you're looking to learn React.js, there are tons of courses. There are ratings given to those courses. Like there are multiple instructors who would be teaching them, and then there are reviews. There are stars, just like how you have it in your Amazon. When you're buying a product, you will look at the reviews. How many reviews do you have? And then based on that, you purchase one, right? So you could use the same thing in Pluralsight, Udemy. They have these ratings for these courses, who has taught. Look at that and make an informed decision of what course you want to take. And they have got like, they laid out. They have these courses laid out. Basic, then they got to intermediate, then they go to the advanced things. So you know that there is a learning path, right? And then Microsoft itself provides a learning platform. They have these guided paths for every individual, for every track that they would want to. Just follow those. They have virtual labs. Make use of those virtual labs. These are the best in the market sources that you guys could have now to up your programming skills.
Project Euler is another resource for solving mathematical problems. So if one is really passionate about mathematics, and basically, so Project Euler has problems that you solve using pen and paper, and then you feed those things into code. So basically, it is a good exercise for solving both mathematical problems and at the same time practice coding. And another resource is educated.io. So it has like become really popular recently. I did one course from there and I really liked it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing. And Ms. Sushma, I get to know that you have done your graduation from Usmania University. So yeah, so you know curriculum of your OE, right? So, do you think is it enough for you and engineering buddies? Like, is it enough totally completely this curriculum?
Depends on how the curriculum is now, Kalavanya.
Yes, but there's nothing
is OU still teaching you C, C++, Java at this point of time?
Yes.
I'm not a educational expert to comment on the curriculum, so I would not venture into those. But you see, those are the fundamentals. As I said, those are the basics that your engineering colleges are teaching you, right? What I would suggest to the guys who are learning is, don't just stick to what is being taught in your colleges. That is probably a 1% of what is being available out there for you guys to learn. And that's what I experienced when I came out of my engineering and I actually went to do my master's. It was a big shock when we started looking at the courses in our master's program. We realized that, hey, we didn't learn a thing when we were doing our undergrad. right? It's not to blame anybody, that's how we were programmed at that point of time to just stick to what is being taught at that point of time, right? I'm sure, we were given opportunities to do more, but we probably couldn't take up those. But then it was a big, revelation for me that, oh, okay, these are the things that you would actually have to learn, right? So the engineering will lay you out the foundation, and the good the foundation, the easier for you it will become, right? So it doesn't matter if it's an OU or JNTU or other universities, what curriculum they are teaching. Yes, I would be interested in seeing some more advanced topics being discussed, right? We had AI as an example. I'm giving when we were learning, when I was in my undergrad, AI was one of our topics, right? I don't think they had the right people to teach AI back then.
Exactly.
Right. So that is where the struggle is. They have the curriculum. They have the courses that will help young engineers move to the next level, but probably the staff or whoever are teaching, that they would have to be experts from those domains. That is when it will help us in understanding what it is, right? So I mean, back then AI was still a budding topic. It was like starting, and we didn't have much domain experts who teach those subjects at that point of time. So that was probably one of the reasons why we did not understand a hoot of what AI was when we were learning our engineering. So yeah, if it comes to curriculum, yeah, probably they could do a bit more, but whatever that they are doing, they are laying out the foundation. So don't just stick to that, build on top of what is being taught in your engineering. That is going to help you guys. Because obviously we will not be able to fight with the OU guys and change the entire curriculum now. So it's up to us, right? It's up to us to take it a step further on what they are teaching us.
Yeah. And we have one more question from the audience. Is competitive programming really important? Because it's quite hyped up. Can someone just come forward and answer this question?
I can take it. So it definitely is not. It is not. So people think it's important to just solve problems like complex problems, but no, there's a lot of avenues. Like you can go into texting, into UI UX development, and you can go into the normal programming. You don't need to solve complex problems. And at the same time, Amazon and Microsoft would definitely not use those complex problem solving day to day. Like they just use that for interviews mostly. So, just don't push yourself down because you don't want to solve the problems, but there are a lot of opportunities out there. You can go into the testing. Testing is not not something bad. UI UX development is very, very crucial, and it pays a lot. So you can see other avenues too, Joe. So just my take on that. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Does anyone want to add a few more points on this?
Yeah, I will say that do competitive programming only when you enjoy it. If you think that you are not enjoying it, then do not do it at all. There are other ways to basically land job at the top companies, and basically competitive programming is not the only way. What I really like about competitive programming is that I did participate in competitive programming during my college days, Facebook Hacker Up, Google Code Jam, and bunch of other CodeSafe and bunch of other competitive programming contests. So what I really liked is that basically you are always running against the time, and basically you have to solve the given problem in a particular time. So basically this improves your ability to perform well under pressure. But I have seen many guys who are really good at competitive programming, but they got rejected in like really big companies. So the reason is simple. When you are running out of time, basically you do not code well. Basically you name variable, the variable names are terrible. You use magic numbers. Your code is very messy. No one can understand that. So basically these things really drag you down when you give interviews in like big companies. But it does make you a better problem solver. So I will say that my take is do competitive programming if you enjoy it, give it a try. If you do not enjoy it, then it's not the end of the world. There are other ways to basically achieve what you want to.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's actually motivating for us. And do we have any more? Someone would like to add any points?
Yeah, as Ashish said, it's okay if you are not a competitive programmer. It's okay, right? So there are other opportunities. It's not like you're certifying yourself by taking part in these competitions, being part of those Google Summer Code Camps. It's okay. That's not a scale that a technologist is being measured against. So don't just do it, or don't just get bogged down because there are tons of things happening around you, right? You would have to stick, as an individual, be it if you're starting out or you're a seasoned one, you would have to stick to your strengths. What are you good at? Stick to doing that, right? And then build on top of it. So if competitive programming is not your thing, it's just not your thing. That's it. It doesn't make you a bad programmer, right?
Yes.
You can still go to, go to work, solve a problem which a customer has reported, and you feel happy about it, right? Like you're solving a problem that is being consumed by end users. When you know that gives a lot of relief, that gives a lot of closure to a lot of programmers, knowing that they are solving those problems. So anybody who is getting anxious about people are doing Google Summer Codes, I'm not doing anything, it's okay. Don't worry about that.
Yeah. And we have last question from audience, like, for joining FANG companies, is DSA and problem solving enough, or we must know some current technologies like ML and AI? So Lavanya and Rajesh, would you like to answer something about this?
So for a new grad, you will be obviously applying to software engineering profiles. And unless you have like some specialization covered in your undergrad, I don't think you will be eligible to apply for any of the ML or AI positions. So having said that, that automatically cuts you off from the ML and AI rounds or data science rounds, whatever you might want to call it. So for a fresh grad, so if you are just a plain CS grad, you have to focus on DS and Algo. That is your bread and butter.
Yes.
Yeah, like Ashish has put it very clearly, and Lavanya is also telling. See, for freshers, your this thing ML AI jobs are a bit kind of, because even companies know, right? See, these are not by machines, right? Ultimately, it's humans who have been in your stage. They know how much data will come, how you will process it, what stage you will be ripe enough to, go and pick that fruit. So it's definitely your DL, the data structures. I'm kind of not comfortable with the short terms that you use, because back then we used to just call it DS or data structures. And then the programming, yes, pick one of the language. It could be C, Java, anything. But see, it's about two things, it's about the breadth and the depth. So when you are in college, you should be knowing the breadth, but at the same time, you should be knowing one subject in depth at all, like if at all the interview gets into it. So you'll have to, know that, okay, there are these things, but yes, ultimately one programming language, and it could be of your choice. See, from freshers, what a company expects is your attitude, like how good you are, how inquisitive you are. You should be asking, even if you don't have any question, ask them something, like, so that the person feels that, okay, we need to, answer these, or he wants to know more. And data structures is, of course, the thing, without that, there is absolutely no way, like there's no shortcut to not knowing data structures, basically. Rest all things, there is a shortcut, but data structures is must. And everyone should invest in, because it gives you a kick, actually. Like I think Shushma keeps on telling, right? You feel satisfied. So ultimately, when you solve a data structure problem, right, you feel a kick, oh yeah, I am able to do it. It's good. So that's the must. That's needed.
Okay. So anyone like to add few more points, or?
Yeah. So I would say that data structure algorithms are definitely the must thing. But apart from that, have a sound understanding of operating system, computer organization and architecture, and database and computer networking. So those things are also important. And sometimes in the interviews, basically, the interviewers may want to ask about those things. So basically, a problem can start with, hey, can you write code to solve problem X? And then you start using, if you're writing code in C or maybe in C++, you use malloc and then new, right? Then they will say that, okay, how do you design malloc? That's the next question. And then basically they will go into the very basics of basically how operating system works. They will talk about paging. They will talk about thrashing. They will talk about how memory is being organized. So those sort of things can also come in interview. So basically have a sound understanding of all those things as well. So those topics and subjects are equally important.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing this. And yeah, so didn't realize how time flew moderating this amazing panel, and it's almost time for it to wrap up. So I would love to wrap up the session. Before that, I would like to ask closing remarks from the panelists if anyone would like to. So yeah.
Sure.
I have a quick, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Hanvita.
Oh, sorry. So I have a quick thing I forgot. So GitHub is one more resource. Most of the people ignore it. So if you don't have a repo, if you don't have a profile, just create a profile, and whatever you're practicing, just dump it there. You don't need to worry that everyone's watching my code. So dump it there, because it's gonna be forever for you as a coder. Like I can share my GitHub. Like you can fork your repository from others and search the see the code and learn from them. So it's a great resource. That's the last take on my last point that I wanted to share. But yeah.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And would anyone
Absolutely.
like to add?
Yeah. On GitHub, I do a lot of recruiting for my teams. Starting from freshers to experienced people, I look at a lot of resumes. And for young engineers, if I receive resumes with GitHub profiles on the resumes, I immediately talk to those guys. I immediately want to talk to those guys because it's out there. I can see what they have done, right?
Yes.
So it's very important for people at this point of time to do some work, put it on GitHub. As Hanvita mentioned, don't worry about people watching it, right? You're practicing, you're learning, and it's good that people watch that because they can give you suggestions, right? They can tell you how you can do this better, how you can make it even more faster, even more scalable, because those are the things that are of main importance at this point of time, right? Building applications which are robust, which are scalable. And as a young engineer starting, you wouldn't know what all those things are even means, right? What is a scalable architecture? I don't think any young engineer who is still learning probably would not know, or at least a maximum percentage of people would not know. And for you guys to get that exposure, build something, put it out there in GitHub, let people rip it apart. Don't take it personal. Do not take it personal if somebody is ripping apart your code. Look at what they are saying, right? There will be noise. Keep aside the noise. Look at the people who are actually contributing in telling you what needs to be done there, right? So having a GitHub profile actually adds a lot of value to your resume as well. So you guys are venturing out to get good jobs. Any hiring manager would be interested to pick a resume which has got a GitHub profile on it. So personally, if you're sending me your profile and if it has a GitHub profile, I'll be interested in talking to you rather than a person who does not have it. It does not mean that I'm undermining the other position, but then my first preference will be to talk to you guys, right? So you are amplifying your opportunities, you're amplifying your probability of getting a call from one of the hiring companies. So that's a very good point, Hanvita, on the GitHub thing. So on the closing note, the only just to summarize what all we have discussed, right? I think young engineers, focus on your fundamentals, get your fundamentals right, have a network where you can discuss, right? It's always good to go to a canteen and discuss on the movies and anything, but also have a time where you can discuss on these things, right? It opens up a lot of things. It will give you an opportunity to think, to see what others are thinking, how another person would approach the same problem, right? As I said, A problem will have multiple solutions. And if you open up for discussions, you will see what others are doing, how others would actually solve it, what are the other criteria that they could think of in addressing that problem. So have that community. It could be your best friend, it could be your teacher, it could be somebody on your LinkedIn profile. Anybody, have that community around yourself. Surround yourselves with those things. Understand what is happening in the technology space. As we said in the beginning, no technology it's going to get obsolete in a short span of time. So be always close to what is happening in the technology space. It does not mean that you would have to pick up on those technologies. It's just that it will give you an idea of what is happening, right? And solve problems, write code. I think there is no better way to become a good programmer than to write code, right? And my one suggestion would be, when I say write code, once a problem comes, just do not start writing your code. Think about the problem. Spend the time in understanding the problem. Spend the time in understanding the scenarios of the problem. Once you do that, then your coding it becomes easier for you guys. I always say to some of my young people that I work with, when you see a work coming to you, do not put your heads down and start writing the code. Spend time in understanding. Spend time in what the actual problem is. What are they talking about? Right? Once you start doing that, you will actually have a different way of approaching that problem. So do that. Spend time in understanding the problems. Use the platforms that we discussed, or any other platforms that you are interested in, right? Practice a lot. And if you build something, refine on that one. Don't think that, okay, I'm done with this is done, right? I've solved this. There are N ways of doing the same thing, right? Spend time in refactoring what you have done. Spend time in refining what you have done. Show it to somebody else to see what they can say, right? So do these are like very basic steps, very, very basic, that are very, sometimes we ignore. We do not pay attention to these things, but these are the ones that actually help anyone to become skilled, be it a programmer or be it any other guys. These are the fundamental things that students need to follow. So on that note, as I said, it's a wonderful platform that you guys have. I will strongly encourage you guys to continue doing this, have a lot more sessions, and girls getting involved in programming it's the need of the hour. We have to conquer the tech space, and I see a lot of those change happening now, and it's actually very encouraging. So women always bring a little different perspective to the programming aspects as well, because we are innately different than men. So we bring in a different perspective into solving problems, and so I would strongly encourage more and more women to get into that space. Use your community around, because that's the best thing that current times, the social media, LinkedIn's, communities, these are the ones that you would have to spend a lot of time. So yeah, on that note, I would like to say thank you. Thanks to all the panel members. It was a wonderful discussion. Good to know you all, and hoping that we will, stay connected.
Sure, and thank you, ma'am, for being so proactive from the beginning of the session. And if anyone would like to add some few more points.
Yeah, so on a closing note, I would say that keep practicing, do not get motivated,
Sure.
never quit, and enjoy the journey. Those are the four important things to basically take care of. And I have written one blog on how to prepare for top MNCs that may be useful. I can share the link after this.
Yeah, you can share the link in the chat box, sir. Yeah.
And it was really nice, like getting the opinions of all the panel members here. It was really a wonderful conversation. So thanks for that.
Yeah, it's ultimately, don't give up on your dreams. Keep dreaming.
Yes.
See, all I can tell is like, I'm around 17 years experience in IT, and I still feel like, no, it's a fresh day for me every day. And I wake up, I pick up, for me, maths is a bit important. So I pick up some mathematical problems and I solve them. So it's all about your dream, but yeah, at the same time, you have to balance and get a job, because that's the ultimate, responsibility. Many of you or like ultimately that's the purpose of life, right? That you have to earn, feed your family. So get a job, that's important, and always take steps which will lead you to get a job as well as follow your passion. So try to maintain a balance, but yeah, prepare well, and hard work is the must. Like there is absolutely no shortcut to hard work. People may tell, okay, you are lucky. Some may say, no, I'm unlucky, but it's all about your hard work. And just I'll tell one example of myself.
Yes,
like when I was in 10th and 12th, I used to almost study like the whole CBSE books. I would practice even before the school opens, and I would, after the exam, I would always come and tell my mom, see mom, how lucky I was. Whatever I had studied, everything came in exam, or like there was no question which was out of syllabus. And when it was in college, after most of the exams, I would go and I would tell my friends that, oh man, this was the only topic and I left, but somehow it has come in exam. And it was the same person. I was lucky in college, but unlucky, like lucky in school, but unlucky in college. And ultimately the difference was in 10th, I would have studied the book so much that there was no point which was uncovered. And in college, it was probably lack of time, or like, again, you get involved in other activities. I was the college president in final year, so you can understand that like it was a bit different for me. So, and I used to feel unlucky. So it's all about hard work. There is no luck factor. It's absolutely hard work, and you will have to do it. There is no shortcut to it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And
yeah,
Slavani,
I
would
think
you
I
like to-
completely agree with Rajesh. I think hard work is the key to everything. Like you have to work hard. And about the resources, I think we forgot to mention a very popular resource amongst us, which is YouTube. So for
yeah.
any problem that you are struggling with, I feel that instead of spending, I think 30 to 40 minutes is the ideal time, even in interviews, that is expected to spend on a problem. So once you think that you have spent typically 30 to 40 minutes, or maybe stretch it to 1 hour, I think then look out for the solution. And if that is also not, you're not able to understand it, then just go to YouTube and Google for that, and just search for that question, and you will be able to get so many video explanations. So I think YouTube is also an essential resource that we forgot to put it out. And then personally for data science and ML, I feel Data Camp is a very good website to get started with. It again has basic, medium, and advanced level of courses. So even if you're trying for data analyst positions, which is slightly different from programming aspect, they have good resources for that. Otherwise, if you want to stick to programming and then venture into ML or data science, then Data Camp along with Kaggle is a good resource.
Yeah. Thank you. So thank you everyone for sharing your experiences with us, and the platforms you gave were really useful. And yeah, so big thank you to all for available today, and you add your valuable insights in the discussion. Really appreciate it. It's not easy to get up here in front of hundreds of your peers and students. So let's thank these people for doing that. And before that, I would like to know if the panelists would want to add any few words, like last, anyone would like to conclude the session? There's nothing like that, right?
So Lavanya, I just want to thank you for moderating this entire.
I'm sorry for not introducing in the bio.
Oh, no worries.
Actually, I'm so
But
sorry.
so I really appreciate you moderating it, and this is a wonderful panel. Like I have seen a great extreme ends of the experience, and the people who brought in their experiences, right? So Sushma, Rajesh, Lavanya, and Ashish, everyone's bringing their own experiences from their own world. So it's good. So this panel is so good. I hope to have taken something out of this, and I also thank the college and the platform who provided this for this opportunity. And Lavanya, thanks for moderating this, and we hope our paths meet some other time. And
yeah, we'll definitely. And thank you once again, because it's the second time for us, and you never rejected our invitations. So thank you so much for that, and I apologize for this today. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
That's fine, Lavanya. Like, we all are professionals. We understand these are very normal things,
Yes.
Yeah.
So lovely to interact with you all. You guys are super cool, and thank you so much. And yeah, a hearty thanks to my fellow teammates of ATBD. It's always so much fun and such a great experience of learning together throughout the entire process. Finally, before concluding, thank you to all the viewers of this seminar for being proactive and making this a very engaging session. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
the best
Thank
for
you.
your next sessions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All the best for future
Bye.
endeavors. Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Guys, it's a lunch break till 2 o'clock. So, yeah.
एक मिनट सर वो
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon. We're just waiting for the other panelists to join.
Yeah, sure. My name is Doing.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon, Sushil.
Good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon.
Hi, Nitya. Am I audible? Hi. Yes, ma'am, you are. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Nitya, how are the other programs going on?
So they have went well, sir. Till now, we've had 3 panels, and they went really well.
Great, great. So, till tomorrow, this conclave is scheduled, I believe, or today is the last
Yes, sir.
day?
No, today we are having 5 panels, and tomorrow we have another 4.
Okay, so 3 days program.
2 days.
Achha,
Today
2
is,
days.
yeah.
So, achha, today, so from today itself it started. Okay. Good, good, good. So, students are from first year or everyone is there?
No, the viewers are not only limited to Stanley, but we have spread it through our connections. And within Stanley, all 4 years of B, all branches.
Okay, 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 okay. Good, good, good. So few people would be waiting for their campus placement, or it is already done?
The 4th year that is on.
So they all are placed?
I am not 100% sure, sir.
Okay. Good. So basic question, but most challenging to answer and even ask. Good, good, good. So at least in the meantime, we can share our thought process. We can be familiar with each other.
I also plan on introducing all of you. I think at sharp 2 o'clock we can start, sir.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough.
Nitya, the format is it's for 1.5 hours?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're going to lead the panel, right? With the questions?
Yes, I am. Okay. I am moderator, and first we'll have a round of introductions and it talks about the topic, and then I shall lead with questions.
Awesome. Forward to it. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am. It's also my first time moderating, so hope all goes well.
Don't worry about it. We're all here. Hi, Rajeshri. Good afternoon.
Sorry,
Ma'am, you are muted, ma'am. Rajashri, ma'am.
Yeah. Hi, very good afternoon to you too. How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
Going on, surviving.
I You know, I always prefer meeting everyone in person, and
Absolutely.
this
Can't
just
agree
feels,
more.
yeah, I know, this just feels unreal, but such is life nowadays.
Yeah. I think again for almost another year, at least for things to settle down. Oh God, it actually feels enough is enough.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree.
Sir, Mr. Venkatesh Neelam, you seem to have been having some problem. You can contact me if there's anything, technical issues. I hope everyone's doing well.
So at least, Nitya, in the meantime, we can share at least something which may be very interesting, like from which place we all are coming. Because first time I am observing, there are 3 girls, ladies, but still a lot of peace, quiet, and cool. So I was expecting at least I will get something very interesting.
So you can start, sir. Where are you from?
I'm currently in Ahmedabad.
So I'm based out of Bangalore.
I'm in Hyderabad.
Great, great. So we all are equally disturbed with the corona, but I was surprised when ladies start sharing that they are also panicked. Then foundation of home is really shattered. But yes, it is the reality. So we cannot pretend that we are not scared or we are not having worry.
Sorry, I didn't understand you. What did you say? Even ladies are?
See, you people are the founder or the pillar of any family or home. With your power only we get energy. So that was my thought process.
But not necessarily all women are just
No. So
family.
every woman is having very unique qualities. Just has
Yeah. So
to
you can't say
realize.
women, no, you can't say then women are the pillar of family, not necessarily, because for me, I've always been a person who's always out earning. I'm rather I would be more outside than home. It's just a different perspective.
Outside, inside doesn't matter. So finally, I am concerned about energy, source of energy, from where we get energy. That was the point of discussion. So whether you are outside or inside, you all are
No, sir, I'm
always
only
source of
mentioning the
energy.
point that you made. It's not about
No,
if you
job.
specified energy, then it's a different thing. You were
Yes.
very specific about saying, women are the pillar of home and stand. That's a different story altogether. That equation has already
Fair
changed.
enough. Fair enough.
So energy is a
Fair
different
enough.
energy. Everybody has it. It's about how do you want to channel
I
and how do you
had
want to bring it out, right?
yes, yes. So from childhood,
I
I
would
have been
actually,
yeah. Yes, please.
I'd suggest actually, and talk I would, since it's to actually have one more person to join, but I've been informed that they join late. So I will introduce them after they join the meeting. So good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible. So the fourth.
We're losing to Vidya.
Your moderator today. Okay, 1 second.
Your voice is breaking.
Is it clear now?
Yeah, better than
Okay, all right. So, my name is Nitya Reddy, and I am the moderator for today's panel. And I welcome you all to the Experts Dome, Panel 4, Campus to Corporate. The Experts Dome set foot into the future about those big dreams, ATBD in short. We are a student body at the College of Engineering and Technology for Women, and we were formed amidst the early days of the pandemic to help our students achieve their big dreams. And with about 50 plus sessions and 3 major conferences, we have a wide well-versed speakers in the topics of science, education, technology, entrepreneurship, art, and world issues. And coming to our college, our institution, Stanley College of Engineering and Technology for Women, it is a leading institution established in 2008, a temple of learning at the heart of city of Pearls, Hyderabad. And Stanley is an autonomous institution accredited by NAC with a grade A and accredited by BA eligible engineering courses. And Stanley and now that I am done introducing the organizers, I shall gladly proceed by introducing all our esteemed panelists of this session. And I am beyond honored to do so. Mr. Sushil Tripathi, a strategist at Oswald Industries in Mumbai. With more than 2 decades of work experience in various domains of HR field, he has been successful at playing the role of organization creator by organization design, role design, and required behavior modeling. I gladly announce that Sir is actually joining ATBD for the second time, and we are glad to have you again, Sir. Ms. Sheetal from HR Global Hiring, Affine, Bangalore. She's an experienced HR with a demonstrated history of working in the management consulting industry. She's skilled in management, employee relations, organization development, strategy, recruiting, and human resources. Thank you for being there, ma'am. Mr. Venkatesh Neelam, the Deputy Manager of Recruitment at Volvo Group, Bangalore. He's a creative talent acquisition professional with more than a decade of experience in managing the full spectrum of talent acquisition, talent branding, and talent programs. He's also a social media expert and a career coach. And I gladly announce that Mr. Venkatesh is also joining ATBD for the second time. Ms. Deblina Gangali, thank you for joining us right now, ma'am. It's wonderful to have you here. She's the Senior Manager at Olam International, Bangalore. She's a seasoned recruitment professional carrying about 15 years of experience in lateral and campus recruitments, business advisory, and services organizations with the presence around the globe. She also has extensive experience in managing global recruitment teams in India and North America. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Harika Veliga, the Senior Director of Talent Acquisition and Business Partner at Gainsight, Hyderabad. She has around 16 years of recruitment experience in the IT sector with exposure to both the Indian and US markets. She has worked closely with business leaders and key stakeholders to support scale growth
and specializes in recruitments related research to attract top talent in the world. Ms. Sapna Gopinath, which she has not joined the meeting yet, so I will introduce her once she joins. And finally, last but not least, Ms. Rajashri Rao, the head of AI Innovation Hub at R2 Data Labs, Rolls-Royce, Bangalore. She's a globally acclaimed industry thought leader, visionary advisor, principal consultant, and mentor in next generation technologies like AI, cloud computing, data analytics, robotics, Industry 5, Internet of Things, and the list goes on and on and on. She has been recognized by Thinkers 360 as one of the top 50 global thought leaders and influencers in emerging technologies, AI, blockchain, cloud computing, ecosystem, 5G, AR, VR, and IoT. Ma'am is featured in 3 AI lists of AI and analytics leaders to watch out for in 2021. Ma'am is also a global director, general of Sustainable Development Goals for the GPCI. Thank you, ma'am. And I apologize if I mispronounced any of your names, but we are very glad to have you here. And it's such an honor for me to be reading your profiles and introducing you to the viewers also. And enough for me talking, I will just introduce the topic, and then we shall go into a round of brief introductions and thoughts about this topic and insights about this topic. Campus to corporate is an extremely important and crucial topic, and it is of great relevance to students everywhere. It defines the heights of their careers that they can reach and how well they can build their careers. Many things involved are the required soft skills, technical skills, internships, industry readiness, campus peer, resumes, and so many factors to consider about this. The goal I would like to place for this session would be that we discuss and compile information that is fruitful for students so we can help bridge the gap between campus and corporate. So enough with that, let's start with an initial round of insights. Ms. Deblina, would you like to start?
Sure. Thank you so much for a lovely introduction, Nitya. And it's an opportunity to come and talk to everybody, and lovely set of panelists. Hello, I know we haven't met in person ever, but it's wonderful to meet so many people out there and kind of connect. I don't want to get into the introduction part of it, Nitya. Once again, you did a fab job. And I was wondering when did I do all those stuff? But yes, I have around 15 years of experience, and I am primarily into the talent acquisition side of it, along with a lot of projects and work that I love doing in sites of diversity and few other initiatives that I lead. From talent acquisition or hiring, campus has been something which has been very close to me. And in all my past organizations, campus has been something which I have been leading or actively participating in. It's wonderful to kind of meet so many new kids, hear from all of you. It's so much of fresh ideas that brings in. So for today, what I would like to kind of focus on, as Nitya, you rightly said, it has two sides to it. One is, of course, how you prepare yourself for the interview, how you get into the whole campus process of it. That's your one side, from campus to corporate. The next side, of course, is getting assimilated within the organization and your first couple of months, 3 months to 6 months. The first part, which is getting ready, the soft skill, communication skill, I'll kind of like to hold on to that a little bit now. I know the students these days are extremely proficient about knowing what to do, what to read, and how to prepare themselves. I would like to rather focus on the later part of the thing. So what has, of course, changed, and just kind of drawing a little bit of a context to how it has changed over the last 2 years with the entire scenario of pandemic. The more the way we work, the more that we go for campuses, the more that we onboard students have completely changed. It's all virtual now. And the way we are working, I think it is going to continue. We agree, we don't agree. I think it will be hybrid, but it is going to continue. It is going to be this way for some time, and of course for this year. So, keeping in mind the way the organizations, the way we are changing, I wanted to just kind of cover a couple of pointers which I thought is important. So I don't have a slide and all. I just will kind of call out a couple of bullet points and what I have at least experienced. So I'll try to keep it as real as possible after onboarding like almost 4 batches over the last 2 years, all virtual. So it is extremely important as you are getting assimilated within the organization. It's very, very important when you're joining in the company, all being virtual, the way you start your first day is going to be very different from what you would have done in the past. Your trainings are all going to be virtual. The way you network, talk to people is all going to be virtual. So my first piece would be just balance it out when you are joining in. You will have to know who all to connect with, what all to absorb. You need to know about the organization a lot. The first day, while we all say it's all virtual, it is extremely important to dress right still. I know in person it is, we say that you need to dress right for the occasion. Things have changed, but still I think it is important that you get ready for your work. Doesn't matter whether it's virtual in person. So make sure you are making that first impression still right when you are joining an organization, be it your internship, be it your full-time opportunity that you are joining in. You need to be, the second piece that I would say, it's with all being virtual, it is going to be very, very critical and important for all of you to network. And and trust me on this, when I say networking, because we all are not in office, we all are virtual, it is becoming extremely critical for all of us to know each other even in a virtual setup. So when you go for an internship, and I'm again going to relate back to the MBA interns that we onboarded, the engineering interns in large batches, it really helps when you are staying connected, one, with your peer group, people who you are joining in with. Other, if you're joining a very large MNC, if I have to look back at a GE or a Deloitte, the organizations that I come from, these are huge organizations, and you really need to know, you're working across the globe, you're working across the regions. It is important to know who are your point of contact. It's important to network with the right set of people, because you'll need a lot of advice and mentorship through the journey. So be it internship, be it full-time, make sure that those connects are very, very critical, and make sure that you take the effort and take a lead towards it. The third piece, of course, again, leading to the same point that I said, make sure that you are interacting with your colleagues a lot more. There will be days when you will wonder, what am I doing? Because you are not really seeing the office piece, you are not really seeing the premises there. And again, many of these are also important when you are going to office. So make sure that you are talking, you are interacting with the colleagues a lot more, and staying connected. The fourth, and something which is very important to all of us, is to know what you are working on, the domain, the kind of technology that you are going to work on, your attitude, your skill, your knowledge. All of these will go very much hand in hand. From 10 years back when we were doing campus until now, the way technologies have changed, the way we are talking about different pieces, every 6 months there is something new which is coming in. So as you start the journey, it will be very different from what you are doing in the college. Make sure that you are keeping all of yourself updated, and keep grasping those information around what's happening around you. The agility, the being nimble is something which is you need to be be very updated with. Even as an HR professional, things are changing drastically around us, with AI coming in, with tools helping us with the employee engagement, stacking of the profile. So it's a lot more technology driven, and it is going to be very important that you are abreast with the latest technology. So make sure that you are taking those efforts when you are joining in the new organization. What is it needed? The kind of projects that you have done, how does it align with the organization goal of for you? That is extremely important. the last 2 points, without taking much time and opening it up for my other fellow panelists here. My one advice would be make sure you have a mentor or a coach in your career journey. As an individual, it has helped me to know how to kind of find out a solution. You cannot always go with the problem. You need to have your solution, your own way of thinking when you are going in. As a fresher, the way you perceive, but when you are going into the organization for them, it's a very fresh pool of blood or fresh piece of ideas that is going to come in. So never hold yourself back in sharing what you think is right. You need to bring forth your ideas, the way you want to kind of look at a thing or your own perspective. Be comfortable sharing those with the organization. I'm sure everybody would be happy to welcome those information and ideas from your end. And make sure that you need to know that you are owning your own career. So leading back to the same point, you need to find out how you want to shape out your career. So while the organization will give you the lead time, they will train you, they will mentor you, they will tell you, well, this is how it helps. You need to make sure that you, as an individual, know how you want to shape up your career over the next couple of years, or how you want to really invest in your own growth. So yeah, I mean, that would be another one, that make sure that you are taking those efforts to own your own career as well. So yes, to start with, those were a couple of pointers from my end. And maybe we can, once we come back, we can again discuss in detail. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And I do really understand the importance of molding yourself to the current times and the current pandemic situation, and molding your ways and your behaviors and your priorities to fit the campus need right now. And also the need of always gaining knowledge through networking and through mentors. That's really nice points. Let's proceed to Ms. Harika, ma'am. Could you also shed some light on the topic, campus to career?
Sure, of course. Thank you for the lovely introduction, Nitya, and a very good afternoon to all of you. I know taking time out on a Saturday afternoon after a hectic work week, working virtually is not easy. So I appreciate all of you joining. I have this topic is very close to my heart. I was a campus hire back in 2004 and went through the grind, if we may call that, extensive boot camps or an onboarding program like Deblina talked about, is what the organizations take care of when they are hiring from campus. It's like a known fact, and everybody in the last 2 years have adapted themselves to the virtual onboarding really well and use technology to their advantages. So I would like to add some more points to that as we move along. I'm sure Nitya has a lot of questions lined up for us, so I'm looking forward to the questions, and I'm happy to answer as they come along.
Thank you, ma'am. I do have a lot of questions. Ms. Rajashri, ma'am, anything to add to Ms. Deblina, Ms. Harika, and insights of your own? You're muted, ma'am.
Hi. Very good afternoon to you all, and thank you for having me in this panel and sharing the panel with all the fellow panelists. It's wonderful. Very in different perspective I would take, because I come from a corporate, and always we look for talent in a different capacity. So I wouldn't say campus to corporate, but I would come from corporate to campus, the other way around. One of the most important insights that I would like to share with all of you, and which I think today, how the world is evolving and what is expected of the future generation or the workforce, is something that you need to really, transform or keep in mind. Most important is, one is the college or the institutions that we have so far evolved in doesn't prepare you for a corporate journey. And that is something I've experienced with my 20 plus years of experience in the corporate world. And I mentor a lot of students, I mentor a lot of people. And one thing that I see missing is that that journey to now the next phase of moving from a student to coming into a workforce, that is something you're never prepared of, because we only see the pink color glasses. It's the beautiful story about the corporate world is always being fed into you. The realities are never taught. You have not been taught how to swim in that ocean. Okay. Now see, skill, capability, technology, talent, whether you like it or not, you have to anyways do it. That's part of your everyday's bread and butter, day-to-day job. And whether you're studying or you're working, you have to keep educating yourself. And education doesn't stop just because you finished your PhD, you finished your master's, whatever that you've done. That's only a very minor aspect. It's more like I'm getting a certificate because I want to get into a corporate world, or I want a good job. I want to get I want to go to MIT, whatever that's. It's just an entry. I want to gain that entry. So I'm getting that certificate. But what you need to first get educated itself is really understanding what is that you want to do, what is the knowledge you need to build. The knowledge is a key element. See, we all emphasize on skill building, capability building, and a lot of other, say, communication skills, soft skills, presentation skills, you name it. It's endless, okay? But what is very important is that knowledge about what is the value that you want to bring to that table. That's very important. It's how do you demonstrate a value to the job is extremely critical in the corporate environment. And today that's a very missing element. And also most important is how do you evolve the journey itself through the job, through that experience, and keep growing. The problem is the mindset, the attitude that people carry most of is, oh, I am a data scientist, or I am a PhD, I know this. But what is missing is, it's about, look, everybody is good in some ability that they have or a capability that they have. You need to recognize that there is always the learning curve. The element of learning curve rests with all of us throughout our journey. And you need to only build to becoming the best version of yourself. And it's not about competing. There is no competition. You need to understand you're your own competition that exists. And when you recognize these aspects, that is when I will tell you that you can bring value to the job that you are doing. Otherwise, you're going to get sucked into the traditional corporate environment.
Thank you, ma'am, for that. And I would actually love to listen to more of the specifics of what is not prepared in the campus and what we see in the corporate. And as you said, the swimming pool. And also in the previous panels that have gone, the three previous panels, a common trend is seen that everyone suggests that you are never done learning. You have to always learn. There is no end of it. It's always like going up. Thank you for that, ma'am. And again, I want to listen to them later. Mr. Shushil, could you share your thoughts on the topic? Sir, you're not audible, sir. No. We're not able to hear you, sir. I'll give you 2 minutes. Till then, can Ms. Sheetal, are you here with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm so glad that I'm sharing this space with other experts out here. And thanks, guys, for all of you. I would actually agree to everybody who's spoken a few things that even I agree about, right? Learning is a continuous process. I think the minute that you stop learning, you stop growing. And that's an attitude that every campus person should have, and even any experienced person, irrespective of what position you hold in any organization, right? Specifically talking about my introduction, I don't think I want to repeat what Nithya said. So thanks for that lovely introduction, Nithya. Appreciate that effort. Talking about specifically on campus, I believe in a PhD. I don't mean a PhD with educational background, but I mean PhD with my own abbreviation to it. It's called passion, hardworking, and determination. I think we should stop that idea of marks anymore, because I don't think we anymore look at marks to hire people. We look at what a person brings to the table, which is very, very important. I think today's generation, students should believe that things beyond your mark sheet is what people look at when they look at hiring, right? If I see someone who's finished their education and also doing something beyond that, it talks a lot about how the person is passionate about, how that person is proactive, and have a very specific career growth to actually come up with life, right? There are so many things like that I can keep jotting on, but to start with, I would say that for any career path that you are in, from campus to experience, passion, hard working, and determination will take you a long way in life. Over to you, Nitya.
Thank you, ma'am. And Mr. Venkatesh, are you with us?
Yes, Nitya, I'm here.
Hello, sir. We were to be able to see your face, but please do
Yeah.
proceed with your thoughts on the topic and please shed some light on it.
Yeah, thanks, Nitya. Sorry, for due to some network issues, I couldn't able to on my video. Yeah, thanks for second time inviting me, and a very pleasure to meet all the experts in the team. So many things actually we discussed, which is right. Have to be agree with each and every point. From my side, a couple of points I just want to add that as Debalina said, we have seen the fundamental shift. So the way we interact 10 years back and now everything changed, sharing knowledge, sharing thoughts and insights and everything. So in fact, the company is also looking the similar way. I strongly said to all these freshers who are coming in mind. So think always your thought process and how do you minimize time, efforts and cost. If your thought process or your ideas or you are able to bring some value to the society or the industry and everything. So think how do you actually enable all the companies on these three aspects, which is majority. Why we go to freshers? Because they bring lot of diversity and lot of ideas and thought process wise. But they have to think when they talk to the industry people and everyone. So they need to come some in line with this is what I'm expertise into. This is what I can do for you. So always people see that a lot of gap between the campus corporate people. The thing is they come up with their own ideas and thoughts, but they never intersync with what is actually the company's expectations on for these roles. So when they have bridged that role gaps, so in terms of technology wise or competency or skill, so they have to little play around it. I always tell to the students on the 3-box theory. First thing, the first box, you tick mark what do you have today. It might be a skill, competency and everything. And second box, you see information is everywhere now. It's just that you have to know how to find that information and where to bridge with your skills and competency side. You have Internshala, you have a lot of campus JDs and everything. You see based on your passionate roles and what kind of expectations the industry has it, then make it in second box. And the third box, I always tell that you always see that come to LinkedIn and you find who are your futuristic people. Like in case you want to be tomorrow CHRO or industry leader, whatsoever, you have enough profiles available and they can see all the journeys. And you see that how the journey career path happened for them, what are skills they acquired and all those aspects. So when you compare the 3 boxes in front of you, by default, you get to know what is the missing piece for you. And when you see the problem statements in all these areas, so you need to come up with what is your version of it, the time, efforts and cost, minimizing this aspect. And at the same time, yeah, social media is there, and it's just that you need to connect with the right audience and engage them and showcase what you are today. Or in case some leaders are talking something, tell what is your opinion about it. Always keep in target audience mind using social media, because the personal brand today, it's always keep on one of the key area. Either might be companies or employees, anyone. So if you have right brand and right approach to people, by default you find right mentor and right people. So then your ideas goes to on these 3 aspects, which is my way of view, and how do you minimize time, efforts and cost. If they can give clear idea of on this area, they can do rock stars in corporate industry. That's what I see in success a lot of freshers.
Thank you, sir. And since you are also a career coach, I'm sure this is something you give advice to the people under you, your consultants. And I do really agree that we need to figure out what stream we want to go into and have that interest. And that's actually perfect for students, because within the campus life, we have a lot of time and exposure to go around and explore the different streams. And Mr. Sushil? Sorry, sir, I'm not able to hear you. Is anyone else able to hear, sir?
No. Not here.
Yes, no.
Sorry, sir. I will send someone to contact you to connect you properly.
Best solution is just log out and log in. That is the best solution always. First troubleshooting.
Yes, when computer has problems, just shut it off. Sir, could you please reload the page? And that doesn't work, I will send someone to contact you. But on from that, now that we're done with our first round of views about the topic, and we have some understanding of what everyone's work is about, let us proceed. And I would like to place the question, my first question. And Rajri ma'am has also covered it in a way. I want you to comment on the phrase, practical knowledge is not gained in the campus. Because I hear this used so many places, and I really do want to know whether it's true or not. Practical knowledge is not gained in the campus. Would anyone volunteer to speak first?
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Yes.
Okay, so when you say practical knowledge is, okay, you're getting into a job role. You could say you are a data scientist and you want to take up, say, I want to work within a data analytical organization or something to do within your domain, right? So you might have done projects, you might have done internships, right? And that's only going to give you so much of a practical experience. But when you actually get into a job, a real-time job, and start evolving in the career, you will understand education is one aspect, what you study, but the application of that knowledge is completely different, because the job and what the projects that you work will be very different, very different, because it will be either it's going to be domain specific, it's going to be vertical specific, or you're addressing a business challenge, and you will then understand how much more you have to build your skills, how much more of knowledge you have to keep acquiring, how much you need to study different things to bring the value add, which we keep talking about in the corporate world, is what is the value that you demonstrate? How are you going to be a differentiator to the job? And it's not just about applying directly what you learn in your skills and then taking it to the job. It's about being innovative. See, again, innovation doesn't mean invention. I'm sure today, if you hear about the jobs, everybody will talk about out of the box thinking. You have to be an innovator. Innovator doesn't mean you're inventing or you need new ideas. It is about how do you do things, the same thing in a different manner. Most important things which an organization today are looking at is three things for the business. One is to improve efficiency and productivity. And number two is cost reduction. And number three, most important, is value and impact to the business. And today, if you don't have that out of box thinking or doing things differently, the value is not going to come to that. And today, in this current times and also in the future, the world is going to evolve in much a faster capacity. We are all going at a speed and a space which is unimaginable, because today we are all sitting and working at our comfort zone, I would say, because we are still working from home, and you're still not understanding at the speed, the skyrocketing speed with which the technology is evolving. And to catch up to that, you have to be there. You really have to demonstrate that value. And one very important aspect that I'll call out in a job is that this is what we don't understand. You don't have to compete with your peers. And something that I disagree in a corporate world, probably someday, whether I own my own company or I don't know, when I get into someday, I will remove the scrap of rating system. Because there's nothing like you can rate against a comparison with somebody, because you are the best version of yourself. You have to always compete with yourself, and you have to raise your bars. If I'm able to achieve from 1 to 10, now I need to achieve 10 to 20. And that is what you have to look. And please remember one very important thing. This is something I would like to tell to all the students in this world, is that don't run after success. Success will follow when you strive for excellence. And you have to strive for excelling in whatever that you do. And that is a very important element to understand and gain that experience only in real time, and this no book can teach you ever in your life.
Yeah, and Nitya, I think Rajeshri shared a lot of informative points. The one thing that I would say, and that's what again I'll try to keep it as real from the experience as possible. See, what you learn in the campus, as Rajeshri rightly called out, when you're doing the mentorship, when you're doing an internship, it's 2 months, and probably you will not get your hands on a live problem. I mean, it is always a demo problem that you get. It wouldn't be a live problem that you will work for any of the organizations. But what is really important is how much of it. So there are, if you see these days, there are a lot of organizations investing in the labs of colleges, investing in specific courses that align with the what the organization is looking at. So those kind of courses, investment by organizations, because they are trying to nurture talents from the very beginning, it does help. So if you are coming across any such opportunity, please jump onto it, because you will get at least as close as you can get to a business problem. Now, coming back to the piece of whether it helps or not, if you don't know your basics right, it will be a challenge for you. So when you are studying a particular course, my only advice to all of you would be, don't just kind of try and mug it up. You need to have your basics right. What you need to know is, again, going back to the way Rajeshri had put it, you need to know how to apply it. So I probably would have studied, I'll give you a live example, I could have studied about recruitments, organizational development in HR, or you could have studied about C, C++, Java, AI in your courses. What you need to know is how to apply it to a business solution. So when you join an organization, you have a business problem at hand, you will lean back to what you have learned in the college. So try to mold yourself, look at the problem statement with what you have learned back in your colleges. So your studies, your college information will always come handy, but you will have to make sure that you are able to adapt yourself, you are able to apply that knowledge to the problem statement. And that's where, again, going back to the point of leaning back on how the organization works. What are the organization values? What is it that it is trying to achieve? Is it cost that is the problem at that point of time? Or is the organization trying to make it more lean and more adaptable? Try and make sure that you are able to align yourself to the goals, and trust me, it will help. But you may not always have a live problem statement at hand, but you can always lean back to your internship knowledge, your relationships that you have built, how to work in a group, how to work across geographies, those kind of things. I mean, when you are doing a project, it's an extremely solid ground for you to learn teamwork. That is also going to help you when you get into the corporate, how you really work in a team coming from diverse areas. So lean back to all of those when you enter a corporate. These are, again, set of people probably new for you, different expectation, but it will always help you what you have learned back. So if that helps, it is not a straight answer, but it is more to deal with how you really able to adapt and draw inferences, learn back from what you are doing in the projects, college, assignments, internship, everything, and how you're able to align it to what the organization is looking at. Yeah, over to others there.
So my take on this is, if any HR team or a hiring team is expecting a practical knowledge from a fresher, that strategy is a die for, not completely expected from an organization point of view. And my message to all the freshers is, if any company is expecting that from you, then please do not join them, because that talks a lot about the mindset of the organization and the expectation from any of their employees, right? Now, talking about practical experience, has what Rajeshri said and Devina said, that's truly something that you can actually explore when you join an organization. But what can you do before you join an organization? It is very important that you have a very clear picture on where you want to go in your career, right? There's a lot of information out there, as Venkatesh said, that you are in a campus, you have your seniors out there who've joined your organizations, right? You can pull in a lot of data from there in terms of how their experience has been with their respective companies, pull those information. There's so many information information out there that you'll have to pre-plan and work towards it. Research, innovation, all those things is very, very important. And on top of all these things, having a very realistic goal, right? You cannot be in a college and say that I want to be a CHRO of a company. You cannot say I want to become a director of a company, because these things has a different phase to reach there. So it's very important to be realistic in saying that which is the kind of organization that I want to go for. Do not concentrate on salary when you're just starting a career, when you have nothing to show them what you bring to the table. The only few traits that you can show to them is saying that I have things that I have brought in beyond my education in terms of researching about your company. Why do I want your company? Or what do I think that you guys can offer me? And how do I grab those opportunities? So in life and any organization that you join to, right, you're going to get various opportunities. Do not miss out on those opportunities, because they will, grabbing all those things is going to show a different traits of yours in the next company that you're going to join, because you're going to get a lot more to the table than someone else who's competing with you in the same interview. So it's going to be tough in the initial few years when you're going to start your career, but that's the best time that you work hard, grab the opportunity, and it's a competitive world out there, guys. As Rajshi said, right? Do not compete with somebody else, which I agree completely. I personally believe that I compete myself with what I was yesterday and how I can become better from what I was yesterday. And that's the best thing that you can do in life, and that goes a long way in life. And that's something that I truly believe in. And I want to say a thumbs up to Rajshi to just pick up that topic, saying that do not compete with anybody. And if at all even you compete, right, just do a very healthy competition, and nothing else beyond that. Learn from your seniors, learn from your subordinates, and it's absolutely okay to do that, because you end up learning a lot from the environment that you are in. So I always say that life has so much to give in. Just take those opportunities, and that will showcase on how you have grown as an individual and in your respective companies. Over to the others. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So the answer I gathered to the question is probably, as Sheetal ma'am said, not too much is expected from freshers. So we all start somewhere, and how we start and then how we go. As Rajashri ma'am said, after starting, it's about improving yourself and gaining the right skills and building on that. And then as Deblina ma'am said, also as a student, you can still gain practical knowledge by grabbing all the right opportunities from different corporations and different courses. And I think we should end with that question. And Mr. Sushil, I think we can finally hear you. I think the audio is clear now. Thank you, sir. Please.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are. Please do just shed some light on the topic.
Yes.
And
Sorry, I missed out. I missed out few things and few time. So that is a boon of technology, I always tell. So that we have to adapt with this kind of challenges. So a lot of things are already discussed, and success mantras also shared with you people. But I take this entire theme topic from very different perspective, and I will share my experience when I was in campus and now where I am in my career. So personally, I feel this campus time is a lifetime opportunity. We should not be concerned about job or corporates. This is the great opportunity to learn, to unleash your hidden potential. So don't restrict it just to be a corporate professional. So what corporates are expecting, that is not your life. You can be anything. You are not supposed to be just a HR manager or marketing manager, IT professional. There are plenty of opportunities. I always call this earth or dhara is full of pearls, diamonds. You have to just dig out what suits to you, what you intend to find out in your life. Accordingly, you have to shape up your life. But what I feel after 20 years of my career, the biggest mistake which a student does, and even institute faculty does, they more focus on making you people for corporates. So everyone comes and they share their own knowledge, experience. You do this, then you will become this. You do this, then you will become that. So basically, we are trying to alter, to shape, to transform people in our own thought process. So principally or practically, what is happening, we are losing our own or core DNA. So basically, we are becoming just a follower. We are talking, we are expecting students should be like leader. They should develop their own hidden potential, but that is not happening. So I always suggest that this campus should be treated like a journey. So well thought out or well articulated plans should be in mind. And the 2-year time which you people are getting, it is a great opportunity to really become like a true craftsman. I will say true craftsman, not a professional who is running after to gain expertise on a certain topic, certain area. You don't think you are going to become a lawyer or a doctor. You put all your efforts to gain knowledge in various streams which are offered there in the form of whether organization behavior is there, whether quantitative techniques are there, whether economics are there. Because I observed whenever I take interview of any HR person as an entrant or fresh candidate, I start with how many chapters you have completed in Robbins' book. Then they start telling, sir, our faculty was great HR professional. He said all practical things, but without foundation. He is not or she is not having a basic idea about what is organization, how it is made, what are the leadership theories, what are the motivational theories, just Maslow theories, and everything is done. Then they start expecting they are going to get all great things. I always tell why it is happening. There is a famous old song sung by great Mohammad Rafi. मैंने चांद और सितारों की तमन्ना की थी, मुझको रातों की सियाही के सिवा कुछ न मिला. So that is the reason it is happening with the young students, engineers or professionals. They are having all great expectations ki once they are passed out from the campus, they are going to have great corporates where they will be having gym, great picnic, parties, beautiful girls, ladies, a smiling face, but they don't think that there might be a Khadus kind of HR head also, who is running after for them for all XYZ kind of things. So that is the practical reality. So why you are getting ready or losing your identity for me or for any corporates? Utilize this 2 years for making yourself grow like a tree who can survive in spite of all odds, all challenges. I never expect you have to become great in life, because happiness doesn't reside on just getting good, great dream job. So I always suggest you be realistic in terms of what you really want to achieve, and then take reference, or if you are not able to find any coach, mentor, select a few role models. Go into their autobiography if possible. If not, then try to interact with those people in terms of what are the available resources. Find out how they have created their journey. So try to imitate something which is feasible in your capacity, in your potential. You need not to, like Rajeshwari was sharing, you need not to lose your identity. You have to just focus on yourself. I will not say that competition is not there, because this world is a kind of jungle. If you start thinking, okay, you have to compete just with you, then it is pretty sure there would be 300 or 400 people. Why I am going to hire you? I will hire someone else. You have to compete, but on which parameters, that you have to think of. Because all great organizations, they will expect you should have, out of 10 CGPA, you should have 8 or 8.4 CGPA, then high school inter. We can talk all great things. But whenever it comes for the time of shortlisting, we will say, what was the percentage in high school? What was the percentage in 12th? Then what percentile or CGPA you got? And when you will ask why I was not selected, then they will say, boss, there were so many people, at least something should be there to defining who is the best, who is not the best. So competition is definitely going to be there. You cannot compete with IIT or IIMs because they are always having 2-3 options in their hand. But if you start also thinking in that line, then it is pretty sure once you are out from campus, then either you have option to become Three Idiots character. So either you can become, I will not name because that is very common. So that choice is with you. So that is my thought.
Thank you very much, sir. I was actually intrigued with the different perspective where instead of trying to follow success mantras and particular tricks, just improve yourself and be the best self and learn, because the best thing you can get out of complete technology is learning. So that's really great, sir. And I think any walk of life, it will automatically attract all the people around you.
One more thing, Nitya, one more thing. So I had started with like I would be sharing my experience. So we were students. So at that time, our director had a great meeting with us, and then he started discussing. You people are not like that kind of great. Otherwise, I would have invited great company who would have offered maybe salary of 20 lakh or 30 lakh. Then you will not believe, after 20 years, I was the backbencher out of 60. I was in the range of 57 or 58 students. So I was also very frustrated. Boss, probably I have taken wrong decision. But after 13 years, that director called me for guest lecture leadership talk. So now I realize what I missed out there and how I have traveled that journey. So journey is more important. What I was trying to tell you. Yes, I missed out. I didn't learn properly quantitative techniques, which HR people must learn, like regression, factor analysis, coefficient, all these things they have to learn. Like finance, account is must if you are trying to go into the corporate life or any stream of life, whether you want to be an entrepreneur. So there are certain things of stream or electives which you people must have learned like anything. So these are the baseline requirement. After that, you can talk of whether you want to become Chetan Bhagat or you want to become Prasoon Joshi. That is in your hand. You need not to become a professional. You can create your own legacy, provided you are having certain baseline or basic strength on which you can create your six maybe tower or big tower building kind of things. Thank you.
Very inspiring experience, sir. And I would like to thank you for that. And I would like to move to the next question. And I would like to direct it to Ms. Harika and Mr. Venkatesh, sir, just to balance out the speaking time. So as Deblina ma'am said, it's about grabbing the right opportunities for students. And personally, as a student, what I face is our WhatsApp groups get bombarded with 100 different courses, internships they call themselves, but pay them. So it's a course come internship. And it feels too mass marketed towards us. And some of my friends have done them, they don't feel like they've learned much. So my question is, how do students try to gain the right internships? How do they track them and how do they bag the right internships? And what personal skills should they have to be accepted for an internship? Ms. Harika or Mr. Venkatesh? Okay,
I think, yeah, Harika is not, maybe, yeah. I'll go first then. See, I also seen a lot of people approached me, or in fact, some of my known companies as well and all. The most of the phases people see that this recent days, a lot of groups came, and a lot of all people are approaching different. They're just grabbing at understanding the situations and outside, and that they are taking little an opportunity there. But actually, I can see that a lot of students who are actually little smart, and they're able to find out which is real time internships, which is live experience with their curriculum or whatsoever. So I would suggest to all the students, reach out to respective audience. It's like, respect HR people or who are hiring the campus people and all those people. Then it might be a skill, it might be technology side, but first, you need to prepare. Most of the time, I see a lot of students when they come to third year, final year semester, or in case they have management, they come second year. That time they start learning courses and all those stuff. No. But nowadays, not required to go complete course on that. At least start understanding those skill wise. If they want to go for data analytics or data science side, understand what the basic sense of it, and at least start grabbing out, at least in advanced stage, like in third year state, that time what happened when you apply an opportunity, I think, so now you see a lot of let's say intern or internship or any other sites, or in case you approach light audience in LinkedIn as well. So people are actually, I see, at least my personally, I see thousands of opportunities on a daily basis. It's just that the right person is not applying right time. That's where the gap coming in. So you start acquiring skills in little advance, and not to be for expert on certification side, at least understand thought process wise. Because when I meet candidates as interns and all, I never ask them to come with some kind of practical exposure or experience on that range. When I show the problem statement, I just want to try to see that how they approach. So when the approach is right, by default, as all things in place, it's just a matter of time, and there are some real-time experience on that. So to just go for approach, you need to have some kind of common understanding how this solution works. So to just get that knowledge and do some kind of online or offline courses, and in case that area you find some kind of mentor, that's a great thing for you. Then you approach right companies or maybe right posters. In case there are some posts open, generally I see TCS hiring, this hiring, and people just give and like, interested, and send profiles to them. Don't do that, and identify who is the person generally offering those kind of jobs, and reach out to right audience, right email IDs. Then you'll not step into other shoes. That's where people actually little in advanced stages, they can implement little stories for them.
You're on mute, Nithya.
Sorry for that. But the question I was asking is, as Venkatesh sir said, he might not find it very, he might not appreciate it much if students, he cares about the problem solving skills. I just want to see a quick hands. How many of you think that the internship students have done throughout their campus years matter? I was just curious to see how many of you think that internship students do matter. Would they impress you?
Is that a question for us, Nithya?
You're breaking down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she was asking all of us, what is your opinion on about internships matters or not?
The entire panel, I think she wants the entire panel to.
Okay, so I do think
it just gives you a little bit of that initial feel to what it is to work in a company or any organization. You get a feeler of it, and that is the important feeler.
Same here, I think, Nithya. Please go ahead.
I was saying I second Rajeshri. I think it does help. It gives you a sneak peek into how a corporate world looks like. Really gives you a tips to
Sure, and to add to that, as this is something for students. You are going to get a sneak peek into the corporate life, how things work. For a lot of organizations, this is a very, very valuable 2 months, 6 months, which whatever is the internship duration, to understand how are the students actually coping up to the problems, what's the attitude, are they keen to learn. So it's a very valuable time for organizations as well to understand, evaluate, and this is a both-way thing. You evaluate the organization whether this is in alignment with your career aspiration, values that you align with. For organization, it is a time to see if you are bringing onto those values of adaptability, agility, learning, looking at a problem, trying to address a problem, looking from an angle of coming out with a solution. So it's a both-way thing. It's an extremely important phase, and you need to kind of address it and have those 2 months, 6 months, put in your best to make sure it's kind of working out for both organization and for all of you.
Sorry, I had a power outage, Nitya. Was there a question directed at me that I missed?
Yes, ma'am. I will get back to you after Sushil sir speaks.
Awesome.
Sir, you're muted, sir.
So, Nitya, internship opportunity is a very important aspect in the life of a student. And for organization also, it is very important. It hardly matters whether you get pre-placement offer from that company or not, but at least this 2, 3 or whatever time you do, it is a serious affair. You get opportunity to understand business processes, business environment, which kind of challenges XYZ company is having, whether you are really going to contribute. And if suppose a student is really serious, 2, 3 months is enough time to really add value, maybe even on one value addition, maybe in terms of whether this process can be improved upon or any additional kind of things that can be added there. So that is the reason whenever I hire a student for internship opportunity, I make it very clear, boss, if you are looking this kind of honeymoon opportunity, don't come to me. I am going to grill you like anything. I will put you on work like our full-time employee, and then you have to work. If you are going to work in that fashion, then only come to me. Otherwise, be happy at your place. I am ready to give you certificate. So that is my approach.
Thank you to the panel for answering that, even though I might have been a little unclear. And Ms. Harika, the question I posed was, as a student, there are a lot of internships that are marketed towards us. There's many. So how should a student find the right ones, find the right internships, and how do we bag those internships that we aspire of? What are the skills the students require?
The key to bagging an internship is obviously networking. There are of internship opportunities that one comes up with at the student. So make sure you understand what the internship is all about. It would get converted into a full-time role and what you want in that.
Sorry, ma'am, I'd have to stop you. Your voice is breaking.
Oh, I have a power outage, so please use.
Okay, we'll bear with you.
Like I was saying, that it's very, very important to read and understand the job description and know what you really want to do as a student. Because sometimes you might have done a course, but your aspiration in life might be totally different to what you want to do. So I have known students who have completed their engineering, but their heart lies in human resources. So pick an internship if you want to. And I know there is a lot of peer pressure and family pressure to pick jobs that are aligned to your education. But as an individual or as a student, it's your call. So do your research, understand the job. What does it mean to do an internship? Would it get converted into a full-time role, or what is the kind of experience you're looking at? Or sometimes you can just test waters. This might not be your calling, but you can figure out is during the course of the internship. Like I started to answer your question, networking is the key. So once you identify what you want to do, find the right people in the organization, and it's not necessarily the head of recruitment or the recruiter. It is always the group that you want to intern with. Try and approach those people on LinkedIn, but just don't send out an invitation without anything written. An invitation you can write exactly why you want to connect to that individual in that organization, and trust me, they will guide you, and they will have they are the hiring managers. End of the day, they know exactly what they're looking for their team, and sometimes that really helps. So that's just a tiny tip if students want to use it. Thank you.
That's actually a great tip. I'll send it to all my peers and we'll do that. Would anyone else like to add to the topic of internships?
No, Nitya, just one last thing. I just wanted to tell you that few of the absolutely new solutions that we have received for some of the problems we have struggled with have come from interns. And that's the kind of value add that the interns bring in. So please don't take it, again, reiterating, don't take this as another 2 months or 6 months. We have really, really seen value in those programs. We have seen some wonderful solutions coming out. So invest that time is all that I would like to say. Thank you.
That's quite interesting, ma'am. And Ms. Rajashri, I would like to direct a question towards you. As Ms. Harika has said, it's about choosing what stream you want to go into and then networking. So since you have been, seen so many new technologies, I would like to ask you, how does a student choose a certain field according to the skill set?
Okay, I'm going to take a slightly different approach to answer that question. Most important is you need to ask yourself what is that you want to do in your life. Skill sets and everything depends. You build over and above that. One is we go into, say, example. I'll actually go back to fundamentals, which is something I learned from my preceptor, and that's something I've learned very late in life. Unfortunately, I always tell one thing in life: why didn't I have you much early in my career? I wish I could have got that guidance. But today it's more about giving back to the world. At least they go in the right approach. See, most important is when you're taking I'm sure you're doing an MBA, you want to specialize in a finance, marketing, human resources, you pick a field. There is a reason why you pick that field. And if you choose a particular field, say human resources, okay, example, because we are all talking about human resources a lot here. I'm just picking an example. If you choose that field, you need to first understand how passionate are you about that field. Are you committed to that field? Okay. Are you studying? You need to understand the goal of why you're getting educated. Are you getting educated because you want to become somebody, you want to do something in this world, and you want to give back to this world or transform the world in whatever capacity? Or it is about, I want to make that $1 million buck, I want to become the top HR top notch in the corporate world, or I want to, happily, I want to get this, I want to be well settled, plus so that I can find a very rich husband and then get settled. So there are different reasons why everybody choose a career path, choose something in their life. But the goal has to be, I want to study because I'm passionate about that subject. I want to get educated because I love HR as a subject. Human resource, the word human resource itself stands about you being human. And unfortunately, sorry to make this very bold statement in this entire thing, that people become very inhuman when you go into that HR profession. And I've personally faced the brunt of many of these kind of things throughout my corporate journey. But that's irrespective. But the point what I'm trying to make here is about how much you invest your time in becoming passionate about the subject, going to the depth of the subject and studying. I'll tell you, during my times, we used to, if we have to get educated, get specialized, we have to go to the library, get some different books. We would go by people referring, oh, you have to study this book, you have to study this professor's written this book, that's what goes. Today, there is no dearth to knowledge. You just open an internet, go Google, oh my God. You have white papers, you have case studies, you have publications, you name it. There's a plethora of information available to you. But how much are you actually going and actually getting educated? An example, I'll give you very simple. Very recently, I was reading the life history or an autobiography of J.P. Morgan. How did this man become, where did this J.P. Morgan come into existence, okay? And then when I went and really researched about his life and I learned what this man has done. Today, let me tell you, I have not come across people with that kind of a genius and passion which they demonstrate in a curriculum, in a job as well, okay? Because everybody today is running a rat race. It's a man-eat-man world, okay? You're running a rat race because I want to be ahead of somebody else. I want to back that job. I want to get that salary. It's paycheck attached to all of this. Come on, wake up. You guys need to wake up to say, how good are you in your subject? If you say HR, do you know what human resource is all about? How do you behave? What kind of attitude you need to have? How do you make a place better? How do you make your workplace better? How do you interact with your peers, your colleagues, your family, you name it? Can you even practice even before you're getting in there? And worst part is, the moment you enter into an organization, every organization has its legacy system. And the sad part is, because we have to survive, you become part of that system. And when you become a part of system, you cannot transform anything. So to be the change you want to see in the world, it has to begin with you. First is understanding that knowledge. Why am I even educating myself with this? Your purpose has to be defined. Till you don't have a definitive goal, a purpose, a vision, what is your life all about? Let me tell you, all these things that we have spoken, it's just a panel discussion. We are discussing, okay? And once you finish this, it's out of your mind. You're going back to your life, your world, and you're getting succumbed into that. There is no change going to happen. Let me tell you, this is a hard reality. And I'm sorry to make this very bold statement, but this is what is very important. And then we become the same human beings, absolutely trying to fight for a corporate, a very good job, or I want to compete into another best role. And then what else? That's what it becomes. So you need to ask the question to yourself, what is that you truly want in your life?
So it finally boils down to exactly what are we doing at the moment and what do we want to do, and just diluting everything and looking at the root cause. Would anyone else like to add to the topic?
Yeah.
Yes, I would like to start a few. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Go, Sheetal. No, go, Sheetal. I'll talk to you after this.
I agree, right? I think I can resonate to what Rajshri is saying, and maybe I've implied that a lot in my life. I believe that we are just guiding, right, with whatever share of experience that we've got in our life, and we share that. Ultimately, it's an individual call on how they want to lead their life. And it's very, very important that if you start thinking about what you want to do in your life from campus, right, maybe you'll be ready for what you're going to see in future. Right, like as she said, right, I don't think we had the guiding force to teach us on how we want to get involved. I think we had our own hit, woke up the next day and say, okay, fine, I'll have to fight this battle. But if today's generation, today's millennials, right, I think they have a great opportunity to learn from a lot of people like us. And that's what I think we're calling on. Maybe that's one of the reasons that we're coming to panels like this, right? We take this as an opportunity saying, let us share our expertise or what we can give to them, so that they can grab that and start learning from the start, rather than like us who have gone through that, hit that so many times and learned and so on. The reality is, it's a very competitive world. You'll politically find a lot of people not being right. You will get succumbed to a system which you don't believe in, but there's a lot of pressure in life saying that, you know what, I need to have a paycheck, I need to take care of my family. And I agree, all that is very important. It's very difficult, right, to be very strong with your decision, saying that, you know what, I don't believe in this company or the value system of there. I'm going to leave my job tomorrow and find tomorrow something. But maybe it's not easy to find that. But I think as you evolve and as you grow age, they say, right, as you grow, you become wiser, better. And I think everyone has to go through that experience, because that will teach them by itself, and we are just guiding all of them. So I believe that if you have those planning ahead in your life, where do I want to see myself in the next 3 years? I should not get pressure with my peer. A lot of times what happens, right, I think there's so much of social pressure for all of us, right? We are just running behind that, but we start thinking on what I want to do. Today, maybe we are with great positions with Calgary, but if you ask ourselves, do I enjoy what I'm doing? I'm sure a lot of people will say, not really. This is not what my passion is. Right? So I think it's an individual decision. By the end of the day, I would say that learn from everybody, ask me, but plan out for yourself. What do I want to do? Where do I want to see myself? How do I want to balance and profession, right? And very important is believe in your values. That's very, very important. Right? It's always easy to find a different job, but yourself the pressure to be going. The company that is really believe in your
Yeah, thanks, Sheetal. Great thoughts. And actually, just want to tell that all of the students at the entry stages, you have a room to do mistakes and you have room to do explore different opportunities. The problem is most of them, they may feel that they are good in this area, but ideally it is not, maybe because of their thought process or something like that. So just explore and try out. Nothing goes wrong. What happened max to max, 6 months or 1 year, you may dilute or do something else. In fact, my experience as well, I am a BTech computers graduate and I tried first Java developer, then I tried into sales, then I came to recruitment. So, but when I feel that what is actually lying to my close to my heart, then I never see back. So nothing wrong on that. At least a few months, try out different things. Maybe something you don't find something wow at the first sight. Take a lot of feedback from others and try some multiple things. Nothing goes wrong. First 6 months to 1 year. But once you find what is close to your heart, you never to look back. You always go for a success path.
Yeah, and just another one thing that I would like to add to what everybody else said. I think these days we are hearing a lot about the burnout. We are not able to continue, work pressure. I think all of these comes from the fact of you not liking what you're doing. And I know at this stage, with such a long years of experience with all of us, it's easy for us to say. But trust me, as you start this journey, you will relate that when you are doing something where you are driven by passion, it becomes much more easy. And with assuming that this is being a women's college, trust me, I mean, these days with such focus on diversity, you will come across situations which will be life-changing events in your career, in your journey. And there are times you will be kind of pulled into different directions. As a working woman, if I can just take that opportunity and just kind of link it back to the forum that I'm talking to, you will come across those situations. We have come across those situations. I'm sure as our male colleagues out there, Sushil and Venkatesh, I'm sure all of us with so many women around us, we all are a part of the same thing. So try and make sure that you are at least driven by the focus that you are in. And there are organizations, and as I'm talking to you, I'm seeing the kind of changes that the millennials, or the way we are calling the Gen Z, the way they are coming across. They are driven so much by what the organization is giving back to the society, relating it back to Rajeshri, what she said. So try and see what is it that aligns with your value system. Is there something that there are organizations working for the society? There are organizations which are driven by technology. Which part of it does it really resonates with you? That is extremely important for you to have those 10 years, 15 years ahead of your career, go through it and excel through it. With so much focus around women, we still are struggling to have those women leaders at the top. So trust me, it's going to be a journey where you will be pulled into different directions. There will be such times when you will kind of try and think through, step back. It is fine to step back. As a professional, I just can't tell you guys that all of us come across the situation. Step back, take a pause, it's fine. Make sure things are aligned with your values. If you want to take a pause at stage of your career, do that. Rejuvenate or align back to your value system, get back. That would kind of help you to have that long or a career where you will prosper, and kind of avoid the situation of where we are saying that we are burnt out, this is too much, we want to kind of take a break. You will see a lot of those articles that people taking break and 2 years break, which is fine. So just try and see what aligns with your value system. Try and see what matters to you. It's fine somebody kind of is going ahead and pursuing the career. There are people you will meet who take a pause to take care of the family, and I'm talking of both the genders out here. What aligns with you will be always very important and critical for you to kind of go ahead and have that wonderful, lovely career which you will cherish and enjoy.
Nitya will add few more points. So, probably this would be little harsh, but this is coming from the reality or the fact which is prevailing in the country.
still India, or maybe we are living at the time of roti kapda makan. So still more than 3-4 of the engineers, they are not getting opportunity to even begin their career. So that is the harsh reality. So I will never suggest, I don't even believe in you should be passionate, you have to find out your root cause. Even if we are struggling to start our career, maybe at the salary of 10,000, 12,000, I cannot suggest or will not talk on you have to be very passionate, because passion is for the people who created 1,000 crore company or maybe unicorn company. At the age of 40, then they have 300, 400 crore rupees to spend on their hobbies. So hobbies, passion, all these things are not really having any meaning for engineering or maybe people who are graduating from the Indian subcontinent or the India. That is harsh reality. Second, you have no control on your choices, because whatever Gen Z, Gen X, YG, all these are European American concepts. There they are least bothered about their social security system, their health, their society, everything. If you go through with LinkedIn, you will find pathetic situation, all professionals. You will find at least 10-15 people on daily basis, they are crying like a beggar. I should not use this word, but they claim they are the professional. Have you seen any lawyer? They are coming with this kind of demand, any doctor. So they are the real professional. We are not the real professional. So that differentiation should be always kept in mind. So our focus should be first, why we are here. That is the reality. We want to get one job. Irrespective of great company, everyone is not going to be placed in IT company. I aspire for becoming HR head of IT organization, but my profile is never shortlisted. Might be I am a great HR professional, so everyone is not going to be placed in their desired companies. But one thing is sure, irrespective of company, irrespective of role, irrespective of location, whatever you get, you have to give your full effort, dedication, commitment. You have to find out how you can add value to the company, how you can add value to the organization. Then one thing is sure, then maybe after 10-15 years, you can achieve whatever you had aspired for in your college time. So we have to be very pragmatic, very practical. Instead of following what I am telling, don't be pessimistic. I am not suggesting you have to be very pessimistic. Environment is gloomy or lot of desperation or frustration is there. But one thing is sure, find out where you can really put great efforts, where you can really excel. So I always suggest there is a book, so good they can't ignore you. It is written by Newport. I always suggest all engineering graduates or management graduates, whenever they get time, opportunity, please go through with this book. This book clearly talks about you have to build up your career capital. Career capital, like Rajshri initially discussed, she touched this in a subtle point. Basically, it is a demand and supply. Whatever value you are going to offer to the organization, accordingly you are going to be compensated. I will tell you one real life example. I was sitting with one owner, entrepreneur. He was interacting, he called actually one engineer to check what he is doing. Then he also checked about quality standards and few international standards. That person was not able to utter a single word on those standards. You will not believe, owner said to him, boss, तू तो जाके भेड़ चरा. इंजीनियर बनने से अच्छा था कि अगर तू भेड़ चराता तो तेरी जगह one good engineer would have joined your institute, and probably that would have contributed in a big way to the society. So we must be thinking whether engineering was our real profession matching with our skill sets. If that is the case, then pursue with your full commitment, dedication. Otherwise, there are ample opportunity to get job, to make career, to create image, brand, all whatever you want to aspire, that you can do without even getting into the engineering. We'll conclude with this. Bill Gates used to tell this story, used to share this story. I and one of my friends, we were students of engineering, and I got failed in 5 electives out of 6. I got failed in 5 electives out of 6, and my close friend topped in all 6 electives. After 10-15 years, I am the head of the Microsoft, and he is working as a vice president in my company. So whether you are great, you are a topper, it is not going to define your moments or career in your life. Whatever you are trying to do, please do with your commitment, passion. Try to achieve mastery in that particular subject. Take some time, perseverance is needed. Then only you are going to create a distinct or a differentiation in the society. That is my thought. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So many contrasting and very deep views also. And because we are kind of almost running out of time, I would like to ask one final question, and I believe this will benefit students watching. I would like to ask, since some of you have worked in campus recruitment, I would like to ask, are there certain quirks or certain pet peeves that you have seen in students that you notice and makes you feel a certain way about them that we haven't already covered? So it could be something like a great resume, a point in a resume, or it could be something about the priorities. Would anyone like to speak? Yes.
Most important that we look, yeah, our resume gives a very snapshot of what you have done, but it's more about the attitude that you bring. It's about how spontaneous you are in your answering at that moment in time. They say it's an aptitude, or it's not even testing your IQ here. It's about, you're going to be given scenarios. They might ask you some situations and saying, how would you handle that at particular moment? So some of these kind of questions is what is, thrown, I wouldn't say thrown, is directed towards you. And in that moment, how do you conduct yourself in the way, and how would you see the situation? How would you think from a problem solving? What is the way of your problem solving? How do you approach the problem? All that adds value to who gets selected, because it's the right attitude that matters. Skills and capabilities is always, you can always build it, nobody's saying, because today the one thing that is there in abundance is the skills. Like everybody have the same skill, the same set of skills. A lot of people are there, but it's the right attitude that matters. And most important, do you have that strength and the ability to, as a go-getter? Are you an initiative, somebody who takes initiative? And this is a very important trait, okay, that we look, especially in a corporate world, that they look is, can you take initiative? See, because everybody waits for directions to be given, but do you have that ability to take initiative and lead things? Today, this world belongs to, yes, your generation, which means you need to be a leader. We need to grow more leaders. We are not looking at people who will just sit and say, okay, I know this, I want to be still in this capacity, I will still do what I'm being told to. No, you need to be a go-getter. Go-getter, taking initiative and being responsible for whatever that initiative that you take, you lead. So these are the kind of qualities that is being checked and evaluated the moment we interview a person. Its resume just gives you a profile saying, okay, they have this skills, they have this. It's just a proof point that you've done that. But it's all what you bring to the table matters the most.
Yeah, and Nitya, again, sorry, Sheetal, I think you raised your hand.
Go ahead. You started. Go ahead.
No, just another one. Just wanted to add that when we are going ahead and interviewing candidates, especially just kind of going back to the campus hiring part of it, as Rajeshri said, everybody, I think these days, if you pick up 20 resumes, all of them are 80% plus, and all of them would have got the basic qualification that you need in your organization. So it's not really score driven anymore, because you have a lot of people getting through the test, whatever it is the organization does. The cutoff, the marks are really good. What really stands apart from one individual to another, be bold enough to say if there were times you really got feedbacks, or if something did not work out for you well, how did you come out of that? Highlight situations where you have done something differently. Highlight areas where you have been able to come together as a team, teamwork, collaboration, your adaptability, where you were in a sticky situation or in a problem, where how did you really solve it? So everybody is trying to look at, or at least when we have 10 people with a similar marks and scores, what really brings out as a quality is how you are really being able to show or showcase your adaptability to situation, your learning abilities. What have you probably what didn't work out well, and you could really emphasize and do it in a different way, how well you could take feedbacks and work on it, how well you could really come together as a team and could make a project successful. So try and make sure you kind of bring out your individuality in the interviews. Don't try to make it a regular run-of-the-mill discussions. You will have those pattern of questions. You will see on Google that 10 questions HR ask and 10 questions you should keep ready. You will have those plethora of guidelines given to you. When you're coming for a discussion, try to bring your own individuality there. That is what that will differentiate you from anybody else. So that is all that I would say. It can be, and it is very, very unique to each of us. Each of us brings in something which is different, and then kind of go for the discussion instead of trying to have a set pattern of answers. Yes, Sheetal, over to you.
So, I would just get very, very basic about fresher hiring, right? The resumes literally have only your college name, your marks, skills, parents' details, basic, right? There's nothing much that you can figure out about a candidate. The first impression a person is perfectly worn dress. You guys hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. The first thing that you do is enter your interview with a smile. I think that makes a really, really good impression for any of your panel member, right? Wear clean, neat clothes. You don't have to wear any branded, but that clean, that actually gives a message saying how serious he or she is actually to attain that job for them, right? Second is the curiosity that you build. Curiosity in terms of figuring out what the job is about, what the company can get. Of course, I can talk about the company or know about the company through Google, right? But there's something more an employee can give as a message to a candidate, right? So that curiosity should be there with every fresher who's going through the interview. Third, as rightly said, is the attitude. Attitude in terms of a lot of times what we see is the slight line between confidence and overconfidence, right? A lot of the talk was, and I see this mostly, maybe I'm biased, I don't know, but I think this is my experience with talks. We see that attitude a lot in NIT and IIT backgrounds. And they feel that the minute they have these brands, they feel they're so good that anyone can hire them. Of course, there's a lot of perceptions from management on those ones saying that they want to hire exclusively for them, which I am a big no for. I feel that talent is across. It's just the mindset that we're not opening ourselves to a lot of talents out there in the market. So that's one thing that no fresher should bring out, that attitude of saying that, you know what, I have done everything, there's nothing much for me to bring to the table, right? Fourth thing is what he can bring to the table by talking about what else has he done in his life, he or she, apart from the curriculum that they've learned in the last 3 or 4 years of engineering. That talks a lot about how proactive he or she is, because in the world that we are in, especially the startup which is going up, we don't have room for spoon feeding here for sure. Yeah, you will have guidance from your mentors or your leaders or manager, but we like people who are curious, we like people who are proactive, we like people who are innovating, right? If these traits are there, and these are the maximum traits that we look at, apart from looking at what score marks that you have. I think if you keep these simple and you're right at it, I think I would want to be confident about it that you can crack at least 75 to 85% of your interview. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Venkatesh, nice to see you.
Yes.
Anything to add, sir, to the topic of, is there anything specifically that attracts you towards a fresher during interviews?
We always ask that what is not mentioned in resume. So that way we simply provoke that what kind of qualities they have to bring into the table. Because most of them, they prepare the resume and come back. So we don't have to be saying what is happening in the resume. So we ask that what is that, different things they have done in the life. So that's where we started asking these days. Maybe that is a kind of approach also going forward.
I'll just add one last thing, Nithya. Taking a step back from everything that the panel members have said, the resume. So when you submit your resume, make sure, I know it just has the most basic information, but make it very, very clean, crisp, and just one page of. And in a standard format, I'm sure your college has it, you can use it, or there are plenty of websites online that help you make a fancy resume, which didn't exist very recently. So please focus on the resume and what you mentioned on the resume, and bring your personality onto the resume as well. Though the templates are here to help you, but do add what you want to bring to the table as an individual, and that is what gets you selected. And do the same with your LinkedIn profile as well. So yeah, that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you, ma'am. So because we are running out of time, I would really like to wrap up the session, and I would like to go with a round of final closing statements from all of you. Anything you'd like to add just before we leave? We'll start with Ms. Devlina.
No, I just wanted to say best of luck to all of you. I think a lot of insights and information from all of us. It has been a pleasure connecting with the larger forum, all of you, and wishing you all the very best. Reach out to any of us if you need any guidance, and we will be happy to guide and support in as many ways we can. So yes, that's about it. Happy to interact as whenever you need help. And thank you for inviting Nithya.
Ms. Harika? Closing statement.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. So yeah, it's been a wonderful discussion, and I loved hearing thoughts of all the panel members. I would like to wish the students all the best, and yeah, feel free to reach out. We're always available, and my email ID is there with Nithya. So Nithya, feel free to share. If students have questions, they can approach anytime. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and it was a wonderful panel discussion with all of you. Look forward to many more.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ms. Rajeshri, over to you.
Firstly, thank you so much for the opportunity. I wish all the students a very happy and successful career and a future in whatever field that you choose to excel in. And thank you to the wonderful panelists. It's been a pleasure listening to each one of you and learning from your journey as well. The one lesson that I will always like to tell people is never be afraid of failures, because if you don't fail, you don't know what it is to succeed. And never let success get to your head, neither failure to your heart. And only going through greatest of the adversities can you become great. And don't ever deter the path, because it's a process. Life is a process, it's a journey, and you have to journey on your own. There is nobody else walking your path, so you have to walk that path for yourself. And you can only take the learnings from all of us, which we have journeyed, and my path is my own unique thing. But the only thing that you can do is avoid some of those footfalls that is there on the path and the obstacles which might come about. And you can learn to maneuver it. But journeying you must, failing you must, falling you must, but get up and run every time you fall.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ms. Sheetal?
Thank you to everybody. I think I will leave this call with a little of learning from all of you, and I think very fortunate enough that you guys invited me here. So thanks for all that panel. I have really surely learned something from each one of you today. And to everybody out here, in terms of the candidate, I would just want to say, saying that don't be too hard on yourself, guys. Never compare yourself with anybody. It's your own journey, but just ensure that you be so good at what you're doing that you always stand out to be special and be super confident with whatever you do on those counts, right? Second, all the best to all of you. My name is Sheetal B, and that's how you can find my name in LinkedIn. I can't accept invite because I've lost the count right now. I can't accept, but feel free to leave me a message and I would do my best to help any one of you anytime for getting a job or internship. I'm not promising one, but I will surely make an effort to find something for you guys. Thank you again to all of you. Have an amazing weekend to all of you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, even for the internship opportunity. Mr. Shushil.
With few lines of two songs, I always tell to the students. First is, Jo raah chuni tune us raah pe rahi, chalte jana re. So this is first message. And second, मिले न फूल तो कांटों से दोस्ती कर ली, कुछ इस तरह से गुजर जिंदगी कर ली. So what I'm trying to tell, once it is decided, you have to run after that with all your 100% energy commitment. And second, if suppose that is not achieved, whatever learning is there, use that learning for other options also. So these are two messages. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the artistic inputs. Mr. Venkatesh, final thoughts.
Thank you so much. It's always delight that when I interact with Stanley College, the entire team. In fact, I spoke to some of the students as well. They approached me for mentorship and all. Always delightful. The management, I think the coaching they have provided. In fact, I have a lot of takeaways from this session as well in personality. And great to see. And just one last word that don't restrict yourself or try multiple things. It's okay. At this stage, if you don't try, you cannot try at once you become 10 years or 5 years experience later. So this is the only time that you can explore or try multiple things. So don't restrict. Go ahead and try multiple things. Reach out to all the leaders in the industry. We are all open to have a discussion anytime we are required support. And good to see that and all the best, you guys.
Thank you very much, sir. And finally, I would like to give a huge thanks for all of you for being available today, to making the time to start a discussion, because that is very important, and adding your valuable insights to help all of the students. And as I said this goal earlier, I'm sure we compiled information and now we can release it on YouTube, and it will always be there for students to view. So that is something we contributed to the world today. It is very highly appreciated, all of your presence. And I would like to thank the viewers for watching too. And thank you. I guess we can wind up. Thank you to all the panelists for making a lovely, lovely session.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice to meet you, Neda.
Yes, nice to meet you too. Taeyong?
Yes, my name is Taeyong. Nice to meet you.
Yes.
I am here in Seoul, South Korea. Where are you?
I'm in the United States.
Aha.
Yeah. Now I'm moving between Virginia and Maryland. I have a big event. Yeah. It's early in the morning here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Aha. Yeah. What event are you going to host or attend?
No, I'm attending. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. An event in Maryland. Yeah. Between Virginia and Maryland.
Wow. Yeah. How long do you have to drive?
4 hours.
4 hours.
Yeah. 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 But I'm very happy to be here with you now. With you all.
That's good. Yes. Are you driving or someone else is
No,
driving?
someone else. No, I cannot. No. Yeah, otherwise, yeah, it's dangerous. The police would stop you. Yeah.
That's good. That's good. Yes. Uh-huh. So what do you do, Neda or Nada? How do I Nada? Okay. Mhm.
I have 2 foundations. One is the American Foundation for Educational Excellence, In fact, we evaluate institutions. We conduct, program evaluation, needs assessment, and we help institutions to go from where they are to where they want to be. And we
Amazing.
offer. Is there an echo?
Oh, not really. You sound okay. Do you hear any echo? Oh, she's gone. Oh, there was some disconnection, Nada. Okay. I was, yeah. Oops. No, I cannot. Too much disconnection. Oh no. Oh, hello. Hello.
Hello?
Hello, Naida.
Hi, Dayong. How are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm good too. Thank you.
So great to see you.
Likewise, likewise.
Do you speak some Korean?
Somewhat. I mean, I can introduce myself and just a thank you and a hello.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Because when you addressed me, you added like a C. So I thought, is she speaking some Korean? Yeah, that's why. Yeah. Do you
We'll
think?
wait for 5 minutes till everybody joins and then we can begin off. Greetings, Ms. Zahabia. You're not audible.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Dion. Hi, Nida. How are you?
Great. Nice to meet you.
Meeting you too. So you can hear me and see me, right? Great.
Yeah.
So that's the best. Okay. I'm here and rejoin when everyone joins and we start the event.
Hello again. This is Nada. Can you hear
This
me?
is Nada here.
Nada, we can hear you, but we cannot see you.
Oh, you cannot see me.
No.
Oh.
Yes, Ms. Zahavia.
Yeah, you can hear me now?
Yeah, now you're here, audible.
Hello again. Can you still not see me?
No, Miss Nada, I can't see you.
I see myself next to all of you, but I don't know why you cannot see me.
Just a second. Miss Linda, she's switching on her camera. Miss Rajeshri, can you please switch on your camera?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
Good evening to everybody. Good evening, India and other time zones.
Good evening, good afternoon.
Yeah, I know.
Early morning for me. It's
Yes.
6:30 in the morning.
Wow.
That's pretty early.
So Linda is from.
I will be introducing everybody. There are just two more panelists left to join. So I'm waiting for that and we'll begin immediately.
Great.
I'm not sure if it's just my end, but I hear some weird echoing.
Yes, from my. I'm used to hearing.
Hello.
Hello, Miss Orly.
Hi, everybody. How you doing?
Hi. We are doing fine, thank you. Could you please switch on your camera?
Okay, there we go. Can you see me now?
No.
I'm still not.
Yes, now we can see you.
Hi, everybody.
Oh, this is not Can you see me?
Are we
Can you
good?
see me?
Can you hear me?
Miss Nada, we cannot see you.
I think the echoing may be coming through Day Young's.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like a bit of feedback. I think maybe because you're not using headphones, but okay. I think it's okay now.
Much better. Oops, what happened?
Okay, so shall we begin?
Can you still see me?
I can see everybody except Miss Nada.
Wow. Because I can see myself.
I think Miss Nada, could you send me a screenshot of the the screen right now so I could see if there's anything missing?
Yeah. Okay.
I'll be checking it. One second.
Wait, 1 second. I will text it to you on WhatsApp.
Yeah.
I just did.
Yeah, got it. Yes, you can see yourself. But
yeah.
I don't know why we are not able to see you. We'll start off and let's see how it goes. Is it okay, Miss Nada?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Greetings, one and all present here. I am Nida Arshit from the team About Those Big Dreams, studying in the institution Stanley College of Engineering and Technology for Women. About Those Big Dreams is a student body at Stanley College of Engineering and Technology for Women. We were formed in April 2020 in midst of the early days of the pandemic to shine the light of learning with the others. ATBD is for the minds that are searching for their ideal path, unique to us and resonates with us all. An initiative to help you find your steps to achieve your great future. Stanley College of Engineering and Technology for Women is a leading institution established in the year 2008. We are just 10 to 11 years old. Stanley College has a strong belief empowered women impact the world. It aims to empower women, girl students through professional education integrated with their values and character to make an impact in the world. A strong commitment to continue personal growth and the ethical development of their chosen disciplines. Stanley presently is an autonomous institution accredited by NAC with a grade A and accredited with NBA for all eligible undergraduate courses and postgraduate courses. Stanley is affiliated to the prestigious Osmania University of Hyderabad and is also an ISO certified institution. Now let me begin with introducing my great panelists present here. We have Miss Maggie Harfouch, who was born in 1978 in Cairo, Egypt. While growing up, she was fascinated with the psychology, the human brain, and how mind and body were connected. Now, today, after 15 years in the corporate world, she has decided to take a leap of faith and gave up her corporate life to be a certified life coach and direct her passion with empowering women along with raising raising her teenage daughter as a single mom. She also currently moved to the UAE and started a new chapter of her life. Welcome, Miss Maggie. Next, we have Miss Linda.
Hello. Nice to meet you all. Thank you for introduction.
Next, we have Miss Linda, who is the co-founder of Girls Empowerment Movement, a youth-led organization cultivating opportunities for youth region Canada on the traditional territory of many indigenous things from the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee. Okay, I'm sorry, I won't be able to pronounce it, and the Wendat peoples. She is a government relations specialist at the Council of the Ontario Universities, a forum of universities to collaborate and advocate in the support of their shared mission to benefit students, communities, and province. In her free time, Linda loves to knit, curl up with a good cup of tea, and binge listen to podcasts. Welcome, Miss Linda.
Thank you. Excited to be here with everyone.
Next, we have Miss Nada. She is the founder and president and CEO of the International Foundation of Women, which was set up in Virginia, USA in the March 2019. IFWE seeks to empower all women and help them thrive on the personal and professional levels, regardless of nationality, religion, and political affiliation. Nada is also the founder of the American Foundation for Education Excellence, whose mission is to help all corporations, organizations, and educational institutions globally to pursue excellence. Welcome, Ms. Nada.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Nida.
Next, we have Ms.
I'm
Orly.
very happy to be here.
Thank you, Ms. Nada. Next, we have Ms. Orly. Orly Benok Light is an entrepreneur and business development mentor. She is an activist with UN Women, International League for Peace and Freedom, and Moms Demand Action for Gun Control. She is also a food enthusiast, a student pilot, and a mom. With over 30 years of wide experience in hospitality, travel, meetings, and travel industry. She is the sole female founder of an all-female continuing meditation company, and is most proud of her work as she did as a training captain in 2019 presidential campaign for Kamala Harris. Welcome, Ms. Orly.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Daeong. Daeong Kim designs and provides a space to fellow innovators to find their own talents, to collaborate with others, and make our dream come true. Her vision is to build an inclusive society for all beyond any discrimination. Prior to her current career, Daeong served as a public diplomacy specialist at the US Embassy Seoul for 2 decades with her portfolio such as women empowerment, youth empowerment, and culture to increase public awareness for the bilateral relationship. Her greatest joy is to ignite a transformational power in all of us. Welcome, Ms. Daeong.
Thank
Next,
you
we have
for your invitation.
Next, we have Ms. Rajeshri. Raj's journey of 28 years of career, which is like distributed among multifaceted performed role as a global HR lead, entrepreneur, educanist, researcher, people person, writer, speaker, counselor, trainer, and game changer. In the last 10 years founding the Poonam Foundation, it has focused on researching on gender neutrality, designed learning models to build gender neutrality mindsets, trained more than 3,000 youth to look at the gender as neutral, staying free flow to adopt and absorb. Welcome, Ms. Rajeshri. Next, we have Ms. Zahabia. She's a passionpreneur, a mixture of a passionate and an entrepreneur. She looks to change the world and a startup, and she believes in the soul search journey and it's been her mission in life to build a great life while making the world a better place to live and helping as many people as she can to do the same. One of her fundamental beliefs is it's really important to good for yourself and those you love. It is important to make sure what you do serves the world today and tomorrow. Welcome, Ms. Zahabia. Now I'm happy to start off this important discussion on women empowerment in a very broad perspective. And I'm honestly glad and honored to have such qualified and amazing women here to be talking here with. We can start off with Ms. Nada. Ms. Nada? I think she has some. Okay, she's here.
Yeah, I'm struggling with it. I realize you cannot see me when you back there. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that. I don't know what's happening.
No, Ms. Nada, it's okay. I completely understand.
I'm very beautiful. So thank you so much for all your effort. I first have that.
Ms. Nada, your voice is breaking, so we are not able to hear you properly.
You cannot hear me?
It's breaking. Your voice is breaking.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you go with someone else? Maybe
Yeah, sure.
later.
Yeah, sure.
Yes,
you can have Ms. Orly start off.
Okay.
Ms. Orly?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
You can start off. While
What would you like me to start with?
and what are your views? Like today we are all gathered here to talk about women empowerment. So, what on as a starting point, what would you think is the best way to enhance women empowerment while also keeping it like it's not completely that we are trying to degrade men, but it's equality here present?
Well, let me give you a little bit of a history of myself. I come from a multicultural family. My dad was a teacher and entrepreneur, and my mom was a professional stay-at-home mom without pay. My mom worked long hours cooking, cleaning, sewing clothes for 4 kids, and helping my dad with his business. But it was clear there was a power imbalance in my parents' marriage created by income inequality. And that's when I vowed not to repeat the same patterns. John Lennon once said from the Beatles, he said, life is what happens while you're busy making other plans. Sadly, my dad passed away when I was 16 years old. And I had to step up to the task at hand, raising my 3 younger siblings while my mom went to work. I had every excuse to fail. I experienced more challenges as a teen than most people twice my age, but I made the irreversible decision when my father was alive to find my purpose and go for my dreams, even though I didn't know what they were at that time. And throughout my journey, I always remembered what my father told me, that I can do anything I put my mind to, even if they say that I can't. And that has been really something that I kept throughout my journey in my career from beginning till today, that nothing is impossible. Everything is possible. We're able to do anything that we can. We just have to get through the hurdles. We just have to get through the hurdles, unfortunately, with issues that are with gender inequality, issues that we have as women in the workforce, but nothing is impossible. We can do anything we set our mind to do.
That's absolutely right, Miss Orly. It's all about how we perceive things and how we set our mind to. Nothing becomes, everything becomes possible. What would you like to tell young women who are just starting to work? What would you like them to know?
Well, in regards to how to build, strong careers, I think the number one thing that I would concentrate on, for me, success comes from inside out. So it's really, really important that you identify if there's anything that might be holding you back. Confront any inward brokenness, beliefs that don't empower you. Whether it's I'm not good enough, I'm not smart enough, I'm too scared, I don't have what it takes to succeed, I can't succeed, will I be able to succeed in the job market, or any inward brokenness, things that you grew up with, things that you've experienced. It's really, really important that, you build a strong foundation. A house is built on a strong foundation. So success comes from inside out. Make sure that you resolve all those things and you take on board ideas and beliefs that will empower you. That's really, really important. The other thing that I want to stress really throughout my career, and especially when I founded my all-female company, a lot of the women working for me were young women. And what I found that a lot of the young women that I was working with, grew up in the digital world. And what they wanted, their thought was, when you press on a computer and everything comes on automatically, that's not the way life is, and that's not the way work is. Okay, so you have to get to the top and to stay there. You need to accumulate skills, experience, knowledge. It takes time. It's not overnight, and you can't want it overnight. And that's what I saw. I saw that a lot of the young women wanted it immediately, instantly. I'll give you an example. I was interviewing a girl, a wonderful girl, and I asked, she was 25 years old, and I asked her, I said to her, where, you went to school and you got a degree, a bachelor's degree and in communication. And what do you want to do with, what's your vision for yourself? What is the plan? Do you have a plan for your future? And she looked at me and she said, yes, I see myself in your position in 5 years, which was so cute. And I looked at her and I said, it took me 54 years to be me, and you want to do it at 30? Which was like so incredible and ambitious. And she wanted to be, she wanted to be a CEO. She wanted to be a president of a company in 5 years. And it takes time. It takes absolutely time. By the way, I did hire her immediately. But because I thought, what an incredible woman with so much motivation and spoke her mind. So we hired her, and she was a wonderful employee for many years with us.
That's a great insight, Miss Orly. We also welcome Miss Marwa, who just joined. She's a digital policy, gender and sexuality researcher with extensive experience in work that is focused on understanding the impact of technology. She supports organizations working on a broader health data governance and technology from health issues in the global south, such as Transform Health Foundation, Bodnar. And along with this, Marwa currently serves as the Women Rights Policy Advocacy Coordinator at the Association for Progressive Communications. Welcome, Ms. Marwa.
Thank you. And thanks, Nida, for the invite. And I'm very glad to join you today. I hope you can hear me because BBB always drives my laptop crazy. It's such a weird platform to navigate. I know, I see you know Din. So I'm really glad to be here with you. Thank you, Nida.
Thank you, Miss Marwa. Another question that I would like to ask that we can have a discussion on is how can each of us differentiate ourselves from the others? We can start off with Ms. Dea.
How could I differentiate myself from others? I love your daunting question. That's what I do. What I do is help others to find their uniqueness. I could not stand to be forced to fit in a box. And we are all different. How we are different? How could we define our uniqueness and identity and our strength? And is it just for ourselves? I don't think so. When we say we are different and you are different, we can share our uniqueness for the world. Then how could I define it? First of all, I think we need to develop a skill to listen to our inner mind. We are ambitious. I can tell it. We are ambitious. And ambitious is not something bad. Ambition is good. To serve others, to serve for the world, then nothing wrong. But first of all, we should be able to listen to our mind. And then we can have some tools to pursue that goal. And then we can serve our community. So I think, first of all of us, each of us, are very different and unique. Thank you.
So Nida, I think I can add to that. What said is so right, that we are unique, and if you see the journey right from the birth, so we are born unique first of all. Okay, then we learn, from our surroundings, from our parents, from our culture. So many things we absorb, and we keep becoming different person. Still, at some stage, we try to search ourselves, and that search takes us back to originally what we were as we were born, and then it reminds us that underneath all the influences and impressions that we have, we are something different. And I think this is the ongoing cycle we keep doing, or we do it with the different terminologies, we do it with the different concepts, and we do it with the different methodologies. But I feel that yes, you have to be unique, but you have to blend also. Blending also important. I may be unique within myself, but it's very, very important for me to blend with others. And it's like you are unfolding, folding, unfolding, folding. So you unfold when you want to blend, you fold when you want to just go back to yourself. I think that's the process, has to continuously happen.
Yeah, that's great. While I was talking to Miss Maggie, she also talked about how we adapt internally as well as professionally. So I would like Miss Maggie to put forward her views on adapting on both the sides of our life.
Of course, thanks, Nida. First of all, the term empowerment is that some, especially think that empowerment means that power will come externally to them, and then they will be empowered from the
Miss Maggie, I'm afraid your voice is breaking a lot.
Now can you hear me?
It's still breaking.
Okay, I don't know what's happening because he can hear well. So are we all mute? Maybe this will help. It's working?
No, it's not working. I can still hear you.
You can't hear me? So I will disconnect again. Maybe it will help.
Yeah, sure. That will be fine.
Hello, Nida. Can you see me and hear me now?
Yes, Ms. Nada, I can see you and I can hear you.
Hey, finally. Yeah. Okay, shall I proceed or would you
Yeah,
like?
sure. It's an open discussion. We are all free to keep forward your views.
Yeah. As I told you before, I wanted really to address mainly the students, if I understood well today, about emotional intelligence. Because I strongly believe that this is something extremely important for all of us, especially for women, in order to succeed. How, Daniel Goleman, Mayer and Salovey, and all of those researchers, they said that only 10% of people with high IQ succeed in life. The rest is not for IQ, it's for emotional intelligence, it's for socioeconomic status, of course, it's for luck. But emotional intelligence is maybe the only one that we can work on improving. And it's extremely important for all of us women to improve, to raise our emotional intelligence or emotional quotient so that we can get where we want to get. Like if emotional intelligence, unlike IQ, can be improved, so I think we should all work very hard on improving it. What are the components of emotional intelligence? There are 5. Self-awareness, which is the most important one. Self-regulation, motivation, motivating oneself, empathy, and social skills. It's not, unlike what people think, it's not just our emotions. It's working and regulating our emotions, it's being aware of our emotions, being aware first of who we are. That's what our values are. And working towards into our weaknesses. What are our weaknesses? And working on improving them. And the most important thing I see with women, especially, in most times, we do not really dare to say, yes, I want to succeed. Yes, I want to make money. Yes, I want to reach whatever I want to reach. We don't dare because maybe we are raised to think differently, just to go with the flow, maybe. Okay, even like, for example, the students who will be becoming engineers and IT people, and how much do they allow themselves to dream, to succeed? So self-awareness, and I also want to talk about the last aspect, which is interpersonal skills, social skills. They are very important. We don't think about them that much. And how do we, as business people in the future, as people who want to do something in this world, do we benefit? What do we do in order to improve our social skills? Networking is the answer. Start networking. Start working hard on LinkedIn. Start collecting a database. Start getting to know people. Like, for example, now I'm so happy to be meeting so many women from
around the world. This is very powerful. We are networking, we are meeting others. As students start doing that, as professionals in the future do that all the time. Networking, networking, networking. This is my advice. And as for the question that you asked, Nida, what would differentiate us? I used to be a teacher. I taught for a long time in schools, universities. I taught teachers at the end. And what I used to tell my students always, believe in the concept of abundance. There is plenty in this world. There is plenty of needs. There is plenty of things that you can do, each one of us can do to fill that need. I strongly believe that we complement each other. Each one of us is unique. Of course, we are unique. Each one of us has tons of experiences behind us that shaped us, that made us who we are. And each one of us can help and hopefully help the situation of women worldwide to improve. There's a lot that needs to be done. Yes, I do not want to go into the details of what I do. I do a lot of things. We work on leadership. We work on women's empowerment. We work on so many things. But when we believe in the concept of abundance, then we just strongly believe that we are unique and there is a lot that each one of us can do in order to make the world a better place.
I think, Nida, what's really important is, we're now young. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, Miss Orly, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I think what's really important is we're addressing here young women that they're still in school, correct?
Yeah, we are actually we are in our undergraduate courses right now, but it's also yes.
Yeah. I don't remember knowing who I was at that age. I mean, I had an idea, but things change and evolve as you go along in life and in your journey as a woman. And you learn and you acquire the skills and knowledge as you go along, and you figure out and find out who you are. I think what's really important is not to overwhelm them right now with exactly the bigger picture, to just give them the skills that they need to go into the world once they finish their education, and to prepare themselves to be successful when they go into the world. I think the first thing when you leave college, when you leave school, is finding a job, correct? And finding a job, once you do find a job, negotiating for benefits, negotiating salaries, negotiating terms and conditions. And they did a study, and they found that on the first job interview, 57% of the men negotiated all the benefits and salary, where only 7% of the women negotiated. And can you imagine, when you start off that way, the gap in pay in a 40-year career, what it does to you, okay? So where some inequality that we're having, pay inequality. So what I would really, really highly recommend is, please, whether you need a mentor, you need help to figure out how to negotiate, to speak up, to have a voice, and to be your best advocate. Nobody is going to look out for you better than you look out for yourself. And you have to go into the job market knowing your worth and your value, and negotiate for that, and start off at the salary that you deserve. So this way you can slowly accumulate and grow to the salary that you need to be at the height of your career.
That's exactly right, Miss Orly. My father also advises me, and when we have a talk, he always tells that when you move out in the corporate world, you're alone. There's nobody ahead of you, behind of you. It's a lone battle, and you have to come out winning, because that's how you have to show that you're worth it. You're worth that position. And that's how you should prove that you're able to do it. That's when you come out as a winner in life.
Absolutely, exactly that. I mean, I remember one time I had one of my employees. She came to me and she handed me a resignation, a letter of resignation, 2 weeks resignation. And I said to her, I said, "What's wrong?" I never knew we had a problem. There was never an issue. She never came to me to talk about anything. She said, "I'm sorry, but my mom had to move in with me because she got a divorce and my expenses went up and I need to make more money." I said, "Why didn't you come and speak to me? Why didn't you have a talk with me that you needed a raise?" You know, employers, managers that are very busy running a company, unless it's review time, you know, we're not going to come and you know, ask you, do you need more money? Or you need to be your best self advocate, okay? That's really, really important. So, you know, I didn't understand why she didn't come to speak to me, why she didn't come to, you know, and we sorted out and we fixed it. So, so I really, really think it's important that women understand that not to have the Cinderella complex. If I do really well and I act well and I do my job well, they're going to come and they're going to give me everything I want and they're going to build my career for me. It doesn't happen that way. It's only in fairy tales. And by the way, we are rewriting fairy tales to make sure that little girls understand that that's not the way life works, that we have to take care of ourselves.
I want to add one more point to what Ollie said. You know, nowadays I'm on a lot of talk shows and we read a lot about empowerment. And your initial question was on empowerment and equality and a lot of things. And yeah, you know, every time we talk about women empowerment, we talk about we want to do something, you know, lean in and so many things. There is always a statement, we have to take men also along with us. Somewhere we should not feel guilty about empowering ourselves. And every time should not be dropping this line that, you know, men have to come along. They have come along on their own long way. Okay. We are now, you know, marching ahead. They will walk their path. They are not going to remain behind. They have been there for many years. And we don't have to feel that, okay, if we are going to do something about ourselves, we are going to empower ourselves, we are going to, you know, come together and do something for each other. This point of matter has to be there every time that, okay, men also, we have to think of them. I think the statistical data, percentage-wise, everything. Today is a time. When we do a lot of things for ourselves, when we rediscover ourselves, automatically we will be able to also, you know, the difference that we have will go away. You don't have to make any deliberate efforts to do that. The more you understand, the more you empower yourself, the more you become better within your own space. Your interaction with opposite gender is going to be better. So I think that it has to somewhere change from the mind, you know, that, okay, I'm doing something for myself doesn't mean, you know, I'm not doing something for somebody else.
That's exactly right. Miss Marwa, what are your views on this?
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of views on because first, it's a very broad topic, and I guess it's very contextual, I would say, because experiences of women really depend on on their upbringing, on the society, and I actually recognize my privileges, even though I come from a society that is not really for women, but still we have to recognize our privileges because it just talks a lot about the kind of challenges that other people have to overcome in order to make that step that perhaps you've made in a little step. And but I guess what we can do really is to listen to that little voice in our mind that says a lot. You know, when you have that voice that tells you, no, you need to change that job. No, you're not fulfilled in that career. No, you're not feeling yourself as an engineer or as a lawyer, whatever. And it actually happened to me because I was meant to be an engineer because my parents saw that this is the thing I had to do. Our society either recognizes engineers or doctors or just people who have a career that has a name. You know, you can't be an entrepreneur. You can't be someone who's taking recording videos online because it doesn't have a name. And but I guess what I learned from listening to my own voice and by shifting my career a lot of time, even though, for people, perhaps I'm still young and not experienced enough, but still, I've learned that every time you actually take that change in a timely manner, because it's not enough to listen to that voice, but you have to listen to it in a very timely manner. Otherwise, you can miss out on that opportunity to really change your life. And I think what's really striking for me is that we're empowered. We need to be amplified. And how you amplify your voice, either through, just like a lot of people said here, either through networking, or how I call it, you need to fake it until you make it. Just fake it. And I think it has to be with women. We're so perfectionist that if we don't fake off all the boxes, we don't apply for that job. No, I'm not that experienced. I'm not that expert. I'm not the one. Whereas other men, and it has been really researched, even though they don't tick off all the boxes, they would still go for it. And I think once you fake it, you make it. Like it takes you a journey. Perhaps it will take you 10 years, 40 years, I don't know, but you will make it at the end of the day because that's how society is, and that's how the market is. You will just have to work on yourself. So I mean, if I have an advice to give to young women or to students, is that whenever you have that little voice in your mind telling you to apply for that job, just go for it. Apply, fake it, but also seek help whenever you need it. I mean, don't be ashamed. And just don't spam people, but seek help and mentorship. And of course, other people who are experienced, they also have the obligation to mentor people, because this is not a genuine thing. And we're seeing a lot of people who are disclosing, or not disclosing, actually withholding information. And we have a lot of obligation to share the experiences and information with others who don't have actually the privilege to access that information, or to set a foothold. Just, I don't want to dominate the conversation, so please go ahead.
Yeah, Murad, like the way you said that we are such a perfectionist kind of people that we want to tick off everything. Because recently, I was searching for internships and trying to see, okay, do they need the experience? Because I'm still in my university. So I'm like, no, I don't have experience. Let's just see after my final year. So when you said that, that's like I could relate to it. Like that's exactly how it is. We don't just give it a try. We like, let's set everything perfectly and then we'll do it. So like it said that sometimes taking risks in life is important because it gives you an interesting pathway in life. Miss Linda, could you please give in your views?
Yeah, absolutely. I can build off of what Mara kind of mentioned. I think beyond just, seeking out in an individual basis opportunities or mentorship, An idea that I've kind of applied to my life. I don't know where I got it from, probably another mentor, is that, you know, organizations have for the most part, for nonprofits, a board of directors that kind of help guide along, you know, the direction for that organization. So I think you can kind of apply that same concept to your own life. So I would say that I don't necessarily have just one mentor, but many mentors in a range of areas of my life. So I have friends and supporters who are way more knowledgeable than I am about finances, for instance. So in my mind, they're kind of like on my board of directors to support me along the way. And I feel like being grounded in community and your values, that really has helped me guide myself throughout, you know, the experiences and the opportunities that I've come across. And in the other remarks, you had mentioned about my Girls Empowerment Movement organization. We started almost 8 years ago as high school students, you know, really not knowing what we're doing, but we knew that we wanted to give back to our community, organize events and leadership spaces for young youth and young women who, you know, feel like you don't have those opportunities and access to those opportunities in your own school or network. So 8 years later, we've hosted so many events. Our team has grown, and I think anytime that either of us are going through a struggle, you know, we're able to lean on that. So I would say to everyone out there, I'm sure even with the conference group that has organized this event today in itself, that you've found each other, that you're leaning on each other. And this network you're going to carry after you graduate. So really lean into that. With our times being connected online, on LinkedIn and all of that, you could really reach out to anybody of like-minded in any areas that you're interested in as well. So yeah, I think that those are some thoughts that I have in terms of that. But I think Nida may have hopped off, so I don't know if others had more to add.
No, I'm still here. There was something with the camera, that's why.
Oh, okay, great.
Can I just add something to that while you're waiting to adjust? I've interviewed probably 1,000 candidates for job opportunities at my company, and I never looked for superstars. You know, I didn't want people that came in with a huge resume, or, you know, obviously I was looking for people with skills and some knowledge. But for me, the most important thing when I was hiring someone is character, business integrity and character. That's what I was looking for. Is this person gonna, you know, is this person motivated? Is this person responsible? Is this person a team player? My interviews were never about what they did, because no matter what company you go to, you're going to have to be retrained. You're going to have to go through training. No company works the same way. You're going to have to be trained. For me, it was more important to find candidates that were motivated, responsible, and had professional integrity. And that worked amazingly for me. So all you have to do is carry yourself through and what you've learned. And hopefully good leaders, that's what they're looking for. They're looking for employees that are dedicated and responsible and are going to add to their company growth. So I would say absolutely not to worry about ticking all the boxes.
Yeah, and Nida, when we were talking about empowerment, I want to give this kind of a suggestion to all the youngsters that empowerment is different from every person. Someone coming from village to city is empowerment. Someone going from city to somewhere. So how I have, built myself within given opportunities and circumstances in which I am born and brought up. And in that, how I have succeeded. It could be 10% maybe after some time 20%, maybe 30%. Because when we look at a lot of role models, at times there is a disappointment that I have not reached that level. So that level, you have to define within the circumstances and the life and the opportunities that are there. And small steps, start celebrating. And yes, like everybody's saying, have mentor, lean in, have people around you, and have many guides around you.
Yeah, Ms. Zahabia, how do you think we should evolve ourselves in order to face the future? What do you think?
First of all, hi everyone on the panel, interacting with you all. So, I would like to tell all the young girls out here listening to us that, once you all enter into the competitive world, once you all, are finished your education and are out into the competitive world and you left high school, you all will have an abundant amount of opportunities and excitement that you all will have there. At the spur of the moment, we all out and opportunities are there, excitement is there. So what you all need, young girls need to do is equip themselves with the right mindset, right skill patterns. What are the exact skills that you need to be empowered with? Oh, okay, I got switched off.
I would like to talk about self-compassion.
Yeah, sure.
As human beings, and when we first enter our society, pursuing our dream jobs, careers, we make mistakes. And before we seek some generosity from others, I think we should be kind to ourselves. And to our students, I strongly recommend to have self-compassion. You can try anything, something in your mind telling you that let's go and try. Give it a try. Do it. Just do it. You can make mistakes. No harm at all. And if it's not your dream career, it's okay. You made some contribution to organizations and you can take another opportunity. So, as we pursue and as young students pursue their careers with self-compassion, our path itself is a role model. And what we do is a heroine's journey. So I strongly recommend self-compassion to ourselves.
Yeah. And Nida, if I just may jump in, because I just want to add to that self-compassion. And I think one of the most, let's say, boldest form of self-compassion is to actually learn to say no. We need to say no sometimes, and we don't know how to say no. And I think for the young people, because we're trying to get by, basically, you're trying to get a job, you're trying to affirm yourself, to show that you're worth of attention, that you're someone skilled. So sometimes we actually say yes to opportunities that will not be really beneficial to us. So you will find yourself working off 20 hours a week for free, for instance, which you don't have to. And I think there's a lot of there's just a lot of nuances around that volunteering spirit. People or some corporate would actually use it and will tell you, you're volunteering your time, you're giving your effort. But at some point, you need to actually draw that line, and you need to learn how to set healthy boundaries that will show that you're actually here, that you have a wealth of expertise, even though you're young, and that you deserve some respect, you deserve some effort, you also deserve to be compensated for your time. And learning to say no really goes a long way, because then you learn how to differentiate between the things that actually help you even if you will just be working 5 hours a week and you will be just spending the others, I don't know, just laying down on your bed, it's better than actually harming your mental health, because a lot of volunteering work really makes you feel, I mean, volunteering work that's not really helpful for you, because and sometimes you're not even being recognized. You're just doing things and people will just, brush you off. So it's very important for your mental health, but also for your career, to learn to say no. Like, if someone tells you to do that and you just think that it's not a fit for you, you need to say no. And it also goes for salaries, for negotiations, for things like that. When you're on an interview, I know a first interview is very hard and it's very intimidating, and so many spaces are really intimidating, but you need to navigate these power dynamics. Of course, you need to navigate them with respect, with mindfulness, with compassion, but at the same time, you need to show that no, you're here, you're bringing something to the table, and you deserve to say no as much as you deserve to say yes. You have that right. Just use it accordingly, and just always remember that you have that right, because it's very, I think it's very overlooked. Even for experienced people, they don't know how to say no, and it's a big problem nowadays. Yeah.
Hello, I'm sorry I dropped off in between. As we were talking about, is like, once we are out, the young girls are out into the competitive world. When they are out from high school, they have a lot of opportunities and excitements in front of them. And that's when, they need to have that inset power that is built within a woman. So that power that is built within a woman is clearly visible if she has her ideas and a clear mindset and all her skills in place. The skills are varied, right from negotiating, as many have mentioned here, right from how they talk to their peers, how they will talk to their seniors, how they behave at home. That builds a complete woman, and that is what we would say as women empowerment. So the woman can't just stand up with a flag and go around, jumping around. We want to stand equal to man. That's not exactly the point that has to be covered in women empowerment. It has to be the self-creation or the building of an individual within one's own self that will make a woman empowered. So that's what I feel about women empowerment.
Yeah,
If I may okay, so if I may add on this, can you hear me well? It's breaking now.
It's fine. It's coming as well as it's breaking. You can give it a try, though.
I hear. I can go with what?
You can go ahead. You can go ahead.
First of all, I just to give the young girls another perspective on the word empower. So is an external that's coming out of you. Empowerment is you discovering your own power, because can you hear me or still?
Yeah, you can hear me.
So the power is already within us. We create our own ways in very diverse.
Ms. Maggie, if you could try switching off your camera and then speaking, if that works, it's good. It's still breaking.
Okay, so can you hear me better now? Yeah?
Yeah.
Still breaking?
That's better. Yeah, that's best now.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So again, for me, the power comes from within. What I see it is we all have the power. We all are created with the power. We are born with the power. It goes away sometimes because maybe our culture, our parents, our education system helps us or makes us go in a way that we suppress this power and go against our intuition and go against our voice, that, like Marwa has said, the voice that says that you can do that. This is your way, this is your value. So we are all sometimes have to suppress this in order to fit in and to be the good girls, the girls who are obedient, the girls who show as the angelic, and they are not troublemakers and such stuff. So first thing I need the young girls to know is that power comes from within themselves. And how can they find it? They find it by finding their true selves, by accepting themselves, accepting that the difference, whatever the difference is. Because now in a world of this huge media bombarding us with stories of success and how people are rich and entrepreneurs and who is doing what, we get messed up. We get trapped in the comparison of I need to be like her, but by the way, her, you don't know the whole story. Maybe she went through a path that you will not want to go through. So comparison deep empowers us, is against the empowerment. So they need to run their own race at their own pace without being so anxious about reaching somewhere. Somewhere for you is not somewhere for the rest. So you need to define all your terms, define your success. Maybe for a woman or for a young girl, her success is being a good mother and a good housewife. It's fine. If you reach that, then you will feel successful. It does not have to be successful is to have a Lamborghini and a townhouse on the lake. So this definition, this self-awareness, this self-acceptance is all it takes for a lady to have access to that power. She can be an astronaut, she can be an engineer, she can be a housewife, she can be whatever. But again, the main goal is to be satisfied, to feel happy, to feel mentally healthy, to feel that she's accepting herself with all what's happening. This is, for me, this is empowerment. So that's my take on that. I hope you heard me well that time.
Nida, I would like to just add to Orly over here is, when the children are kind of, starting their career, they need to have a strong focus on what they want to do. Whether do they want to really focus on building a career as a mother, a housewife, an entrepreneur, or, working in a company. That clarity, if it is there in a woman, she is definitely empowered. She needs to build that within herself. So they should really know, like when they are passing out of school, college, they should know that they have to aim for something. And if they are just not achieving something for a degree, and if they are just achieving for a degree, then they should be empowered enough to face challenges by just achieving the degree. And if they want to move into the professional world, they should definitely have the skill sets and mindset in place of what they will face in their individual areas.
If I may add here, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Be passionate. Passion goes a long way. Positive attitude goes a long way. Believe in yourself. Dare to be vocal. Be vocal. If you see something, say something. If you think of something, say it. You will not lose anything. Especially, and this is something I think most women grow up believing that you should not do this. Learn to promote yourself, to promote your skills, to promote what you can do very well. Do not be shy about doing this. Promote yourself. No one else will promote you. You're the only one who can promote yourself. That's it.
I also would like to add to what you just said. I think each of us is a change maker, and we are the leaders that we can design the future as we hope for ourselves and for our students and for everybody. Then I think our problems can be solved in partnership with our governments and with our fellow male colleagues, and with seniors, with everybody. So when we face certain hurdles, I think we can have some public mind angles. And is this a personal issue or public issue? I bet in most cases, when we solve them with public angles, we can win. We can win in this game. So let's voice up our challenges for everybody's benefit. There are things that a person cannot do. Then, for everybody's prosperity, a society can collaborate together, solve the problem.
Exactly, Ms. Deong. That's exactly how you said it. Ms. Linda, if you could tell, how would you perceive feminism and women empowerment differently?
Ooh, that is a a good question. I think it's definitely interconnected, and you can't really separate, wanting to build an equitable feminist world and empowerment. I think, yes, it's important to have the individual aspect to empowerment, as we've all been speaking about. But I think to kind of build off what Dayoung was mentioning about, collective action almost, and making and pushing for more in terms of the material conditions that we all live in, and that, yes, maybe we need to equip one another with the negotiation skills in the room, but we also, on the other hand, need the policies and the HR policies in place that protect and be transparent about pay inequities, and how is it that we're going to move away from, not paying men and women for the same form of work, and ensure that that's in place. So I think having the multiple layer lens, that it's, yes, there's individual empowerment, but we also need to bring the collective in, that, regardless of if I've grown up in Canada with the privileges that I have in the West, that, my family members, I'm from the diaspora of Vietnamese family members, that they are also, uplifted too in their local societies. So yeah, I would say to that, and throw it up to any others if others have to add onto that as well.
I think when it comes to Indian context, the cultural and diversity issue is there for women to take a lot of bold steps. And every college and university has this women empowerment cell, which is mandatory by the government policy. They should go beyond just college specific issues and support these women to come to them, or these young women or women to come to them for any kind of ambiguity if they are facing, any kind of a confusion if they are facing in their life, and what they can, and there has to be hand holding. It is not just you counsel them and you left them on their own, because university as an entity is very well connected with a lot of other institutions in the society, and the kind of groundwork and kind of support they can build for a woman. Because I have a foundation, I have been an HR professional, and I have noticed that when women want to take a step and when they want to go ahead, ground level there is nothing, ground level. And if that is built, I think from there, easy for them to just hold on to something and start their journey.
And I also would like to point out this pandemic situation. With this pandemic, we learned so many, epic lessons. And one of them is globalization. and culture shift. And we see, as one of our colleagues mentioned, yes, Linda mentioned, in one culture something is possible, or we even do not ask a question about that. But in some part of the world, that's a challenge, huge challenge. Then what is a common theme here? This is not a gender issue. This is a broader topic. This is about equality and diversity and inclusiveness. And when we propose that type of vision to everybody, I think we can draw some collective power, and we can build better society for all. So I'd like to, suggest we can draw some cultural shift from this wonderful panel discussion. Not just for women, for everybody.
That's right, exactly. Ms. Marwa, if you can go ahead. Or Ms. Zahabia, anybody.
Yeah, I can. Sorry, go ahead.
If we will discuss, there's something on, the typical Indian stereotype that we young, our girls face here in today's times, is, they all are a kind of, if I would say, very, very protected. The parents are very protective about their children. They always have this one mindset for the kids that they cannot reach somewhere, or they cannot do this, or they cannot do that. Now the children here should have this kind of mindset also ready, that yes, if my parents are telling me not to do a particular thing, then they have to adjust to that moment, explain to their parents, or have that power in them to really talk up, explain to them what are the situations they are going to face and how they can overcome it, and then move on further from there. If we are talking about empowerment, that's the first thing. If the girl or the child can explain to their parents how empowered they are and how they can handle a society, I'm sure they will make it through.
I can also jump in, and I guess just like so many of you mentioned, this is, I think this is an intergenerational issue, I would say, because it's just not about a one step that we need to make in order to see that change, but it's more about how we actually embrace change and how we, and how we just try and try again and try again to reach what we actually call our success. And just like Maggie said, it's not about having a career, or it's just being fulfilled. And I guess for me, women's empowerment is enabling everyone with the resources they need. It's more about equity in order to reach their full potential. And perhaps for me, my full potential is being, is just being a fulfilled professional woman. Another person is just being a mother, or is just staying at home, or is just, just selling pastries, So our full potential is just varies depending on what we want. So what we need to actually fight for is the right to have that full potential, regardless of what you want to achieve. Everyone should have the right to reach that full potential, and everyone should have access to resources, regardless if they will use them or not. And I think when we actually talk about women's empowerment, we talk about the issue of access and just being right here. And we have a lot of connectivity issues or technical issues, which says a lot about how inequalities are actually just hindering and undermining us from reaching that potential. So I guess it actually starts from here, from these conversations that we're currently having, from these. And I actually commend you for bringing a diverse panel and for actually minding that gap. But of course, it also falls under the obligation of the state, the community, the parents, ourselves, and yeah, I mean, and a lot of stakeholders. Yeah.
Can I just add a couple of things? You can have it all, but not all at the same time. You know, actually, I do want a Lamborghini. Whoever's a Lamborghini is not bad. I mean, whatever it is that you want in life, whatever it is, you know, your dreams and your ambitions. I come from a multicultural family. My family my parents are from Morocco, and I know that, is it Marwa is from Morocco? Hi, Marwa. I worked for the Moroccan airline. I was in charge of public relations for Royal Air Maroc. I just wanted to mention that. So, and I had an amazing time, amazing. I love Morocco. So my parents had expectations of me that at a certain age, I was going to get married, right? I mean, you get married, you have children, this is what you do. I remember when I was 25 years old, my aunt Mimi, you know, put a birthday party for me, a beautiful birthday party. And as soon as I walked into her house, she goes, "Happy birthday, you're now officially an old maid." This is how she welcomed me at 25, because I wasn't married yet. And I was busy with my career and working. And so I was like, "Thank you, Aunt Mimi, thank you very much. Wow, what a birthday, you know." But I was very sure of where I was going in regards to, I wanted to make sure that I established my career. I wanted to get married and I wanted to have children. And I did get married. I got married at 30. My first child was born. My son Jordan was born at 34 when I was 34 years old. My beautiful daughter Dory was born when I was 38 years old. I took time off to raise my children between, you know, until they became in the early teens. I want to tell you that I founded my company at the age of 49, okay? And I started taking flying lessons at the age of 60. And I just wrote my first children's book, which is going to be published. And it's going to have a theme of gender inequality, gender equality and inclusion. It's going to be published January 2022. So please, you have time. Take your time. You can have it all, but not all at the same time. The thing that I found when I went back into the workforce, you know, my kids were still young teens. And when I started my company, is juggling the work-life balance. The work-life balance, you know, you hear so much about it. Find the work-life balance. It's a myth. There is no work-life balance. It does not exist, okay? And what I mean by that is that if you're working and you have a deadline and you have a project or a conference like we did, you'll be putting 80% of your energy and time for that deadline and 20% at home. But when that deadline is over with, you have to know how to balance, recharge, and then take care of yourself first, self-care, and take care of home. That's where the balance comes. You put it all in when you need to, and make sure when it's over with, you recharge and you replenish the other areas in your life. That's where the balance is. That's how important, that's, you know, the important thing about creating that balance. But it's not equal all the time. And the other thing that I just want to mention to you that's really, really important is to be present in whatever that you're doing. This multitasking all at once, you know, being at work, taking care of the kids while you're working, or being at home and doing work, it's really, really difficult to multitask. And at the end of the day, you end up feeling so guilty that you haven't really pleased anyone, especially yourself. You're exhausted. No one is really happy because you gave a little bit to everything. So be present in whatever you're doing. So if you're at work, be present at work. When you go home, be fully present at home. Be present in whatever task you're doing, and you'll accomplish so much more and feel so much better about yourself.
Yeah. If I may pitch in here, okay, so we have been giving, thank you all, I mean, wonderful advice, I think, to those young women from, okay, self-awareness, think of yourself, think of your mission, think of what you want to do in the future, be bold, dare, be vocal, and so on. But there's one thing that I think we need to add. I don't know if you have heard of Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs. As educators, I'm initially an educator. We used to follow this hierarchy of needs. Okay, so what are the needs? You have physiological needs, you have then needs of esteem, belonging, cognitive needs, and so on. He ended it when he first devised this hierarchy, he ended it with self-actualization. All about self. Think of yourself. Think how you want to promote yourself. Think of how you want to improve yourself. But towards the end of his life, he realized, although all educators had been basing all their teachings on that need, on that hierarchy of needs, he realized that there was something missing. And he added transcendence at the end. Okay, think of yourself. Work towards your goals. Work on improving yourselves. However, what you need to reach at the end is not self-actualization anymore. It is transcendence, which means go beyond yourself. Your goal, when you set it at a higher level, make it higher than you. Something related to the world, something related to how to make the world a better place, something related to other women, like mentor other women, help other people, do something for others, and make this your ultimate goal, not only self-actualization and thinking of yourselves. From my experience, I realized, like, now I'm working on women's empowerment. I was only, okay, an educator, yes, helping my students, but women's empowerment is such a powerful thing. I cannot tell you how much I benefited when I first started wanting to empower others. When you empower others, you empower yourself first. Like when I taught others, I taught myself first. So just think of transcendence as your ultimate goal instead of self-actualization.
Right, Ms. Nada, your views were really inspiring and understanding. I would like to ask a question about what was our organizational culture like 10 years ago for women? And do you feel that companies now do make an annual effort towards improving this culture? Like women empowerment in organizational culture?
I would just like to put in a word here. If you would go to see our culture in corporate companies or any workplace was very different to as it is now. The women are facing a very high level of competition right now. So they have to be shoulder to shoulder. I mean, kind of the women expect themselves to be running ahead of men, and the men want to catch up, and there is always a tussle there for both of them. So I would, like to say that the woman needs to understand in a workplace and walk shoulder to shoulder with the man. Secondly, all companies definitely have a system in place that helps women. That is known as POSH, their POSH awareness campaigns. where all companies have this campaign in place, which was not there in the earlier culture. So now the women are helped at every level, every step that they go through. They can approach the cell, and they can ask for advice, and they immediately get their assistance in place.
I would like to talk about inclusiveness. We have been talking about women's empowerment. Then for women's empowerment, from equity perspective, how about men's empowerment? Oh, do I have some echo now? No? Okay, good. So women have accomplished doing something beyond traditional boundaries. Women can become like astronauts or medical doctors, and we can do anything. But how about men? Are we encouraging them to become, stay-home dads enough? Are we welcoming males to choose to pursue different careers, which were considered as non-traditional occupations for males? I think when we recommend males and our society to see from different perspectives, like, inclusiveness for anybody. So males can do some traditionally regarded as women's work, then it benefits all. So in that sense, I would say we are leading our culture shift.
I really can't speak to 10 years ago because I don't want to state that I'm really young, but I would say, the context of the pandemic right now has brought a national conversation in Canada about childcare policy, especially. So I'm hopeful that, our federal government announced that they're, over the next couple of years, they want to put in place a policy that childcare services will be the goal is to get it at $10 a day. Sorry, I think, something like that, to ensure that, it is equitable, because during this time, a lot of women have left the workforce. And I think that will have long-term impacts post-pandemic. So, we need more actions like this. So I'm hopeful that there's changes like this that continue to happen, not only in childcare, but back to what we talked about with pay equity and educational opportunities as well.
Exactly. That's a nice initiative. Ms. Myra, anything you would like to add on women empowerment?
I mean, I'll just tap onto the issue of I guess digitalization and how capitalism has actually hijacked our everyday lives. Those posts you see on Instagram, or like just scrolling down on Twitter, of these people that are really successful, they're really living their lives, they're really, I don't know, doing whatever, just living your dream life perhaps. And how we've come to actually compare ourselves to anything that we see online. And we have this sort of like, we just feel guilty. We just belittle ourselves when you see that others have achieved a lot. And when you see that Forbes 30 under 30, those lists where people, I don't know, you just see that person has been given that prize and that person is commended for whatever thing they do. There's too much competition out there, and it's actually marketed in a way that makes people feel just awful. Whatever you do, you still just feel not enough, and that feeling about being not enough is actually really harsh and just makes you be more harder on yourself. And I guess it's very essential, especially for young people, as they actually navigate that online space, to disconnect and to just be grounded in the reality. It's very essential that you give yourself just a period to breathe in and out, and to understand that whatever you're doing, you're worthy of celebration. Celebrate yourself, celebrate even your failures, and tell people that you haven't been shortlisted, that you haven't made it through, that you haven't been able to do that, because it's normal. Just normalize failures, normalize that it will take you time to achieve things, and normalize that you're a normal person. You're not extraordinary as Instagram and Twitter, whatever platform tries to market, because we're just we're just going with the flow. And it's very essential if you want to feel mentally healthy, but also especially I guess for moms out there who are taking care of their kids, who are trying their best to to just keep the balance within their couple life, whatever, and they still feel not enough. And I guess Orly just mentioned that, and how you try to make that balance, and you just read those headlines, how you can make the balance between work and personal life, and you're just like, wow, I cannot make that balance. But it's okay, just go with the flow, and normalize that things cannot work out sometimes, and that we can do just what we can do. Basically, you can only do what you can do. There is nothing more to that.
The other thing also that I think is really important to point out is how we are perceived when we are ambitious, when we go after what we want, when we are strong. Women are perceived as being very difficult, as we are called all kinds of names. As we're, men, when they're ambitious and they go after what they want and they voice their opinion, they're brilliant, they're smart, they're amazing, they're incredible. Us, we take the beating. And you have to not listen to that. You have to not listen. You have to completely close your ears and move forward and go on and be you and continue to strive. These are all things to remove power from you, to keep you in a certain area, to keep you in a certain level. Do not listen. And the other thing that I wanted also to mention, we're not going to have gender equality if we don't support each other. Women need to support each other more than ever, okay? I mean, it says we're going to have, the way we're going, we're going to have gender equality in 170 years, if we wait. We don't have 170 years. We got to do it now, okay? But we need to support each other. Some of the most difficult issues I've had in business was with other women. I have to mention this. It's competitive. They're competitive. There's power struggles. There's, and I didn't understand that. I thought, here I am. We're sisters. We're here to help each other. Why are you fighting me when I'm coming for us to come together and work together, to grow together, to help other women? So support. Women need to support other women. Gender equality has got to start with that.
That's exactly right. As we are nearing the end of this panel, one question that I would like to place is, what advice would you, since you all are such amazing leaders, what advice would you give to the next generation of female leaders?
May I jump in here?
Yeah, anybody can.
Yeah, if I will give advice, but I would also like to add to what Orly said. Yes, it's very important for women to support other women. I think it's the most important thing. However, there is something which we should not forget. We need men with us. We are not fighting against them. We are fighting for our rights. We want to involve men with us. Like I have 2 boys and I have 2 girls. I do not want them to fight against each other. I want them to fight for each other. Like on my foundation, the International Foundation for Women's Empowerment, on our board of advisors, we have a huge number of men. More than 50% are men. I strongly believe that if we do not involve men, the men who want to empower women, and ask them to help us with other men and help us with our cause in general, we might not really get wherever we want as quickly as we can. We need to involve men with us and make them believe that we are not fighting them. It's just we are fighting for what we are owed, and these are our rights, and we want them with us.
I would like to come in here. And first and foremost, I would like to thank the entire panel for having us over. I'm here. I'm right now the Wiki's national president for Funding and Advisory Council. And I would like to, reach out to all the young women who would like our support in funding and advisory to start off their career in whichever path they choose. And having been the national president for the National Human Rights, Women and Child Development Commission, I would genuinely like to reach out to all women who would do require help in their counseling. And as well as I am also connected to a Pan India company, I'm the business partner for a financial company. I would like to reach out to all the young girls in the college, who require help as in pitch decking and who require help in making their profiles and putting up a platform where they can get advice on funding. I'm always there for that, Nida. So you can reach out to all the young girls who would require help in, understanding the process of entire entrepreneurship funding activities. I'm always there for them.
Thank you so much for your great advice, Ahabia, and how you would like to reach out to us. We'll definitely get back to you.
Sure.
Okay, a final question I would like to ask Ms. De Jong. Reflecting your career, if you could share a gift box with all those who aspire to take a similar path, what would you like to put in there?
Trust yourself. You know you are a success, and you will see that. So when I took a career change from my dream job without seeing any future with a concrete plan, I had just one thing: trust in myself. And it was very hard to take action after listening to my mind. And for the past 2 years, I trained myself to have the skill to listen to my inner mind and take action with my brain. So when I give a gift box to all women and men, it's trust yourself. You know you are the success.
Thank you so much for the beautiful gift, Ms. De Jong. Since now I feel that we can end, I have Ms. Orly. She wants to present a small poem on women empowerment. If you could go ahead, Ms. Orly.
Sorry.
You are on mute. Okay, yeah.
Am I okay now?
Yeah, you're okay.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. This is a poem written by Brita Badur from Canada. She's an arts educator and leadership workshop facilitator. And she writes this: Dear young woman, I hope you find you. I hope you find love. I see all the armor you wear. I see all the jewels and gems of wisdom you share. It's okay to shine, Ma. It's okay to shine. It's okay to have pride, Ma. You don't have to live a lie. Don't let the violence fool you into silence, convincing you that you're not worthy of space and time. You might not know it yet, but you got a multidimensional set of eyes looking out for you. Someday you'll be part of that legacy and become a guiding light too. Trust what is meant for you is relying on you to show up. Show up. I doubt we'll ever know the full impact of our presence, but do you notice that even at your lowest, your aura orbits this quantum measure of hopefulness? The more inner kindness, the less the focus is of brokenness. Young woman, I wish you enough. I wish you enough time for all of your skills and talents. I wish you more. I wish you more revelation than disrespects and regrets. And I beg you to believe in yourself more than your parents ever did. I hope you find love. I hope you find you. This poem is a reminder that whatever you're going through as a woman, you have the choice to make for yourself on how gentle and kind you are with yourself. Thank
That was
you.
such a beautiful poem. It was really beautiful.
Thank you.
I saw
Orly, you
Miss
should share
Linda.
this with all of us. Orly, please share this with all of us.
I will. I'll send it to you. It's an amazing. It's a much longer poem, but I read it very often. Whenever I feel I need empowerment, these words are very empowering for me, and they resonate with me. So yes, absolutely. I will send the poem for everyone.
It was a very beautiful way to conclude and summarize everything. It was like a perfect conclusion. So I hope everybody were comfortable throughout the meeting, throughout the panel discussion, and it was a real great pleasure to have you all as our great panelists. And we learned really great values, inspirations, and there's still so much more to learn. And that's all, I guess. Thank you so much for accepting to come on this panel. It was really a great pleasure.
Thank you for
so
having
much.
us.
Thank you and bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for organizing.
It was beautiful.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye, everybody.
Nitya, you can end.